I notice based on the logins that we have close to 500 people logged in for today's meeting. Thank you for joining us. Madam Secretary, let's begin. Today is Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020. It is 9:34 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Board of Los Angeles Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please take the roll of the Board of Commissioners verbally. Thank you.
Good morning. I will now take roll. Commissioner Decker.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy Goldsmith.
Here.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Figueroa Villa, absent. Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Commissioners Decker, Murphy Goldsmith, Bonner, and Sobroff are present. And we have a quorum. Also present is the Chief of Police and the Executive Director.
And the record of this meeting should reflect that the City Attorney is joining Mr. Tiefenk in his office, and we are working to get the Inspector General online as well. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I should note Commissioner Figueroa Villa continues to be on medical leave. With the concurrence of Commissioner Goldsmith, the Vice President of this commission, today's agenda has been changed. I will make a statement. To the extent any commissioners wish to make a statement, they can do so. We'll go directly then to the Chief's report, public comment on that, and then general public comment. All other regular agenda items have been pushed to next week. They will be continued and heard at that time. Closed session will be held during a special meeting later this week. Today's focus will be on the events of the last week and the last weekend. To date, we have received over 250 public comments, and attendance at today's meeting indicates we must spend today on listening to the public. With respect to my statement, a lot has happened since our last commission meeting. This is our first meeting since the video of the murder of George Floyd was released just over a week ago. I know I speak for all members of this commission when I say our thoughts today and our thoughts every day since the release of that video have been, continue to be, on the murder of George Floyd. Our deepest condolences go to Mr. Floyd's family and his loved ones. I've been searching for the words to express today the enormity of this wrong. And to be frank, I have found it very hard to find the right words. I am sometimes called upon to make statements at these meetings, and in this instance, I will tell you what I think we intend to do as a result of this profound injustice, but I will also say and explain that our immediate actions, which we will be taking shortly, I have to recognize that in many ways, words today will fail, and they will fail me, and our actions today will fail. To me, my own words seem wholly inadequate to address this situation. But they cannot. We must all find the words. I have to find the words today. And we must find a way to come together as a community, because that is the only way we have a chance to move forward and to right some of these wrongs. To start this necessary dialogue, let me share with you and try to express the words I'm trying to gather as I begin, recognizing that my words will not be adequate, but I will try. First, and of this I am absolutely certain, what happened to George Floyd was an illegal criminal act. I say this as a former prosecutor, as a person who's prosecuted law enforcement officers, who authorized the prosecution of law enforcement officers, who worked on civil rights cases involving law enforcement abuses, who did so without the benefit of videotaped evidence. And as someone who has worked to implement the LAPD consent decree years ago, oversaw the implementation of a consent decree with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, I can say without hesitation that the prosecution of the officers who murdered and abetted the murder of Mr. Floyd must move forward, and it must move forward expeditiously. These actions were criminal. Second, I recognize that there's a tremendous amount of anger sadness, frustration in our community. These emotions have been exhibited throughout the last week by many Angelenos. Throughout the last week, I have seen amazingly committed residents, passionate people exercising their important constitutional rights, their right of assembly, of free speech. They are the voices of democracy. They are the voices of change. Those rights must be protected. Those rights must be honored, and those rights must be respected. Protesters must be allowed to exercise those rights peacefully. And at the same time, I must distinguish those engaged in legitimate, peaceful protest and the indiscriminate violence that some have been engaged in. Violence in this situation is not a solution. It may be born out of frustration, it may be born out of anger through the lack of progress or perception that there hasn't been enough progress, or the lack of progress. And it may be that some have said these are the acts of opportunists taking advantage of a situation. Regardless of the motivation, violence is not the answer. And in many ways, it is the complete end of solutions. It is a surrender to despair and rage at a time when we need hope and renewed commitment to each other. It is never an answer to attack another person. It's never an answer to attack police officers, to fracture a skull, to shoot at them, throw debris that more seriously can turn into a projectile. I recognize overall very few people did that, but that is not the answer. It's also not an answer to destroy a business. And yes, I fully recognize that a business is a piece of property and it does not in any way equate to a life or the importance of a person's life. But there are people who put their lives into building some of these businesses to support their families and rely on those businesses for their survival. And the destruction causes more pain in our own community. I must recognize today as well, Mr. Floyd's death comes on the heels of the release of the videotape depicting the horrific shooting and murder of Mr. Arbery in Atlanta, Ms. Taylor's death in her apartment in Louisville. The Central Park phone call, falsely accusing a Black man of criminal conduct. And I recognize fully that I am not naming all the names or all the incidents that do deserve recognition. And add to all of that the COVID-19 pandemic that has disproportionately impacted Black and brown communities, a disease that remains a very, very real threat to that same community, and that has caused a loss of jobs, creating even greater economic disparity. And all of this follows a long history of systemic issues, systemic racism, systemic social injustices. Racial disparities and ongoing structural racism are vividly and disgracefully present in so many aspects of our country and of our society. No one should have to be afraid to go jogging, driving, or living in their apartments just because of the color of their skin. In light of all of this and the complexity of all of these issues, which I recognize I have not given justice to, and the sometimes frankly overwhelming nature of it, it would be easy to throw up our hands and say, this is beyond our control. But today, I'm going to outline the initial steps this commission needs to take. These will be the first steps. We will have to take more. We must take more. But it's important we take action, and we take action today. Because it would be easy to say this is Minnesota's problem. It happened there. Nothing that bad could happen here, or that it happened in Atlanta or Louisville, or reflect outward instead of inward. It would be easy to say we've made great progress, that there's more accountability, more transparency, and while all of that is very true, it is true, we all have to say it is not enough. It's not nearly enough. And we all, no matter who we are, we must reflect inward and answer the fundamental question, what can I do? Everyone has to take responsibility here, because everyone can do more, including me and including this commission. because it is not appropriate to look to others and expect them to solve these problems. We all have to stop waiting for others to take leadership, stop waiting for others to fix things. Everyone has to take responsibility. And if we had more people taking responsibility for this issue, we would have had at least 3 police officers in Minnesota who would have intervened when Mr. Floyd was gasping for air, or long before it ever got to that point. So my first ask today, my ask of everyone in this department and on this commission and in our community, is to do more. To the members of this department who I believe to be passionate about helping people, I believe they are passionate about helping people. That is why they signed up to be police officers. To everyone in this department, whether you are the chief of police or the newest member cadet in our academy, everyone in this organization must reflect on what more they can do to create change, whether it to be to more directly connect to the community, show greater respect at all times to every individual, particularly those who are angry, to do more to embody de-escalation, to do more to ensure that the law is being applied fairly and equally, to take a stand when you see something wrong happening. This is leadership. This is helping your community. This is making a difference. And I'm not just asking the members of the department to reflect and take action, because this commission also has to reflect and take action and reflect inward. We all must do more. We cannot be satisfied with how things are. We must do more. The commission must do more. I must do more, and I do recognize that. As a preliminary matter, I have a number of asks of the department, the IG, the Inspector General, and each commissioner. I want to first say this is not an exhaustive list. Oh, it's not a one-time list. This must be an ongoing effort on our part. It must be continuous. It's not the last. These steps generally fall into several categories of accelerating changes that are underway, determining whether the commission's authority is appropriately defined, and evaluating the effectiveness of our training and our policies. Toward that end, the commission will be moving forward with the following. First, the state of California requires police departments to make changes to policies or update policies, implement reforms pursuant to Senate Bill 230. All of those changes must go into effect on January 1st of next year. I've asked the department to present all the drafts of those changes to the commission no later than the end of June, first week in July, so that we can make those changes, make them available to the public, get comment on them, and implement them in July. We can bring forth those changes now. There is no reason to wait. We can accelerate the implementation of all of that. Second, the commission has spent some time over the last few years reviewing and updating LAPD policies. This was due to a change in the state law, but also to the efforts of the commission to adopt all of the recommendations of the 21st Century Policing Report under the Obama administration. To continue that effort to ensure we are up to date, to ensure the policies have been implemented and are reflective of the standards we expect, asking the department to do a report back on that. We received a report from the IG in October of last year, but we must schedule a new report back on that and discuss those updates with the community. Third, for the Inspector General, I'm asking there to be a review of the training. Ensure the training is keeping up with the policies that we have set, and to evaluate the effectiveness of the training program. Ensure we are meeting the standards of the policies and that we are meeting the highest standards that everyone expects of policing in Los Angeles. Fourth, I'm asking the Inspector General to do a review of the non-categorical use of force cases. This commission hears categorical cases, not the non-categorical cases. And I'm asking the Inspector General to do a review to determine the effectiveness of that system and whether the commission should be hearing more cases, whether the current definition is effective and broad enough. I'm asking the Inspector General to also do a review of the de-escalation policies that we've implemented to ensure that the training and that the implementation of de-escalation is being effective. Sixth, and perhaps the most important ask of this commission, is that we must do more to listen to the community. I realize commissioners spend an awful lot of time in meetings with various members of the community, and that sometimes we feel taxed with our time as volunteers, but we must do more. We are capable of listening more. We must take more time to listen and hear the community. Throughout this summer, I've asked Mr. Teefank to schedule a series of meetings where one or more commissioners need to be present to hear from a variety of members of the community. The focus will be on communities of color, and we need to hear them. We need to hear their concerns, their issues. The most important thing we must do is listen. When appropriate, we can begin the conversation about the department's current policies and get their feedback. Finally, at some point in the future, I'd like the department to report to the commission about the key points that have happened in the last week. It may be a longer period of time depending on how long this lasts, but I'd like to hear about the areas the department responded to and areas that can be improved upon, to include access of the press to all avenues of protest. Now, this is not an exhaustive list. This is an immediate list. I do not want to claim I have all the answers. I clearly do not. I also know that some of you may feel this list does not go far enough or that it comes too late, but we have to start somewhere. And we all have to lead together. This commission, this police department, and this community will lead. Together, we can work forward and move forward on solutions to these problems. We've all seen these problems stretch from Atlanta to New York to Chicago to Minneapolis to this city. And so this commission, this police department, and this community must take steps to lead the way forward. There's a great deal of despair in our community and others, but we have to help with the healing. We cannot give up. Keep the faith, as hard as that may seem. We must keep our faith in our ideals of justice and human dignity and equality. These are the ideals that actually make us a community. And we have to make these ideals real for every person in our community. Thank you for listening to me today. I may have been the first to speak, but I know I am not the most important voice here today. I'm here today to listen. The commission will spend most of the day today listening. That's why we changed the agenda. I'm now here to listen first to my colleagues, then we'll move to the chief of police, and then colleagues. Vice President Goldsmith.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker, for your leadership. I endorse and support everything that you have said and appreciate your leadership in taking action, though I agree it feels inadequate. It does fall short. It is not enough, but it is a step forward, and I thank you for that. I hesitate to say anything today because everything has been said and it hasn't led to the change we need. But my hope is that all of this will lead to real change. This situation is heart-wrenching. There are no words to do justice to the pain and anger that so many are feeling right now, that I am feeling. Our words and our actions today will fail, as Commissioner Decker says. It will not be enough, but we must move forward. In response to the lynching of George Floyd and the killing of countless other Black people at the hands of police, I have seen beautiful and powerful protests that have made the nation stop and listen and bear witness. Diverse people from all walks of life, many of whom have not left their homes except for the grocery store in months, have come out to share their understandable anger and pain and fight for change. I've heard beautiful stories from friends of love and hope and solidarity in these protests. The civil unrest across the nation is the result of centuries of racist policies and practices that persist today, right here in our city. We have to face this. And we have to fight it like our lives depend on it, like our souls depend on it, because they do. During this weekend's protests, I've heard stories of professional, compassionate, restrained policing, even while people were throwing bottles and bricks at officers, attacking their cars. Officers have de-escalated conflict, worked to keep protesters safe from burning cars, shown solidarity by taking a knee. I do not say this to give strokes, but to call attention to what does and what does not keep people safe. I have also heard deeply disturbing accounts of unnecessary escalation and police misconduct, firing rubber bullets and using batons on peaceful protesters, arresting peaceful protesters, blocking streets so people cannot march. These incidents have to be investigated. To the public, I ask, please share these stories, these complaints with our Inspector General so that he can investigate each of these. I've asked him to do so and to come back to this commission with a report now analyzing those complaints and investigation and providing recommendations to the commission for action, and the Inspector General can share the process for that. The LAPD has begun to work to turn away from criminalization and over-policing, especially of Black and brown people, especially Black boys and men. LAPD has acknowledged the harm done over centuries of racist policing, has adopted de-escalation policy and training with real oversight and accountability. As a result, police shootings have reached a 30-year low. The LAPD now does department-wide anti-bias training, has reduced pretext stops and other suppression policing practices that target Black and brown boys and men. LAPD has invested in community policing, like the Community Safety Partnership, which has helped to reduce gang homicides and violent crime. The LAPD is a leader in implementing youth arrest diversion to keep kids out of the system. The LAPD has committed to using law enforcement as a last resort with our houseless neighbors and has significantly reduced citations and arrests of houseless people. Again, I say all of this not to give strokes, but to acknowledge the commitment by people in the department who deeply care to progress and what is actually working. But the reforms clearly have not resulted in the change we need. It has not been enough. We've heard from our Black residents and many others the harm caused by the gang database, suppression policing, pretext stops, racial profiling, unnecessary intervention, escalation and violence, all of which targets Black and brown people, especially Black boys and men. Work is underway to address these issues, but how can we do more, faster, better to end this harm? As Commissioner Decker said, I have to ask myself, what more can I do? How can I do better? And I do hope that we all ask ourselves that. How can we truly transform policing in a way that keeps everyone safe, including Black people, in a way that shows that Black lives matter? And while the pain and much of the pain and rage is caused by certain policing practices, we all know it is not just about policing. As a society and as a city, we rely too much on the police to solve all the symptoms and all the problems of racism and inequality. We need to rely less on the police and invest more in community-based alternatives to safety and peace, invest in jobs, services, and education, and others into communities, Black communities and others bearing the brunt of racism and poverty and underinvestment in this country. We need to look to those closest to the pain for the solutions. We need to lift up the voices of Black people and listen to what they need. They know better than I do what the solutions are and what must be done. And that is what is happening right now in our streets. So I am here today to listen and understand, do better, and find a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldsmith. Commissioner Bonner, would you like to go next, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. You know, I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said about the role of racism and injustice. I think anyone who's living and breathing today should not only understand that, but should do more than they've done heretofore to understand the origins of it, but how prevalent it continues to be today. I think, you know, my focus really is going to be on, continue to be on the officers themselves, and we can have a lot of continued calls for new policies and procedures, but the weak link seems to me to continue to be the behavior of individual officers in the moment, on the street in the moment. And so I see the George Floyd killing as just the latest reminder of how much work we have to do to better understand and influence and change the mindset of officers and the culture that they work within. So from my standpoint, I appreciate, took great note to the list of items that have been identified that warrant our attention. I would put a little more specific focus on it, at least in my opinion. You know, I'm focused on what I believe is policy 210.46, which speaks to the duty of officers to report misconduct. I'm going to read just briefly from that policy that says the reporting of misconduct and prevention of the escalation of misconduct are areas that demand an employee exercise courage, integrity, and decisiveness. An employee who observes serious misconduct shall take appropriate action to cause the misconduct to immediately cease. An employee's obligation to report and prevent misconduct begins at the moment the employee becomes a member of the Los Angeles Police Department, and the experience, rank, or tenure are not factors in knowing the difference between right and wrong. We do not provide an excuse for failing to take appropriate action. And I'm focused on it again because of the fact that I think when we see the kind of behavior that we saw in any of the number of incidents that have been mentioned that have occurred recently, in my view, and when I talk to a lot of people, you know, it seems to me clear that one of the best ways to try to understand and prevent and control the behavior of a bad officer is to rely more on the good officers who are there in the street and working amongst their colleagues, and probably are the best position to understand and to help address some of these problems. And so I think the department and this commission should focus on seeing what we can do to strengthen the system of accountability and accelerate that cultural change. I think the department and all of us can do more to identify and address officers who, on account of their record, their behavior, their language, whatever it is, I think are showing propensity to use violence or excessive force. And in some cases, I think we know these officers need not only monitoring, but additional training, counseling, discipline, and of course, in some cases, dismissal or even prosecution. But in any event, I think we need to include in that list of things that have been identified a top to bottom review to understand whether the failure here in Los Angeles, at least, is with the policy itself or with its implementation, its oversight and implementation. And I would expect that we would have a lot of concerns, not only on behalf of officers themselves, but also the Protective League and others who may see problematic or may find it problematic to shine further light on this issue. But I would welcome them into the conversation and say, great, you know, come with your ideas as to how we can improve the situation and get through to a better place than where we are today. So with that, I'm encouraged to see that we've revised the agenda today to hear more from the public, because I think that we can all benefit from that. And I would simply say that as we commit ourselves again to trying to seek meaningful change, we should all agree at a minimum the status quo is not an acceptable result. So with that, I'll reserve the balance of my comments and look forward to hearing further thoughts throughout our meeting today.
Thank you. Before I move on to Commissioner Soboff, there's a legal issue. Mr. Tiefenk, I understand the city attorney is with you.
Yes, Madam President, the city attorney's been with me about the last 20 minutes. So the issue is that the Zoom account is full. The city council phone is ringing busy to people because it apparently is at its capacity. So we're receiving inquiry from the media that they cannot get to the meeting, to listen to the meeting. The city attorney will now address that issue.
Good morning. I'm looking into it right now. It is obviously a problem and a concern. but I don't know if there's a remedy for it, a legal remedy, because the commission is not taking action. And so while there's a Brown Act cure for actions taken for the discussion and the conversation, I don't know if there's any other method other than try to put it out electronically somehow.
Mr. Tiefenk, is for members of the media, I don't know how many people are not able to get in or where members of the media are, but is the commission room, is it being broadcast live in the commission room?
No, it is not.
It is not.
It is, the staff is in there at the dais using that as their place to do it, but there is no broadcasting of the meeting live in the commission room.
All right, so is it the opinion of the city attorney that we move forward?
Unless there's a way to correct it and do it again. Otherwise, if you're just going to bring it back and we're going to have the same limitations, then I think you just go forward, and I'm not sure what else can be done today.
Okay, very well. I would like the commission staff to please review the list of attendees and be sure that there is no one from the department, because nobody is speaking from the department. Please be sure that they are all logged off. At the same time, if there are members of the department who are listening on city phone, please log off. There'll be a recording of this meeting that you can listen to shortly, but please log off to allow members of the public and members of the press to log in. So let me repeat, everyone in the department who is logged in on city phone to please log off to allow members of the public and members of the press to log in.
Madam President, I'm going to step away and go with the board secretary for a few minutes to see if I can facilitate that. The city attorney will be in my office.
In addition, sir, can you please find out from IT if there's any way to update, increase the number of people who are allowed to be admitted? That may mean changing our licensing requirements. I don't know if that takes minutes, days, or hours, but if it could be done, let's at least ask, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I mean, is there some kind of creative solution, like you said, the commission room, or some way that press can have access to cover this? I'm getting text messages.
Well, the press could come to the commission room and they could hear. They would social distance them if they wanted to come into that room and do that.
Well, let's see if we can make that available. I don't know if they're in the downtown area, but if they are available to go to the commission room and listen and stay socially distant, let's try and make that available.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Soboroff, I apologize for that interruption, but those are very important issues, so I know you understand, sir.
Thank you. I really have no additional words. Here, it's time to listen. It's time to take responsibility for our actions and responsibility even for actions of others. It's time for humility. It's time for apologies. It's time for self-reflection. I think every one of us has a kid that could solve this technical problem that we're having right now in 5 minutes. I apologize that only 500 people can get on. We knew that thousands of people should have been able to get on. There are conferences all over the place where more than 500 people go on. So it should start with us right now. I think we should apologize. It's a big mistake that everybody can't get on. So I want to summarize by going back to two other things. It's time to vote. And right now it's time to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're right, Mr. Soboroff. It's ridiculous we can't get everybody on. We're gonna try and fix that problem now. And I thank Mr. Tiefenk for trying to facilitate that. The chief of police's screen has gone dark. I'm not sure if that's technical issues. Chief, are you there?
Commissioner, this is Carlos.
Yes.
I don't know. I know Richard is checking right now to see if we have any technology fixes. I don't know if the commission is interested in taking a quick break to see if we can try to facilitate and get more people on.
I tell you what, there are 500 people here, at least to my knowledge, because we're at capacity. I don't know how many people are listening on city phone, and I also feel it's to keep everybody waiting. I tell you what, let me take a 5-minute pause and just see if I can get answers. Let me take 5 minutes.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
I just Googled Zoom conferences over 500. And it said that the system we have includes 500 participants, but there are software-defined video conferencing systems for any size conference room. I doubt we're going to be able to do that right now. And we'll be able to do it next time. And I just think we should apologize and take whatever break we want. But this was not rocket science.
I understand. I suspect the chief of police, who's not on screen right now, he has his hand raised though. Chief, are you there?
Probably can't get on.
He might not be able to get on. Let's just give me 5 minutes. Let me find out. I suspect the chief is trying to solve this problem and getting his IT people on this. Mr. Tiefenk, let me just see if I can get more people on, but if I can't do this quickly, I don't want to keep.
President, I believe the chief he can hear you, but he's unable to speak at this time. They're trying to fix his screen right now.
All right. All the more reason to take a few-minute pause because he is the next speaker before we go to public comment, and I think the public needs to hear from him. Also, if there is an easy fix to this technology, regardless of what's said on anybody's website, I want to try and find it. So let me just take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Department is waiting to hear. The commission room is being opened for members of the press who must engage in social distancing, obviously, for them to listen. The chief of police technology is not working clearly. He is on his way to the boardroom where he will make his presentation and he will stay there. So that is the status. As soon as the chief arrives, we will continue with our meeting. Rearranging the configuration of the room to accommodate that to get in. And in addition, the department is determining whether Channel 35 can begin an immediate broadcast of the Zoom page. So we are working all of that to create accessibility to this meeting and give us a few more moments to be able to determine if any of those solutions will work and if we can get the chief of police back online. Technology issue, and we can begin with his remarks and public comment. License for the number of attendees.
That's correct.
Which they have done, and I'm hopeful that that can be done quickly. We would like everyone to have access. I can only say that if there are members of the public who cannot sign in, the commission will stay. And as people log off, we will allow additional people to sign up for public comment, and we will stay and we will listen. That does not solve the fundamental issue that several of the commissioners have already noted, that it is unacceptable that we do not have the capacity to take more people on at this time. We will try to fix that problem and remedy it, but we will stay and listen to everybody's public comments today. That is why we reorganized the agenda so that we would use all of our time to listen. If you could get another update on where the chief of police is, Mr. Tiefenk, we've been waiting for him, and I understand it's a technology problem, but I'd like to know how many minutes out we are. People are waiting.
I will do so.
Thank you, sir. Regrettably, it will be a few more minutes, members of the public and commissioners. The chief is on his way back to the boardroom. They thought they had the technology fixed. It is not. He'll present from the Police Commission boardroom.
Madam President, I checked on the chief's status. He will be online shortly.
I see members of the public. I see that the chief of police has joined us in the police commission room. Let me just update everyone on where we are at with trying to get more capacity to have more people join. An emergency request was made to the platform to increase the department's license so that we can get more than 500 people on this line. I understand City Phone also has a maximum number of people, and people are getting busy signals. Members of the media can call Juan Garcia at the Police Commission office. His number was given out previously in order to gain access. The Police Commission room at the Police Administration Building has been open for members of the media. If you want to listen to the broadcast, and Channel 35 has been asked if they can broadcast this Zoom meeting in order to allow greater accessibility. My profound apologies for this. We were up to the report of the Chief of Police. Following the report of the Chief of Police, we will take public comment. Chief.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I join with you in this this moment of just, we're in a difficult time on a number, so many different levels. And of course, this morning, our efforts were to focus on this most pressing matter before us, and this, with the tragic death of George Floyd and the aftermath of that, the civil unrest that we're in the midst of. And yet something as normal and typical as hosting of a Board of Police Commissions meeting and allowing the public to both see and hear and participate in the most valuable function of the responsibility of public government, which is in this democracy, which is to hear from our various members of our communities, is thwarted, is impacted by this pandemic, this other emergency. And I join with you in the profound apologies. This is not purposeful, the limit of this in execution. I'm working with Deputy Chief John McMahon to, as you said, expand this to 10,000 members, to move this quickly. We're establishing and scrambling to have the media have access through a microphone to this event, to the circumstances, so that they can hear, and the transparency of our operation and our response and what steps we take forward can be known and can be understood. If you could forgive me for just one moment, I want to make sure that I'm in a room that is other individuals that are scrambling in order to make happen what I've just talked about. So I'm going to ask the public, if you hear remarks in the background or otherwise, it is not an intention to make this less significant. It is an effort to scramble to find a way to ensure that we're as transparent as possible. That is our responsibility and our obligation. And as unorganized as it may be, it's an effort to actually deliver. Now with this, I typically each week, as you know, provide an update on significant activities. I talk about crime. I also talk about traffic, our personnel strength. And today, what I'd like to do is as the commission has, is listen more than talk. So with that, I intend for my remarks to talk about two critical areas. One, of course, is that each week I'm committed to talking about the aspects of an officer-involved shooting, should one occur, in custody death, and what the facts and circumstances as we know them today are as a matter of for public awareness. Most recently, I've talked about the COVID pandemic and then crime and other matters. Today, I'm going to limit my remarks to officer-involved shootings and into the significant matter of this before us, which deals with the aftermath of the death of George Floyd. So let me first say, in the last 2 weeks since we last met, we have had 4 officer-involved shootings. That makes 13 officer-involved shootings year to date, versus 10 last year. And with that, we are still below our 4-year average. However, it is troubling is that we have this many officer-involved shootings and the facts and circumstances surrounding them. And I'm going to provide the public with those circumstances now. On the 27th of May at approximately 11:35 in the morning, uniformed officers from North Hollywood Division responded to a neighbor dispute. It was a radio call in the 6400 block of Elmer Avenue. There, upon their arrival, they met with persons reporting that there was an individual later identified as 50-year-old Romel Mendoza who had caused the disturbance. He had returned to his residence at that location. As the officers approached Mendoza's residence, they eventually moved back to his rear in order to locate him. They made contact with him verbally through a window, and he became verbally aggressive and actually stepped out and moved towards the officer, carrying a wide-bladed sword and ordering the officers to shoot him. As he moved towards the officers redeployed. They pulled back to increase distance between the safety of them and him. He continued his approach, and officers were able to move out to the street and made a request for help and took cover behind their vehicles as Mr. Mendoza followed them while still armed with a sword. Additional units responded, and officers continued to order and direct and attempt to establish dialogue with Mendoza to drop the sword. Mr. Mendoza failed to comply and then returned to his property. With the arrival of additional units, the tactical plan was put in motion, which included personnel that were designated officers with less lethal, a communications officer, and with the assistance of the LAPD air unit. Approximately 12:15, Mr. Mendoza returned to the street. He was still armed with a sword. And despite numerous commands, Mr. Mendoza refused to surrender and began to advance towards the officers, which resulted in a discharge of a 40mm less lethal launcher. This is a less lethal tool, as well as an officer-involved shooting. Mr. Mendoza was struck by gunfire and fell to the ground. where he was taken into custody without further incident. Fire department responded to the scene and rendered aid, but Mr. Mendoza unfortunately died and was pronounced deceased. Coroner's office responded, positively identified him, and made the notification to his next of kin. This result of this officer-involved shooting, as in each instance, was a response to the Inspector General, the LA County officer-involved shooting team, as well as the investigation by Force Investigation Division. Regarding the second incident, it was on the 30th of May at approximately 1:50 a.m. in the morning, where uniformed officers assigned to crowd control duties in the area of 6th and South Broadway. This was during the protests and activities stemming from this last week. And as officers were positioned on skirmish line, blocking an intersection, an individual later identified as Mr. Richard Dotson drove his vehicle eastbound on 6th Street towards the officers. One of the officers positioned on the west side of the intersection fired a 40-millimeter less lethal launcher at the suspect to stop him. The round penetrated the front passenger window of the vehicle. Mr. Dotson continued his vehicle eastbound across the intersection towards the officers on the other side of the intersection. There, an officer positioned fired his pistol in immediate defense of life. Mr. Dotson continued driving a short distance before stopping his vehicle, where he was ultimately taken in custody without further incident. There were no other occupants inside with Mr. Dotson. There were no officers injured in this incident, and Mr. Dotson was not struck by the gunfire or the 40-millimeter round. He did receive medical treatment, and he was cleared and booked for attempt murder on a police officer. Mr. Dotson is described as a male black, approximately 49 years of age. I want to update on the other individual in regards to my remark, because I was reading from a statement that did not have the ethnicity. Is Mr. Ramon Mendoza was a male Filipino. In regards to the third incident, this happened on the 31st of May, involving Olympic patrol officers. There, those uniformed patrol officers responded to a radio call of a female suspect, female individuals that were stabbing another female. Communications advised the suspect, later identified as Sandra Ochoa, female Hispanic, approximately 30 years of age, was now cutting the victim's throat with a knife. As the officers arrived, they were directed by several citizens to the front porch of in the 650 block of North Wilton. The officers approached the location and observed the victim on the ground, appearing unresponsive, with Ms. Ochoa on top of the victim, continuing to stab her. The officers ordered her to stop, however, she continued, and that resulted in an officer-involved shooting. Ms. Ochoa dropped the weapon and began to walk into her apartment, where she was later taken into custody. Ms. Ochoa suffered a gunshot wound to her left leg. She was transported to a nearby hospital, treated, and released for booking. There's some evidence to support that Ms. Ochoa was suffering from mental illness. The victim, unfortunately, was declared deceased by the fire department because of stab wounds. She was not struck by gunfire. A bloody pen and scissors were located at the scene. There were no officers injured. Force Investigation Division responded to the scene and is handling the administrative investigation. Our West Bureau homicide resources are handling the homicide we believe committed by Ms. Sandra Ochoa. And the DA's rollout team, as well as the Inspector General's office, responded and will conduct their investigation and oversee ours. The fourth incident occurred last night, just this most recent one at 21:25 hours, 9:25 at night. And it occurred in the area of 22nd and Vermont Avenue. There, Southwest Narcotic Enforcement officers, plainclothes and unmarked vehicle, drove through the Chevron gas station at the 22nd Street and Vermont intersection. There were three males that were standing near a vehicle while one of them was pumping gas. And officers drove out of the gas station. One of the individuals, two individuals actually retrieved handguns reportedly from the trunk of their vehicles. We have a video depicting the first individual seen holding a handgun in a shooting position. Additional Southwest Narcotic Enforcement Detail officers arrived in a second unmarked vehicle and pulled into the same Chevron gas station. Before the officers exited the vehicle, the two individuals armed with firearms began firing at that second unmarked vehicle, striking the vehicle. 5 officers returned fire, striking one of the suspects. All 3 individuals were taken into custody, with one receiving 2 gunshot wounds to his hip. One of the officers sustained a gunshot wound, a graze wound to his left thigh. Fortunately, he was treated at scene and did not require transportation from the scene for further medical treatment. As a result of this incident, arrested for attempted murder was a Dazon Blue, resident of Palmdale, a male black, 19 years of age. Second individual arrested for attempted murder was a Mr. Mesquite Jones, male black, 18 years of age. And the third individual that was there was identified as Mr. Damone Herring. He's a resident of Palmdale, 19 years, a male black. So with those 4, I'll be happy to answer any questions or hear from commissioners. That's our initial understanding of those. Each of these instances will result in a release of a critical incident video, which will include any body-worn video, closed-circuit television, or other evidence that we have at the point in time in which we produce that video and release it for the public to review the facts and circumstances. Now, as I said before, I typically would report on crime in the COVID pandemic, both of which are ongoing concerns as our primary function in the public safety is that those are significant matters of concern. And generally, crime in the city of Los Angeles continues to be at lower levels than last year. Certainly, the pandemic had its initial impact on lowering violent crime. While we've seen some of those levels return to more typical levels, rather than going to those statistics today, I'd like to move into the most pressing matter before us.
Please, Chief. I think everybody's waiting for that particular portion of your report.
So last week on Monday, that evening, we began seeing reports regarding the death of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police officers. And in the aftermath of his death, myself and others and people from throughout the country saw the video that was displayed, was greatly disturbed by it and troubled by the images. And we sought to reassure and communicate clearly that those images that we witnessed, along with the rest of America, were horrible. It was disgusting and without justification. Additionally, we sought to reach out to our communities, as we do, and communicate about that outrage and about those circumstances were not something that we believe did anything other than tear at the very fabric of trust between the Los Angeles Police Department, between police and the communities in which we're sworn to uphold. As we attempted to, and as we went about those activities, we saw demonstrations which we see in the city from time to time, frequently about the city. And on Wednesday, there was a demonstration that started in the Hall of Justice and then moved north or south to the Metropolitan Detention Center, and then ultimately entered the freeway. It was widely broadcasted in the evening hours, and a CHP unit a couple of CHP units were caught into that group. There was some striking images of assault on that vehicle attempting to flee, and an individual that was a protester that fell to the ground and appeared to be gravely injured. I'm happy to report that that individual did not suffer what initially appeared to be grave injuries, and in fact, it was conscious and was transported. And that protest then moved back to the streets and was ultimately resolved itself, though we did manage over a period of hours in the aftermath. In the Thursday and then since to today, we have seen a growing series of demonstrations and protests. And attempts by the department have been to facilitate those demonstrations. And each day, however, we have seen in those demonstrations not just additional demonstrations, but escalations well beyond a peaceful demonstration, well beyond a simple civil disobedience, to include instances of property damage and then violent assaults. These are, of course, instances I'm talking about, widely distributed Friday, Saturday, Sunday, through last night. The department's response and my oversight, my responsibility, has been to ensure that we reestablish order while we facilitate the lawful expression and the needed expression of outrage and concern. That we provide for the safety of everyone involved. And that when violence escalates, including the assault on officers, arson, widespread looting in the downtown and Fairfax areas of this past Friday and Saturday, that we see officers be sustaining injuries, the loss of property, that the department needed to resort to stronger methods. We increased our deployment. We began blocking protesters, communicating with protesters. Efforts were to convey to them the need for peace and our interest in facilitating their lawful expression, but that we could not allow the safety of our officers or the public to be jeopardized. Over the course of Friday and Saturday night, I was on scene on much of the activities of the protests, and over the course of the day and evening and into the early morning hours. And we took steps that we have not taken in decades to increase our deployment, to increase the number of personnel available and our resources to try to counter the impact of this violence in our neighborhoods. I am thankful that Sunday we saw a reduction in the violence of the city. However, instances of violence and looting spread to nearby cities. Over the preceding days, we've seen a number of peaceful protests and demonstrations. However, each day has also seen the continued instances of burglaries and looting of businesses in various parts of the city. This increasing shifting of our personnel to address public safety has now resulted in the full expansion of our sworn mobilization. As a reminder, this department was already dealing with the pandemic, which was taxing us in many ways. But now, in the first time in decades, every sworn member of the Los Angeles Police Department is working. Their days off been canceled, and they are here. Additionally, we sought additional strategies, such as the mayor establishing a nighttime curfew, as well as the deployment of members of the National Guard. These extraordinary steps has allowed the department, I believe, to have a presence in the field, to work and facilitate lawful demonstrations and protests, but also counter the instances of violence, arson, and looting. Additionally, at the same time, the department has continued, myself and others, as well as elected officials and community leaders, to encourage protesters and others to de-escalate, to maintain peace, to express this outrage that all of us share in the circumstances of not just this circumstance, but of the past that is so much brought to bear here as frustration, for that to be done in a peaceful fashion. I want to speak briefly about that and more, but I want to give you a couple of statistics. To date, with this civil unrest, we have seen 27 of our department personnel injured, with 2 hospitalized. I'm thankful that both of the hospitalizations, one for a fractured skull, another one for a broken knee, have been released from the hospital and are home recovering. I do not have the number of injuries that are related to protesters, though we're working with the fire department and will continue to seek to identify those individuals. Our enforcement efforts to restore order, to identify those responsible for the arson, the vandalism, and burglaries and looting, as well as to enforce the curfew and to compel during times of unlawful assembly and for people to leave the area that is dangerous and unsafe, has resulted in more than 2,700 arrests, with the vast majority, about approximately 2,500, either a failure to disperse or curfew. The remaining ones are regarding burglary and looting, breaking into stores, stealing of items, but also assaults on police officers. We have an attempt murder and other violence that has occurred. In addition, we have 66 of our vehicle fleet that have been damaged significantly, with 7 of them burned. That's approximately $750,000 in loss. The structural damage from this unrest is still being determined and will be a matter that we will bring back before the commission through our Emergency Operations Center. Our building safety resources of the city are still surveying areas. Yesterday's report that I received indicated over 100 structures that had been impacted by damage, with a number of those burned structures. 71 tons of debris have been recovered, removed from the street by our street services from the public street sidewalks. Now, myself and the department, we're going to continue to provide updates on the various aspects of this civil unrest, as well as continue to evaluate our strategies and tactics, what we're employing to try to maintain the safety of everyone. And most importantly will be our emphasis on continuing to outreach to all of our communities and encouraging all of our civic leaders to marshal their communities to step forward to stop the violence. And I heard clearly early on, along my course of being in the field, as well as accounts today by the commissioners, regarding concerns and reports of individuals who believe officers have used excessive force or other misconduct. I want to assure you that we will investigate each complaint. And I promise to hold accountable anyone who violates our policy or commits other misconduct. This mobilization has resulted in not just uniformed officers on the field being increased and being present in an effort to facilitate and manage protests and demonstrations, and to interrupt and disrupt and prevent acts of violence, but we also have mobilized our internal affairs investigators and are working 24 hours a day and are available to and will respond to complaints of misconduct and conduct those investigations. I also know that the Inspector General's office stands ready similarly to take those reports, and I'm well aware the commission will as well. And I'm committed to pursuing those investigations each to its completion and determine if misconduct was occurred. This last week has been filled with profound sadness over the death of George Floyd, a man whose life mattered and whose life was taken away by the criminal actions of the police officers seen in that infamous video. Understanding anger, frustration, rebellion against the law enforcement, including LAPD, that as a profession is seen in far too many communities through the same lens I saw as I watched a video of uniformed Minneapolis police officers without emotion, compassion, or regard for the value of human life ignore the pleas of a dying man. I hear, I see, and as our men and women are as well, as all of us are witnessing, and this is a profound day, and it's a terrible set of circumstances. In the days that followed, we've witnessed this outpouring of emotion across the city and the nation, and I support many aspects of that outpouring, as does the men and women of this department. We have and will continue everything possible within our ability to facilitate protests and demonstrations. This last week, I've witnessed firsthand those tens of thousands of protesters hurting, crying, and anguish over the murder of Mr. Floyd. But I also know that that murder is only the latest episode of racism, hate, and disregard for people whose for people's lives of color. We have also seen individuals resort to violence and attacks, proposed to be justified by the murder of Mr. Floyd in the centuries of mistreatment and abuse. Regrettably, we're now in a time of civil unrest I prayed I would never see again. Violence, destruction, loss of with such enormous consequences. As a profession, a department of police officer, these circumstances are horrific. Now this morning as the sun rose, I prayed for a new day that finds us in a place where we can stop the violence and truly focus on the reforms that must continue and must be strengthened. Much of what this commissioner spoke to this morning. As a department, I know every member hopes and prays for such circumstances. As chief, my responsibility and commitment is to ensure these reforms and the needed investment in our most disadvantaged communities are identified, pursued, and accomplished. There are numerous protests and demonstrations slated across this great city today. Many are going on as we speak. We stand ready to ensure the safety of each one, as well as the safety of all of our communities. Now, before I close, there's another matter I must address, and that is yesterday during the course of a press conference, I made a terrible mistake and misspoke regarding the death of Mr. George Floyd. And while I immediately sought to clarify remarks, I want to bring that issue up here yet again today. Looting is in no way comparable to his murder. My remarks were meant to convey my frustration with those who, as they committed violence, attempted to justify their actions. I misspoke and I did so terribly. I apologize and I am sorry. And while I understand that there are those that are not able to accept my apology, I'm hopeful that my words and deeds, as well as those of the department, will show others the genuineness of our intentions, our values, and our beliefs. I must move forward to ensure this department and its people are focused and committed to peace, to protect our citizens, its residents, visitors, and businesses, to ensure the safety of each protester, community member, firefighter, and police officer. We stand ready for a brighter day today. And I know with this commission and with the people of Los Angeles that we can work together for a better Los Angeles, a safer Los Angeles, and we can address the societal ills that have had such a devastating impact on our African-American communities, particularly young men and young men of color. And as police chief, I'm sworn and I'm committed to ensuring that the policing in the 21st century continues to evolve and improve on these attributes, and that the death of Mr. Floyd is not just another chapter that will be sometime later referenced as an opportunity that was missed, but will be a circumstance that we can look back on and say, it propelled us to a greatness, to an ability to treat every American, every individual on the basis of their human dignity, their rights, their value, which is on par with everyone. There is no one that should feel oppressed or suppressed by policing or by our society. And I know today that that is not the facts and circumstances, and I'm committed to change that. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, we traditionally take questions at this time, but I am very mindful we have been keeping members of the public waiting. There are a number of people in queue. If any commissioner must ask a question, I do not want to stop that process. However, I would like to get to public comment as soon as possible. Commissioners, any urgent questions?
Yes, I just very briefly, I just want to note, Chief, that we spoke briefly at the last meeting, that even preceded the Floyd incident, about the accountability systems in the department, and you described the teams and REMAC and some of those systems, and I just want to underscore that again, but and emphasize what I understand to be your commitment to work with us in reviewing that set of issues. And then quickly, if you could comment before we move on to public comment, is that video that being used in the department to underscore this message that officers have this responsibility to intervene in the face of excessive force?
Yes, so let me address quickly both points. The team system, which is a risk management system to identify at-risk behaviors and have early intervention and effective, identify those that can be trained and rehabilitated, and also identify those that no longer should be a member of this organization. I'm committed to working with this commission to ensure that monitoring, that program does exactly as it accomplishes it. And I'm happy to hear the commission's, one of its agenda items today going forward is to ensure that this department is held accountable to the exercising its risk management systems to do just that. Secondly, as to the video itself, a video that I believe is every American and every person in this world has access to, but we will certainly use it as an opportunity and also an obligation, as you know, this commission, as well as the state law, identifying the expectation that people intercede, that an officer that is abusing his authority or her authority, that is misusing their role as a police officer, that is in committing excessive or unnecessary force, must be stopped, and that we expect officers to intercede. And that is that video will become a part of that, as will reaffirmation of our policy And most importantly, is us holding our officers and ourselves accountable, that when such facts and circumstances are known, that it's not just the officer who's abusing the individual, misusing or conducting excessive force, but those around them are also held accountable.
Thank you, and thank you. And then lastly, I just say that I think we all probably have a lot of questions about the response to the protest and how that is playing out, and would just say that I'm hoping and assuming at the appropriate time we'll have the opportunity for a thorough after-action review, if you will, to understand really what the department's response and posture has been, and what we can learn from that as well.
Yes, any event of this magnitude will require an extensive after-action report, not just for LAPD, but for the whole of city and the whole of government. We are looking at our actions each day, however, and we're making adjustments and modifications, but ultimately there will be a formal report that will talk about the chronology, the situation, the responses, the strategies, those outcomes, lessons learned, mistakes made, success achieved.
Thank you.
That report will be brought back before the commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Other questions before I can move to public comment? Thank you. Members of the public, I understand we have been successful in getting the platform to increase our capacity. The numbers have been growing for a while. If you are aware of any individual who is unable to sign in on the Zoom account, please alert them that they should be able to gain access now. Thank you for your patience. If you are attending this meeting and you are on Zoom, you can indicate that you wish to speak by raising the icon of the hand, and you will be put automatically in queue. If you are on a phone number and you called in on the number listed on the agenda and you press *9, please, you will also be added to the queue. There are a number of people in queue. I believe everyone is aware of the rules. It's a 2-minute time period. Please plan your remarks. We will listen to everyone, but please plan your remarks accordingly because we want to ensure that we give everyone a chance. Speaking for myself and the commission, we will stay and listen. I am not going to close public comment for quite some time. Traditionally, after the chief's report, we would close public comment and we would take the people in queue. I'm going to leave it open so we can listen to everyone today. Madam Secretary, please begin the public comment process. Madam Secretary. I see Mr. Teefank has left to see if he can.
I will check with the secretary in just a moment, ma'am. Just to clarify, this will be public comment on the chief's report.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be right back.
Yeah, because even though we understood it.
Is the Secretary of the Commission online, capable of unmuting her phone to begin the public comment process, please?
Madam President, we're going to change seats so that the secretary can administer and be heard, and I'll monitor from a different screen. Give me one
Thank you,
moment.
Chief.
Okay, thank you. The first 3 speakers, we have Z-Dog, Jessica Craven, and Gina Viola. One moment. Okay, I don't see Z-Dogs. I will call Jessica Craven. Please go ahead.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jessica Craven. I am a member of White People for Black Lives. I am also a newly elected member of the California Democratic Party County Central Commission in AD 51. First of all, I want to say that it is wildly frustrating, and I know you have all apologized, but I have to say that the fact that you did not foresee having more than 500 people come to this meeting is a sort of breathtaking lapse in responsibility and sort of emblematic of the larger problem, which is that I don't really think that you actually all do want to hear from us. And I don't know that what we needed today was to hear a long sort of PR statement from Chief Moore, to be totally honest. We are frustrated, we are angry, and frankly, I should not even be talking because I would like to be hearing from Black members of our community. But since I am here and I have the privilege to speak, I'm going to say that Chief Moore should be fired. And the police commission isn't an oversight board if you aren't actively pushing for this. Blaming protesters for George Floyd's death is bad, it's horrible, but also continued refusal to do anything about cops who kill, his officers running people down in traffic, shooting protesters with rubber bullets and tear gas. And I want to be really clear. I spoke to many people who attended these protests. All of them said it was peaceful until the police turned up. You guys are running a guerrilla organization, and please don't pretend otherwise. Of course there are good officers, but my God, when it turns out that the police are the ones causing the mayhem at protests, we have a huge problem here. Also, the LAPD has shot at least 3 people in 5 days, including 1 fatally. So I would really just like to say again, who are the ones causing violence in the streets? And I will just close by saying it seems that the chief and the media that does his bidding basically are confused about what violence is. You guys are decrying broken windows as violence. You purposely try to take attention away from the actual violence of your rubber bullets, tear gas, hit and runs, assaults, and shootings. Those are violence. And deploying the National Guard against Angelenos is violence. We are upset. Things need to change dramatically, and they need to change now.
Your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. Please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Gina Viola, followed by Kim. Gina Viola, please go ahead.
I don't see her pulled up, Madam Secretary. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Chief, I know that you have apologized over and over again for the statement that you made last night that the looters have as much blood on their hands for the killing of George Floyd as the police who actually killed him. But what this tells us, and what you're telling the community when you say things like this, is that you are finding a way to blame community members for why police murder. And you are currently sitting at the top of the most murderous police force in the country. You are all sitting here demanding accountability for officers that killed a man in Minnesota. However, you do nothing about officers that kill repeatedly here in Los Angeles. What about the officers who executed Grishario Mack? By some small miracle, this commission did the right thing and found those officers out of policy, Ryan Lee and Martin Robles. And what have you done, Chief Moore, to hold them accountable? The civil unrest in Los Angeles is not about Minnesota. It's about Los Angeles. You are not holding Los Angeles police officers accountable for anything that they do. And that's why people are rising up. We have been here in this room. You all know my face because you've seen it for years now. I've come week after week, along with members of other organizations like Stop LAPD Spying, Black Lives Matter, organizations you've barely given any voice to, trying to do your jobs for you and tell you what's going on in the streets. Now you're seeing it firsthand. Chief, you need to step down. You need to resign, or this commission needs to do its job and fire you because you clearly cannot do it. You cannot hold officers accountable for anything that they do. I've been to the protests. I've been on Cop Watch. I watched the violence escalated when the police arrived. Every single time.
Your time is up. Thank you. The next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kim, followed by Adam Smith. Kim, please go ahead.
Hi, just really quickly, I want to really agree with the two previous speakers. And I am not a regular activist. I just want to speak my personal experience. I'm a Korean American born and raised in Los Angeles. My family were store owners in Koreatown during the '92 unrest, and we are still store owners there. And I was a young teen in '92, but I recall very vividly everything that happened and what I thought. And there's this fetishized version of that uprising of Korean store owners on rooftops with guns. And while that was happening in places, I want you to understand my perspective, that though I was scared, I did not express anger at the looters or the Black community, because even as a young person, it was clear that what was happening out of an understandable deep rage. I was mad at the LAPD, extremely mad at the LAPD for causing the situation and handling it so utterly and completely. So now in 2020, I'm absolutely once again clear-sighted enough to know that I need to be laser focusing my anger and frustration at the true culprit, the gross mishandling by the LAPD of the justifiable public outrage in the form of protests. And you can continue to paper over what happened as you have done here today. This is my first time at a commission meeting, and it's clearly just a papering over of like reality. But I watched live the police show up ready for a fight and escalate situation after situation. And if you are in any way serious about serious change, Chief Moore has got to go. Given the insane amount of money the LAPD continues to hoard from the city budget, he is absolutely just inexcusably terrible at his job. That's all I have.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Adam Smith.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to listen to the commissioners and the chief reading your purportedly heartfelt pre-written statements lamenting about the loss of Black life, and specifically that of George Floyd. George Floyd's murder was and is and will continue to be a travesty, and will live as an example of what policing is and always has been in this country: cold, violent, and anti-Black. The fact that commissioners are talking about Black lives today and talking about a quote unquote way forward rings incredibly hollow. Organizers from Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, as well as Stop LAPD Spying and the Los Angeles Community Action Network and others, have been attending these weekly meetings for years. The community has and continues to lift up the anti-Blackness that permeates from the institution of the LAPD, from its founding to today's community policing programs that Commissioner Goldsmith referenced during her earlier performance. From Grishario Mack to Ezell Ford to Kenny Watkins to Brendan Glenn to Eric Rivera, Jesse Romero, Victor Valencia, Charlie Africa, Waukesha Wilson, and literally hundreds of others, the community has continued to call out the anti-Black, anti-brown, anti-poor violence of the LAPD. This is the culture of your LAPD, and it's the culture of American policing. To hear you commissioners today, who are tasked with being, according to the LAPD website, the quote unquote civilian voice in police affairs, talk about how you understand and how things need to change and how you all must look inward, that erases the years of organizing that has pushed you to act and that you've refused to act upon. It erases the voices of the mothers like Catherine Walker and Valerie Rivera and Lisa Hines and so many more that come to these meetings weekly to express their pain. Not only are your seemingly emotional statements given today much too late, they're a masterclass in erasure and disingenuity, and you should all be ashamed of yourself.
Next speaker, please.
Holly Pearson. Holly Pearson. Go ahead. Holly Pearson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. I just want to make a note that there is just such a clear, and again, once again, I should not be a person speaking today, but I was able to get a queue in line, and it is a huge, appalling embarrassment that we had 45 minutes of tech issues before we were able to even hear anyone speak, let alone the public have their voice. Secondly, I would like to draw attention to the very clear opposition that when white protesters, majority white protesters in Los Angeles were protesting in Santa Monica for wearing masks and for being quarantined, the use of force was non-existent. The use of rubber bullets and the use of, it's non-existent. And now you see true outrage that has been built in the fabric of our society forever. has finally come to the surface, and the use of force is so excessive, it's proving its own point and then some. And I'm going to yield my time because I truly don't actually have the right to speak here, and I want to hear from more Black voices, and I yield my time.
Next speaker, please.
Speaker is T. T, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Y'all need to keep George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery's out of your mouth. When you don't address the 600 plus people that the LAPD has murdered here with zero accountability, even when found out of policy, in the case of Grishario Mack and Albert Moore Dorsey, those officers are still on the job. How dare you? How dare you even talk about change and how you want to reform things? You guys are, this is unacceptable. And you descended upon peaceful protesters with elders and children there. Children there, you ambushed us with rubber bullets, batons, and spray, okay? You guys ambushed us. There were children there. And Chief Moore absolutely needs to be fired. Lack of leadership and accountability. He's blaming the protesters. He's blaming the protesters for George Floyd's death. Are you kidding me? There are 600 people that have been murdered by LAPD, and y'all sit there complicit. Zelalem Inouyentu, Keisha Michael, Marquinton Sandlin, AJ Weber, Jesse Romero, who is 14, Eric Rivera, Waukesha Wilson, Anthony Vargas, John Horton, Dennis Todd Rogers, Albert Ramon Dorsey, Kenneth Ross Jr., Christian Escobedo, Kenneth Ross Jr., Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Brother Africa, Kenny Watkins. You talk about violence, the violence is by your pigs, not us. Stop with your empty words. We need to hold these people accountable for their misconduct and their violence. Chief Moore needs to be fired. That concludes my comment. And
the next speaker, George Grunauer. George Grunauer.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Hi, yeah. I just want to thank the chief of police for wasting everybody's time in this greatest time of need. I think he absolutely should be fired. The commissioner, all of you should be doing your job and making sure that this man no longer shows up. We need to defund the police department immediately. We need to find ways to create community-based system. We don't need these people anymore killing our folks in the streets, killing Black and brown people. This man can't even look at us while we're talking, while the community speaks. He's just looking down at his fucking phone, texting, doing whatever the fuck. Yeah, look at me, motherfucker. I'm talking to you. We're all talking to you. We're tired of your shit. You're over here hitting and running protesters. We got it all on tape. You're over here shooting at media people that are just minding their own business too. We got it all, baby, and we're still recording you. So we need to get rid of this man. We need to get rid of these fucking pigs. And that's all I gotta say. We need to hear more from the community. Stop wasting our time, Chief of Police, and stop killing us.
Thank you. The next speaker, Jocelyn Tucker. Jocelyn Tucker.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. This is embarrassingly my first time attending or participating in a police commission meeting. I do know those who have been participating week after week or month after month for years. Your words are falling on deaf ears because it's all flowery and nice to hear, but they're meaningless. When you say violence does not solve anything, I disagree, because I wholeheartedly, with every fiber in my being, believe that had not there been this violence, we would not be sitting here right now talking about what we're talking about. Chief, I'm embarrassed to say on live TV that the blood of George Floyd falls on the head of the looters is embarrassing. It's appalling. I get it. It was your knee-jerk reaction. But if that's your knee-jerk reaction, then you're not in the right job. I think you need to seriously consider resigning and allowing somebody who's better suited for this position to take over. Commissioners, you really need to look at someone who's more able to handle what's going on in our community, in our society, and does not continually blame the persecuted for the problems of the society. It really was embarrassing to hear you say that and then try to clean it up and apologize, but too late. The words were already out. It was already spoken. It was recorded. It was heard. So please do your city that you love so much a favor. Step down and allow somebody else who's better suited, that can do a better job for our city, take over and do the job. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zach Sherwin. Zach Sherwin, go ahead, please.
All right. You know, I hope people who are hearing Chief Moore talk for the first time today and hearing these commissioners speak with all this grave concern and distress visible on their faces and audible in their voices, you know, there's this greater context for these remarks, and Chief, your words do ring so hollow. Hearing you say the name George Floyd and express all this sentiment when you have not prosecuted Ryan Lee and Martin Robles for the killing of Grishario Mack in your own city, those are names that deserve to be just as infamous as Derek Chauvin's. This commission found them out of policy, and you haven't done anything about it. Nor have you acted in the killings of so many Black and brown men: Eric Rivera, Albert Ramon Dorsey, Keith Bursey, Kenny Watkins, Ezel Ford, Brendan Glenn, Jesse Romero, Waukesha Wilson, on and on and on. How dare you, Chief Moore? I'm quoting you from before because I typed it as you said it. We will investigate each complaint, and I promise to hold accountable anyone who violates our policy or commits misconduct. You sure haven't set a great precedent of that with the way you've handled Lee and Robles in the murder of Grishario Mack. Shame on you. It's us holding ourselves accountable, you said about this moment. Damn your soul, Chief Moore. Commissioners, this is your moment. I am absolutely sickened by what this police department has done. That video of the SUV alone should just precipitate an apocalypse for this department. Moore, get out of your office. You know you fucked up. That thing you said about George Floyd on TV, too late. You don't get to take it back. Commissioners, this is your chance to do something. Steve Soboroff, be as furious about what this police department that you're tasked with overseeing, be as furious as what's going on with them as you are about the tech on this disgrace of a Zoom meeting. Commissioners, this is your time to do something. Chief Moore, shame on you. Shame on you. That concludes my remarks.
Okay. The next speaker is Samantha Gillen. Samantha Gillen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Samantha Gillen. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. I want to second everybody who has spoken before me. And I also want to say that I've been to the protests downtown. The police force is completely militarized down there. I was at a protest yesterday, and there were hundreds and hundreds of cops, Humvees, army-clad people swarming these protests of peaceful demonstration. And I just think that's unacceptable. People are scared. We don't need more violence from you guys. And that's all. I'll yield my time.
The next speaker, Laura Espinosa. Laura Espinosa, please go ahead.
Hi, I was born and raised in East LA, and I'm very concerned about the militarization of my town. I think it's great that you're reviewing policy and have set deadlines for June to present reports, but we keep hearing go home and vote, but we aren't hearing immediate tangible solutions to calm the masses at this time. You have influence and a responsibility to attain prosecution of all of George Floyd's killers and all other murderous cops that the people before me mentioned. Please help us lower the federal standards so we could bring criminal charges against cops who murder our people. Help us limit immunity so we can hold accountable those who allow bad cops to continue abusing our communities. Help us create a national database of officers who commit bad acts. Currently, a cop can murder someone and be fired and go to a different town and still be cops. Please help us with your influence and give us immediate, tangible solutions. That's it.
The next speaker, Jorge Echevarria. Jorge Echevarria, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to say that you should all be ashamed of yourselves. You took 45 minutes to make comments that don't mean anything. I want to second that if you all really take your job seriously, you will fire this man. He will not hold anybody accountable up to this point, as evidenced by all the violence at the protest caused by all the police officers. And I would like to give my time to another Black community member. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lexi Underwood.
Hi, I am a 16-year-old young Black woman, and I just want to propose the question. Do you know the trauma behind watching countless Black men and women be killed by racist police officers? I was at the protest on Saturday. I chose to exercise my First Amendment right as an American citizen, along with hundreds of other people, to stand in solidarity to end the systematic racism that is in this country. As we yelled the names of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery, police officers laughed at us. They laughed in our faces. They shot at just countless peaceful protesters. Your officers were the ones that were being violent with us. There were children in the crowd. There were elderly women and men in the crowd. I saw people ducking behind cars. People were running. And you are seriously going to sit here and say that it is our fault that an innocent Black man was suffocated to death? You should all be ashamed of yourselves. I'm 16 years old, and I know more than all of you. The fact that I can speak up about this type of shit, and you guys are in, what, your 50s, and can't even bring justice to all the countless Black men and women that have been killed? This has been a fight for as long as, since the beginning of time. You all said this when Trayvon Martin was killed. You said this when Eric Garner was killed. You've been saying this for years. So what are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do? Is this just gonna be a thing that you pass over? This is just a simple conversation that you have, and then everything goes back to normal? You should all be incredibly ashamed of yourselves. I'm done, thank you.
The next speaker, Margaret Oakley. Margaret Oakley, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm live streaming this on Instagram, and I have about a dozen people that have contributed. So these are collective comments. I want to thank everyone. First of all, I just want to say personally, martial law is not going to bring about a just and equitable society. The collective top concerns were regarding the complete loss of faith and trust in the police to protect the public. What steps are you taking to actually regain any sense of this trust? We're deeply concerned with the attack on the First Amendment rights. What steps are you taking to protect peaceful protesters? Racial bias is incredibly strong in the policing of these protests. What steps are you taking to guard against racial bias today? Today, we just got an alert, 6 p.m. curfew today. Accountability and excessive force. There needs to be transparency. We need completely independent review boards for any and all injuries or deaths resulting from actions by on or off-duty officers. And the people's budget. How are you working toward community care and nonviolent social protection? That hasn't even been addressed. And curfew times have been announced with very little notice. People don't have time to get home. There was a sense of entrapment last night in downtown LA. None of this is being addressed. please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Colleen Goldberg. Colleen Goldberg, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for holding this meeting and adjusting the agenda to address the current climate we are in. I appreciate the intention of the statements made by Commissioner Decker, Commissioner Goldsmith, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Soboroff, and Chief of Police Moore, but they are empty and meaningless without actual programs that are proven to reduce police violence. Furthermore, how can you justify your intentions and words are true and meaningful when there have been 0 convictions against any LAPD officers under the DA, Jackie Lacey, since she took office in 2013? I appreciate that Chief of Police Moore's job is to protect his officers, and I can only imagine the fear each police officer faces not every day, but this past week, when the public is rightfully outraged. But that does not take into account the purpose of the police force, to protect and serve the public. Black Americans are disproportionately hurt by the police, not served. I yield my time to a person of color.
The next speaker, Naomi Z. Naomi Z. Go ahead. Naomi Z. Okay, one moment. I'll call the next speaker, Ethan Chrisman. Ethan Chrisman. Okay.
Give it a moment, Madam Secretary. There could be a tech
Hello?
problem.
Go ahead.
And I see what's going on. I can only think of my students. I'm also a white American, so I'm not going to take too much time. But I have questions for this commission that if you are taking what you guys are saying to us seriously, that you'll write these questions down and seriously consider them. So you mentioned in the hour and a half of time that we took before we heard from the community about retraining police. How exactly are you guys going to do that, and how will that be made transparent to the public? Because what I see is police are trained to follow orders as opposed to doing what's right. And following orders, and I'm a history teacher, has led to some of the darkest chapters in human history. I don't need to go through the laundry list. Plenty of other people can take their time to do that. And maybe you can start with this. If and very likely when Officer Chauvin in Minneapolis is acquitted, what is LAPD's plan for what's going to happen then? Because we saw what happened with Rodney King in 1992, and that only happened after after the police officers were acquitted. We're seeing this now, and he hasn't even been brought to trial. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Naomi Z. Are you there, Naomi Z? Okay. The next speaker, John Zirolnik. John?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. My name's John Zirolnik. I live and work in Los Angeles. I own property in Los Angeles. Never come to a police commission meeting before. I took time off work today to come because I'm horrified about what I've been seeing over the last week, and I wanted to hear some explanation and see some leadership. I'm disappointed. I managed to get into this meeting. First of all, I should say shame on the LAPD officers who have filled the lines to keep the community out of this meeting. That is despicable. Commissioners, I appreciate your words, but I don't know what to make of it when it's the year 2020 and you're talking about studies and reports. At this moment, our words must be extra pretty, is the message that you're sending. And it's a little horrifying. And this commission may be operating in good faith, but ineffectively. This commission may be intentionally covering up for the corrupt entity that is the LAPD. I don't know which, and I don't actually believe it matters because the results are the same. You're not helping commissioners. In fact, you're failing this city. We can't have business as usual anymore. Please, for once, be leaders. Thank you.
Okay, and the next speaker is the initials CA. CA.
Yes, hi, Caroline Anderson is my name. I know that you're having a tough one there, Sheriff. I do want to thank you for one thing. You referred to rubber bullets as less lethal. I think that is very important to reinforce that rubber bullets are less lethal. People are being injured by these. They're intended to be shot down on the ground, and police officers are shooting them directly at people, as well as tear gas during a pandemic that affects the respiratory system, which I've not heard addressed yet in this time. Unthinkable cruelty to me. And yes, I'm also here to call for the resignation of Sheriff Moore. I do believe that you're genuinely sorry about the reaction to your comments, but I would prefer a sheriff that never had those thoughts to begin with. So with that, I will cede my time to other members of the community. Thank you so much.
Yeah. The next speaker. One moment, please.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask the Secretary again, we established a protocol before of identifying the speakers in the queue so they could be ready. So we may want to.
The next three speakers, yes. Madam Secretary, if you could give people just a little bit advance warning, call the next three people in queue so that they know that they should be ready.
Okay, the next three speakers, Z-Dog, Michael Williams, and I apologize. And Diane Foster. One moment. Z-Dog, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Zulma. I'm sorry about the Z-Dog thing. I was just messing around. You know, I do appreciate your words, guys. And I heard the Chief of Police apologize. And I'm listening to you guys. And I'm here to listen to what you guys, if you're even listening. And I see you guys carrying. And the problem is that there's only one thing that needs to happen right now. The demands of BLM are very simple. The first thing that should happen is arrest the 4 cops. Can we get some claps over here? Like, I know that America right now, me telling you this, is saying, yes, finally, somebody said it. Arrest the 4 freaking cops, period. Period. You want the nation to stop protesting? Arrest the 4 cops. Charge them with, I don't give a shit if it's petty, whatever the fuck. Charge these bitches with something. I don't give a fuck what it is. Arrest all these bitches. Arrest the bad cops. Fire any motherfucker that kills. Number 1, charge that major. You can see it in the New York Times. You can see that all 4 of them held him down. One of them was watching. Okay? There's a picture. If you screenshot it, you watch the 8-minute video in the New York Times, you can see the whole incident of George Floyd. Now, defunding the police. Yes, man, we haven't paid our rent in forever. We're starving out here. We're on food stamps, EDD. We need that money redistributed to help the homeless. The cops are too many. They almost shot me in the face the other day that I went to the protest. A cop pointed the rubber bullet gun to my face while I was in a moving vehicle because my Uber driver was black. What the fuck? I was a peaceful protester. I left at 3:30 when they started shooting us at Trader Joe's. WTF, let us leave. It's not us looting. I haven't looted for shit. All the decent people left at 3:30.
Thank you. The next speaker, Michael Williams. Diane Foster, please.
Hi, hello. I want to make this quick. I'm very upset by everything, so apologize for my streakiness. I want to quickly empathize with all of you and your experience. Your job is full of complexities and challenges, and I'm sure you feel like you're constantly failing, especially on a call like this, as people keep reminding you. That said, you should be ashamed of your efforts, and people not respecting you is a real problem. You are more effective when people respect you, and you will earn that respect with very needed changes and implementations of policies. I am, for the record, calling for the resignation of the police chief. And for me, I would personally like to see more representation of people of color on this commission. And I'm going to yield my time to people who need this time more than I do. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Blake Danchik, Beth Corzo, and Molly Ware. Blake, go ahead.
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
So I think, like everything else that's been said, one of the other big things here is that for our police chief, I am a resident in Los Angeles. I work in the film industry. Something I hold very dear. It's my income. It's my livelihood. And it's also a very dangerous job. I've thanked many of your officers that have been helping there with us when we're out in downtown LA shooting, you know, doing whatever for various jobs and all that. But those same cops can't go home at the end of the day or go do something else and then go kill innocent people. I overheard your reports earlier, police chief, about some of the incidents that have happened in the last couple of days. And it blows my mind that out of 4 or 5 incidents, all of them needed gunfire when you guys also carry tasers. You know, there are plenty of ways you can still make your point without having to go to a lethal effort. And one of the other things that really pisses me off is everyone says, you know, we need to make this place better for the kids. We need to change the life for our children and everything. And I don't know if you guys can see every square on this board right now, but I can. And you being responsible as a police chief with so many deaths of African-American men and women, I mean, you might as well basically look at Commissioner Bonner right now and tell him that his kids' lives don't matter to you, because one day they're going to be as old as him and they're going to be abused by the police if something doesn't happen. So respectfully, I think you need to lose your job, and we need some change in LA, and we will defund the police. You can rest assured on that. Thank you.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm going to use my time to read from a report from the 2015 Say Her Name report, authored by Kimberly Crenshaw and Adrian J. Ritchie. I want to lift up the lives of women who were brutalized at the hands of Los Angeles police officers. Alicia Thomas on July 22nd, 2012. Alicia Thomas, who's a Los Angeles, California mother, dropped off her 2 children, aged 3 and 12, at a Los Angeles police station because she felt she was unable to care for them. In response, LAPD officers came to Thomas's apartment and arrested her for child abandonment. Officer Mary O'Callahan was caught on tape repeatedly kicking Thomas as she attempted to arrest her and move her into the police vehicle. Thomas lost consciousness in the back of the police vehicle, went into cardiac arrest, and was pronounced dead at the hospital shortly after. Sonia Taylor, December 16th, 1993. Los Angeles, California police officers shot 27-year-old Sonji Taylor on a rooftop parking lot where she had parked her car. Taylor was a college graduate and a church choir member. In 1997, the city agreed to a $2.45 million settlement for an event that could have been avoided. This was 1993. I'm running out of time. There's one more name I'm going to read. Margaret Laverne Mitchell, May 21st, 1999. Margaret Mitchell was shot dead by an LAPD police officer on the streets where she lived. Mitchell was well known in the area. She was walking away from the officers, who then shot her in the back. The officers later then claimed that Mitchell, who was 54 years old, weighed 102 pounds, lunged at them with a screwdriver, causing them to fear their lives. The shooting was found to have violated LAPD rules, but the officer who shot Mitchell was acquitted of all criminal charges.
Time is up. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Molly Ware. Molly Ware, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to speak really quickly. I'm calling for the resignation of Police Chief Moore because it's clear that your priorities are to protect your police force and not the people of Los Angeles. And I'm going to give the rest of my time to my partner who is sitting right here, who is Black.
Hi, my name is Andrew Allen. I'm a non-binary Black person living here in Los Angeles. I just wanted to say that part of the issue here seems to me that our concept of what the police are. Right, you've talked about, having special training to avoid discrimination, how to de-escalate, yada, yada, yada. But to me, it mostly sounds like you are talking about measures to reel back what the instinct of these officers is, which is to use unnecessary force, which begs the question, who are the people that you are hiring in the first place? And why do they think that the job of the cops is to hurt people? That's my question, okay? Why does it seem to me that all you're talking about is you're talking about this almost uncontrollable force of violence that you're doing your best to say, oh, please dial it back. Try and tone it down a little bit, right? Why is that the way it is? Why is that our concept of what the police are? If the job is to protect the community, then why do you have to do so much work to get them not to kill people, okay? So that's my question for you, and that's not something you need to answer right now. That's something you need to think about. If this is how we think police are, if this is what we think police do, if people look at this footage, watch people being brutalized by the police in the street, who do you think are going to sign up to be the police in the future, right? If this is what we think the police are, if we watch all these footage of the protests of police officers out in the street macing people, tear gassing people, beating people, then the people who sign up to be police officers are going to be the people who want to beat, mace, and tear gas people. And that cycle is going to repeat itself forever. And that is how it's been repeating itself forever, which is why we need to defund and abolish the police as they have presently existed in order to cut the cycle off at the pass and address these problems head on. Thank you.
I would also like to say really quickly that Police Chief Moore was directly behind the lines of the police at the May 30th protests. He was calling the shots.
Madam Secretary, we have to go. We have a lot of people in queue. I have to hold everybody to the 2 minutes. Madam Secretary, the next speaker, please.
The next three speakers, Victoria Gaines, Irene Farr, and Andrew Jorgensen. Victoria Gaines, go ahead, please. Victoria Gaines.
Please give it a moment just to be sure if the speaker's there.
I'm here. I'm sorry, I was muted.
That's fine. Please proceed.
My name is Victoria Gaines. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I'm a transfer resident. And it ashames me that in the city that I call my home, that my friends, my family, my loved ones have to be at fear, afraid of the police officers that are meant to protect us. We are waiting and begging for leaders. It is time for you to stand up and do a better job. And I can't say that any further dollars should be going to the police at all. I can't say that I support any police actions that I have witnessed this weekend, the brutalization of so many people, namely Black people, not just people of color, but Black people. Does LA want peace or does LAPD want power? That's the question that I have for you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Irene Farr, please.
Hi, my name is Irene Farr. I have lived and grown up in LA, and I'm a UCLA urban planning graduate student. I'm committed to justice. Today, I call on each of you to say their names before the end of this call. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Sean Reed, Tony McDade, Rushario Mack, Kenneth Ross Jr., Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner. Say their names, do your homework, and learn who the people you and your fellow police workers have killed. If you don't have the time or capacity to do so, there is no space for you to serve the public. Commissioners, I call on you to recognize the ways in which you have and are actively supporting and engaging in policies that have killed Black people. You are responsible for everything that has unfolded before us. Chief Moore, telling us stories that you feel justify your violence is not acceptable. Your story is not enough. We don't want to hear your narrative. We want you to listen to the stories of Black people, the stories that you have worked to codify for generations. I have no choice but to advocate for the defunding of the police. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Andrew Jorgensen. Go ahead. Andrew Jurgensen.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I'm calling from my husband's line. My name is Laura Dominguez, and I'm a longtime resident of Koreatown and a historian speaking in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. The National Guard is in our neighborhood. The trauma is real and it's generational. We are living in a military state while the city of Los Angeles deflects its role in the murders of more than 600 of our residents. We are watching LAPD escalate its attacks on Black people, on peaceful protesters, and of members of the press before our own eyes. And our leadership is deliberately missing the point of these actions, that Black and brown people are fighting for their lives in a system that was always designed to strangle them. We cannot forget that the history of policing in the US is directly linked to the preservation of slavery in the 19th century. Chief Moore, your words last night were unconscionable. You should be fired. We need to rethink the entire paradigm of law enforcement, care, and services in our city, starting with new leadership. And I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker, Madam Secretary.
The next three speakers, Cicely Bingener, Casey Kaufman, and Lily Weiner. Cicely Bingener, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm a proud resident of Los Angeles, and my parents and grandparents came to Los Angeles in 1908. So we've been in Los Angeles 112 years as a family. We've lived through many iterations of many police chiefs, many police forces, and up to the current one. And my most vivid memory is of the notorious Daryl Gates. So I will give you credit that the current chief, you are an improvement over the last one. But I am concerned about whether we replace this chief. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Bonner's comments about, changing the culture of the police as an organization. So sometimes the head can be great or the head can be awful, and the followers don't necessarily follow what the head is doing. So I would like to see the commission focus on creating that culture within the police. And then for Chief of Police, since you mentioned prayer, I am a prayerful person as well. And out of the overflow of a heart is what a man speaks. So if you misspoke, you really do need to go within your heart if you are a believer and understand why those words came out of your mouth. And I yield my time to my fellow citizens.
Okay. Casey Kaufman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, so we are on IG Live and we've accumulated a bunch of questions, but I just want to say first how embarrassing the ineptitude of this particular Zoom meeting is. We call for the resignation of the police chief Moore, who clearly doesn't understand or give a shit about this public. And I'm a white person. I would prefer to extend questions to you guys rather than state my perspective. We want to know how you are qualifying the mayor's budget versus the people's budget. If the mayor is supposed to represent us, and why isn't anyone listening to us anymore? How are the budgetary funds being reallocated from the funding of the police to serve Black and brown communities? What does it take for police to be prosecuted for their murders, the murders of 600 people plus since Jackie Lacey has been elected? Will you be using people's videos to pursue police brutality, excess force, and wrongful arrests? And these curfews, how do you qualify these? Why are you announcing curfew 45 minutes before it is enforced? Why are you unnecessarily arresting people in a pandemic, packing jails full of people in close proximity during a viral pandemic and ensuing panic on the public? Why are police preventing people from leaving before a curfew and then forcing them to go on buses to Long Beach to get citations? Protest safety. If you are claiming peace, why are you shooting people with rubber bullets directly in the face? Why are you using military force on civilians? What will it take to get a cop fired and to stay fired? Because clearly murder isn't the line. I yield my time to other people.
Lily Weiner. Lily. Okay. The next three speakers, Kate Katz, Paula Miner, and Britt Spindler.
Madam Secretary, before we move on, Lily Weiner never came to the screen. Did she go offline? Oh, there she is.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Ryan Eliopoulos. I'm a resident of CD4, and I also speak for Lily Weiner, also a resident of CD4. We stand with Black Lives Matter. There's plenty of things to be enraged about when it comes to the LAPD. They've killed more than 610 people based on 10-year-old data. I'm sure it's many more than that now. The point is not the completely atonal concern about civil unrest, as Chief Michael Moore just put it. What the citizens are actually concerned about is the constant escalation of police violence and the curtailing of First Amendment rights. This is civil unrest by definition, and Chief Moore should resign. The department has a long history of racist violence in the city and a virtually non-existent history of winning back community trust. Mayor Garcetti's sporadic curfew setting coupled with shutting down public transit must only be seen as a naked attempt to trap protesters in the streets and to make mass arrests easier. Within this context, the fact that the LA City Council has irresponsibly and undemocratically decided that the LAPD will be taking $3 billion of the city's budget this year while all other city departments are starved of funding is appalling. This is legally and disproportionately choking the life out of communities of color in LA on a macro scale. In light of this, when the department can't even set up an adequate IT interface for a meeting like this one today, with the staggering amount of funding you have, how on earth is anyone supposed to trust you to solve the infinitely more complex problem of systemic racism? The incompetence is beyond parody. As a concerned citizen, know that this is an issue that affects everyone. The LAPD should be demilitarized and defunded for the health and benefit of Black communities, communities of color, and all LA communities. Excess crackdowns on alleged looters and rioters comes at enormous expense to the civil and constitutional rights of every citizen, and at the direct expense and bodily harm and the lives of Black people and communities of color. We're seeing an unprecedented rise of police control in all of our major cities, and that is against everything the city of LA is supposed to stand for. I yield the rest of my time.
The next three speakers, Kate Katz, Paula Miner, and Britt Spindler. Kate Katz, go ahead.
Good morning. I don't envy any of you right now today. What I am listening to in this discussion is a community that is in deep trauma. And I am afraid that you have doubled down on that today with this commission. So I am asking for a public statement on how you plan to fix the trauma that you have inflicted once again on a very sensitive and broken and abused population. I have direct questions that I would like public answers to at some point from this commission in a public statement. How are you planning to commit to the changes that you are talking about? And I'm speaking personally to you, Chief, as you made in your statement this morning that you're working on this. I'm also asking for answers from the department on how they plan to commit to these changes. And I'm also asking that of this commission to answer that question. Many citizens are also fearing retaliation for making complaints against bad cops. Can this department ensure the safety of citizens who flag bad officers? Right now, even coming forward to address these issues that we've been talking about carries with it substantial risk. Can this commission actually guarantee the safety of the citizens who are trying to hold their own police department accountable? We had a speaker, Laura Espinoza, who spoke earlier today. She made beautiful points. If you're recording this, I highly recommend you go back, listen to her points, highlight what she's asking for, and focus on those changes. Public trust is required to have successful relationships with the community, and that trust is broken. And we as the public are left shorthanded in this relationship. Unfortunately, we have no other option but to request the defunding of your department. Thank you. I yield the time.
Thank you. The next speaker, Paula Miner. Paula Miner.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Paula Miner with Black Lives Matter. First, Chief Moore, your words last night as the leader of LAPD, your philosophy, your thoughts, and your words are important. What you said was a travesty and unacceptable. And it does not allow you to be the example that we expect officers should follow. If you're the leader, what you think and say is important. You cannot always back out and apologize out of things that you say. You are the leader of supposedly 10,000 people, and this is what you reflect. You should definitely resign. You should leave. You say things in public that you think sound good. You're always painting a PR picture. You implied to the public that you had wanted to meet with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter representatives have attended every commission meeting since you have been chief. You have never invited us to meet with you. Even when you have meetings in the Black community, even when you met with the Black clergy, you never invited Black Lives Matter. Yesterday on camera, you tell the reporter that you want to meet with Patrisse Cullors, the Black Lives Matter founder. And she said, why? You already know what our demands are. You already know what changes need to be made. You and this commission have been hearing what needs to change. Stop lying. Hold officers accountable for their murders and their brutality of Black people. Stop signing off on false police reports, like in the case of Grishario Mack, where an independent autopsy and eyewitness reports totally contradicted the fake police and coroner's report. As long as law enforcement like you continue to lie, practice racially biased actions such as stop and frisk, putting the names of Black people falsely into the gang database, and never holding officers accountable, as in the case of the Grishario Mack, Albert Ramon Dorsey, and others found out about. No one believes you. You need to go.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Britt Spindler. Britt Spindler, go ahead. Britt Spindler.
Why don't we recall that person and try and move on to the next person?
The next speaker was, the next three speakers are Greg Katz.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
Spindler?
Go
Yes.
ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brittany Spindler. I live in Eagle Rock, CD 14. The first step to correcting your misdeeds, the heinous actions of the LAPD, is listening to the public. But that is not enough. You have to act. You cannot just let the public's ears, or the public's words fall on deaf ears. And Chief Moore, your response is not enough. I could see the rest of you commissioners, as you were listening to Chief Moore give his statement, the shame in your faces as you recognize that his statements were not enough. You could see and you could hear that he was blaming our community's actions for the actions and the violence of the police. And you're ashamed. You're ashamed of these actions, and you need to act on that. Chief, you need to resign. Commission, you need to act on that. He needs to be out. You have lied about the way that the National Guard is acting in our communities. You have said that the National Guard is only sitting at places that were vandalized. I've witnessed this in Garcetti's press conference the other day, and I've seen the National Guard patrolling. The Guard is walking around. They were stationed in the Palisades. Nothing has happened in the Palisades. This is insubstantial, what you were saying. It's disgusting, the words that you said about George Floyd. Black Lives Matter. Capital cannot be valued over Black lives. And can each of you say that? Can each of you say that Black Lives Matter without knowing in your hearts that you're lying? Because if you cannot, you do not deserve a position in our city. You are not suited to serve our public. We demand more. We are scared and we are vulnerable, and the police is not protecting us. Thank you. I yield my time.
The next three speakers, Eli Henry, Greg Katz, and Tyler Moore. Eli Henry, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
My question is, what have you learned? This is to Chief Moore and to all of the members of the LAPD that may be missing. Earlier, Chief Moore, you said that you had to increase the military or the police presence to quell these protests. But from the get-go, you came ready for war. These peaceful protesters, they were doing nothing, and the police came ready, just in all of the military equipment they've been given, passed down, which is its own issue. They came ready. They were looking for this. You know, and I want you to say, you know, you talk about the idea of ending this protest. I don't think anybody here doesn't believe that you have the resources, the manpower, and the equipment to end a protest, but it goes a lot bigger than that. It has nothing to do. It goes larger than George Floyd. That's not what this is about anymore. This is about systemic racism. Now, you can show up, you can bring everyone, you can beat up as many protesters as you like, but it's not going to stop unless we make some deep changes. Now, there's only so much I can say. I'm just pissed. I know everyone's pissed, and I see some of you are pissed, but it's not enough. Listen to the demands from the Black Lives Matter activists. Thank you.
The next speaker, Greg Katz. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm a business owner and homeowner in the city of Los Angeles. This is my first time speaking at a LAPD commission meeting. I want to express my grave concern over Chief Moore's comments last night, blaming protesters for the death of George Floyd. Chief Moore's comments, or his attempt to walk them back later, did not diminish his obvious sincerity when he made his remarks. Chief Moore should be censured by the police commission for his comments, and he should be replaced as chief. As you well know, if there's no trust between the LAPD and Angelenos, the community cannot be safely and effectively policed. And after days of his officers using violence against nonviolent protesters, Chief Moore's comments finished off the trust at this time of crisis. I'd also like to add that the inaccessibility of today's meeting to the public was not only a Brown Act violation, but also a sad comment on the lack of the police accountability here in Los Angeles. I'll vote on these issues, but I hope the commission will hold the chief and department accountable in the meantime. Thank you.
Next speaker, Tyler Moore. Tyler Moore, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Tyler Moore. I'm a white male living in Studio City. Will you advocate for defunding to the LAPD and more funding towards affordable housing, education, and public services? Will you, the LAPD, take that hit in your income, in your employees' income, to make sure our society in Southern California, the biggest city down here, is going to be taken care of? Chief, why are you so familiar with the injuries to the police, but you fail to mention the innumerable injuries to these protesters? I yield the rest of my time because there's nothing else more to say than that.
The next three speakers, Megan Nuringer, Matthew Pardue, and Brandon Benoit. Megan Nuringer, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I would just like to say why the police who are here to so-called protect and serve are covering up their badge numbers and not putting their body cams on during these protests. I would like to know what you are doing to wipe out white supremacy in your own department. I want to know if you're taking accountability for white supremacist cops inside your own departments and what you are doing to actually wipe out white supremacy. We know that police departments across the country have white supremacists who are signing up to be police officers. If you want to stop the destruction and violence and brutality in Black communities, it starts with your own departments. And if you can answer for how you're being accountable to ending that right now in your departments and what you will be doing in the future, that would go a long way to your communities to start instilling trust. And I yield the rest of my time.
Matthew Pardue, go ahead. Matthew Pardue, go ahead, please.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I want to start by saying that I stand with Black Lives Matter, and I'm calling today to express major concern with Chief Moore and the policing mentality as a whole with LAPD. I'm calling for Chief Moore to be fired as well. First of all, what Chief Moore said yesterday is a disgrace to our community, and it's evident that he isn't interested in holding his department and officers accountable. If he thinks it's looters that are responsible for the death of George Floyd, then who is responsible for the 600+ police murders on the hands of LAPD over the last 7 years? We need a police force that is willing to hold its officers accountable, not push the blame over on members of the community. That starts from the top down, and Chief Moore is signaling that he isn't willing to hold LAPD accountable for its actions. The people of this community are furious. We're furious because our Black brothers and sisters are having their lives and sense of safety looted from them by the LAPD. This isn't just about George Floyd. It's about the mentality of policing in this city and the fact that the LAPD is ready to protect and serve themselves while terrorizing and neglecting the needs of Black and brown community members. It's about the fact that certain officers don't have empathy and love for the communities that they're working in. It's about the fact that we're actually safer when police officers put their weapons down. It's about the fact that there's no real accountability, transparency, or consequences when officers make life and death decisions on the job. LAPD is not supposed to be the judge, jury, and executioner just because an officer claims to be worried for their safety. There must be much higher standards, and you all must do much better. I yield my time. Thank you.
Brandon Benoit, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to start off by saying that I think it's incredibly offensive that Mayor Garcetti is not present at this meeting. And for that, I say, fuck your curfew. I will be out protesting with the best of them today. I've been a part of protests where Deputy Moore, you say that your interest is protecting the civilians that are out there. I've been personally shot at for literally walking down the street. I think that is bullshit. I think it is bullshit that there are videos of police inciting and setting up bricks, etc., on the streets, and videos of police breaking windows and then saying that the looters are then at fault. I believe that your PR statement before you went to give a fake apology was the utmost disrespect and slap to the face of the citizens of Los Angeles. You clearly have a record of being a piece of shit, and I hope that Deputy Moore, you do lose your job. That's all I have to say today.
Thank you. The next three speakers, Allison Miller, Z, and Randy Butler. Allison Miller, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I have a lot of things to say and a lot of thoughts and feelings. For starters, I'm incredibly frustrated that each and every one of you commissioners started out your statement with, I know that the words I'm saying will fail. Cool for excusing it right away. That's awesome. But I would like to direct the bulk of my comments to Chief Moore, and I'm about to scold you like the fucking child you have been throughout this meeting, because apparently that's the kind of thing you respond to. You have met with military force peaceful protests. Tear gas is against the Geneva Convention, and you are using it on our citizens. You are shooting rubber bullets point blank at people that are meant to be shot on the ground and deflected to disperse crowds. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Your words last night were disgusting, and you cannot walk those back, particularly because in the moment you acknowledge this is a strong statement. You knew the words you said, you meant them. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your job is to protect the citizens of our city, and you don't care. The death of Black people in our city should hurt you personally, the way that it hurts all of us. People have spent the bulk of this meeting telling you to resign. If I had hundreds of people lining up to tell me that I was this terrible at my job, I wouldn't sit there blinking. We are upset at you and at the rest of you for allowing him to function in this way. We cannot vote this man out. We cannot wait. He must be removed, and actual change has to start happening. I yield my time.
The next speaker, Z. Go ahead. Z.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Harry May Klein. I'm a fourth generation resident of Los Angeles.
First of all, I would like to say that the incompetence and the statements made by the commissioners and Chief Moore are despicable and indicative of the incompetence of this department. I am demanding the acknowledgement of 600 deaths by murder of the police department. I want this department to acknowledge the use of violence and force against peaceful protesters. I demand this department to be defunded and redistributed to the communities that it has terrorized. You should be ashamed of yourself. I yield my time.
The next speaker, Randy Butler. Go ahead, Randy Butler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jody Butler. I'm speaking on behalf of my sister, Randy Butler. We are two African-American single mothers who live in a predominantly white neighborhood. I just want to first say that we are in constant fear whenever we see police, and I think it's disgusting. The question that we have is who qualifies for the people that sit at the board and what are the qualifications? Because right now it is disgraceful that of the 600 plus killings that we have had at the hands of police, I believe that they all should be removed. And how often are you voting on them, and how often do you check on them, because this is just despicable. That yield my time.
Thank you. The next three speakers, Kristen Studer, Wave Segal, and Daniel Gaines. Kristen Studer, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, I'm a resident in Los Angeles, and I'm absolutely disgusted by the state of things. I'm disgusted by what has been happening in regard, in particular, to the way protesters are being treated in this city. I have never felt less safe exercising my right to protest peacefully than I did when the police showed up. There are no clear instructions being given to people. There is no effort at de-escalation being made. There is an effort to trap people, put them in fear, and just wait and hope that somebody makes a mistake so that force can be used. We should be being protected. I should not feel unsafe when the people who have to serve and protect on their vehicles show up. I feel less safe when I see police. And I'm a white person, and it's just fucking, I wasn't gonna swear on this. It is absolutely ludicrous. The police, I hear at the beginning of this meeting, I hear in your statement that you're committed to taking action, and yet no definable action has been taken. No definable action has been outlined even. I'm hearing all of this stuff about how, we're gonna do a study. I want to see people fired. I want to see the police rebuilt from the ground. This is absolutely outrageous, and I also call for the firing of you, Moore, sitting there with your mask on. Disgusting, despicable treatment of people, human beings, the citizens of this city, human beings. Thank you.
The next speaker, Wave Segal. Wave Segal. Wave Segal. Okay. The next
Madam Secretary, he seems to be on mute. Can you unmute his? It looks like his Wave is still logged in.
I'm attempting to unmute him, but I think he's muted on his end.
Okay, why don't we try to come back and go on to the next speaker. Oh, wait, there it is.
Wave Segal, go ahead.
Almost, I think. Why don't we try it one more time? If not, let's move to the next speaker and see if we can come back.
The next speaker is Daniel Gaines. Daniel Gaines, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi there. Yes, I'm a Los Angeles City resident. I'd like to just quickly say, you know, I support the comments of my fellow community members, and you know, for all of the police murders that have happened in this county and in this city, you know, we need to have accountability. Well, first we need to stop the violence, but also we need to desperately are in need of accountability. You know, why should the public, especially Black and brown people, have faith in their government and in their police department specifically, when the message to them is that the police officers can brutalize them, even kill them without consequence? I can't speak for people of color, but I would say if that was my case, I would be ready to tear my city down if I felt like there was a constant target on my back and on the back of, or on the backs of those I love, you know. So things must change. And if we really want to change things, we need to show people that we're serious about change. And that means step one, Michael Moore must resign or be fired. Step two, we need to offer real tangible solutions like an independent review board. You know, we need to offer actual actions, because people justifiably, you know, do not believe your words anymore. So, and on top of that, you know, I'm concerned about the homeless, the unhoused residents of this city who are being caught in the curfews, and I'd like to know what the police is doing to protect them in this time. I yield the rest of my time.
I will try Wave Segal again. No.
All right.
Okay. The next three speakers: T. Larson, Baba Akili, and Jessica Chape. One moment, please. T. Larson, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a resident and business owner in Council District 1. I'm calling to state my hope for the resignation of Chief Police Moore. I think that there's a cavernous gulf between the statement he made at the start of this call and his actual actions. There was a complete lack of leadership in how the protests were handled. The police escalated the violence and are the ones responsible for the rioting, not the protesters themselves. The statement yesterday of blaming the protesters for the death of George Floyd is completely unacceptable. You cannot walk that back with the PR wash over. You cannot play lip service to fix that. It's unacceptable. You are the leader. I can't believe that all of the officers are deployed right now, and this is what we get. It's unacceptable. I yield my time.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Baba Akili. Baba Akili, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Akili. First of all, let me start out by saying that those were the most asinine, ignorant statements that the police chief made yesterday. He needs to be fired just for making those statements alone. That is the kind of statement that engenders distrust. That's the kind of statement that causes us to say this person does not need to be in leadership anywhere, anytime. Secondly, I want to talk about the distance between the police in Minnesota and the police in LA. Listen, is 1,500 miles. That's the only difference. The difference between what that officer did to George Floyd and the difference between what the officers did to Goshario Mack in the Baldwin Hills Center was 1,500 miles. That's the only difference. And the fact that there was no action taken against those police officers, Ryan Lee and Martin Robles, is the same thing that's happening now, and it's connected to what happened to George Floyd. To recommend training was in fact an insult. The distance between the killing of Eric Rivera, Albert Ramon Dorsey, and all the others that have been killed by LA police and nothing has been done is no different than what happened in Minnesota. And so the police chief, y'all need to fire him And you need to stop talking pretty and start holding police accountable. And we are demanding justice for our family. And we want to make sure that the people's budget is embraced and that we reduce and defund the police, because that money that is being used for the police could be used for universal services like housing, youth programs, and many other things that could guarantee a better quality of life in LA, not more police. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Chappie, I'm sorry. Jessica, go ahead.
Give it a moment, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I'm speaking for many people who are watching this video on my live stream through Instagram, since only 500 people could be a part of this meeting. I agree with the fact that Moore should resign. I actually was there Saturday for the protests and saw the rubber bullets being shot at protesters very peacefully. I do not feel safe in LA right now. The cops have never made me feel safe, and I am a white woman, and that should not mean anything, because we're all the same fucking people. Like, we're all human beings, and we're all on this. We should be all on the same side. So please, like, understand that the Black Lives Matter movement, you should be a part of too, and you need to do the time, like, learn, listen. I'm thankful for this space that you've given us. And I really want you to, after this meeting, to listen to podcasts, to read what people are saying, to watch videos of the protests happening, because right now it's not safe for anyone. And we need policemen to take off their fucking uniforms and join us in the protests to reform, and please reallocate the funding, because police should not have the money that they do. It should be for education and community engagement. The looting also is barely anything. Like, the fact that insurance exists, I have talked to many business owners. I'm a photographer. I've been going out after the protests, talking to people and hearing, and honestly, they're happy.
Your time is up. We have to let other people speak, but thank you. Our next speaker, please, Madam Secretary.
The next three speakers, we have a caller ending in 2693, Joseph Ocon and JT. Caller ending in 2693, please. Go ahead.
Please give it a moment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go on to the next speaker, but let's try and come back to 2693 to see if they're still there. They might have stepped away for a moment.
The next speaker is Joseph Ocon. Go ahead, Joseph Ocon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right. So I just want to start by uplifting what Black Lives Matter activist Baba Akili said just a few comments ago, that the only difference between what happened in Minneapolis and what happens in LA in upwards of 25 times a year is distance. And that's exactly why, Chief Moore, nobody fucking believes your bullshit apology. Because if you actually cared about the Black people in this city, then your police force wouldn't murder them. And so when we hear you say these things, it honestly, to me, is the most honest you've ever been. When we think about Grishario Mack, Eric Rivera, Ezell Ford, Waukesha Wilson, Albert Ramon Dorsey, Robert Avidia, Victor Valencia, Melly Corrado, these are all people who have been murdered by your police force and have not been held accountable. So when you say, oh, I feel so bad about my mistake, we know that you're telling the truth, and that's why people are calling for your resignation. We don't believe you. We don't trust the LAPD. We don't want the LAPD in our city. And that's why Each and every one of you commissioners have also failed. You should all resign. Go fuck yourselves. See you all in hell.
The next speaker, JT. JT.
Unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to echo all of the Black and brown voices who have made themselves heard at this public meeting thus far. I want to commend the public for their bravery in speaking against this police and military state that we are seeing unfold across our city and across cities all over America. I want to speak to the board. You have a chance to be on the right side of history by standing against the militarization of the state, against its working class communities, to end the genocidal practices against Black and brown bodies. I want you to remember that even before the protests, you were already overseeing a caste system in the LA County Jail with a daily population of more than 17,000 people, where Black people make up 29% of that jail system, even though they make up less than 10% of the population in Los Angeles. You, the board members, have a chance not to stand with the fascists. You all heard the president just yesterday declaring war against unarmed Black and brown people, even while just a few weeks earlier, he praised armed white militias for standing for liberty against COVID-19 restrictions. The mayor in LA originally said he would not call the National Guard. An hour later, he called the National Guard. You're closer to fascism than you would like to think. You all need to call for the National Guard to leave. They're armed with M4 assault rifles and intimidating our community, and you are standing by doing nothing. You need a call to disarm the LAPD right this second, who in line with police departments across the country are battering and injuring unarmed civilians. You're closer to fascism than you think. You have enough blood and injury on your hands already, but you still have a chance to scale all of this down before it gets worse. If you think today's meetings have been long, just wait until the summer when more than 2.5 million people in LA are out of work and looking into their city's budget, and the leaders and representatives tasked with overseeing the interests of the people. Finally, consider that you live in a city where more than half the population speaks a language other than English at home, yet you offer no captions for non-English speakers.
Thank you. Your time is up. We need to go to the next speaker.
Okay, we'll try caller 2693 again. I'm attempting to unmute them, but they don't unmute themselves.
Okay, so we'll have to move on.
The next three?
Yes, please.
Next three speakers, JR, Audrey George, and Bulbul Rajagopal. JR, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Peral. I'm a resident of Los Angeles and Los Angeles County my entire life. And even though I've never been a fan of the police, I never believed in the police abolition movement until this Saturday, when I saw with my very own eyes just how egregiously the police were behaving at the protest. My friend Brandon gave a comment earlier about being shot at. That was us. We were there together, walking peacefully on the streets of Echo Park, Chinatown border, when cop cars started swerving towards people who were walking on the street, driving, 70 miles an hour and nearly hitting them, then going to the freeway and charging at us as if we were in a war zone, and then shooting in our direction at people just walking and yelling. And I had seen all these reports of people saying that they weren't violent and that the police had started everything. And even me, a very liberal person, said, well, that's ridiculous. There's no way that the police are completely at fault here. And I saw for it with my very own eyes that day that people were just trying to exercise First Amendment right to protest and peacefully gather, and the cops acted out of a sense of revenge, out of resentment of us speaking our minds about how they treat people in this country, most of all Black people. And it's absolutely disgusting. I'm just telling you right now, if you don't take radical steps to reform the police, you're going to radicalize a lot more people like me who were on your side before, didn't want to get rid of the police, and now say fuck you all. Thank you.
Next speaker, Audrey George.
Yes, I want to start out. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I want to start out with some things that Chief Moore forgot to mention. First of all, I was at several peaceful protests and there were drones flying overhead. And Chief Moore hasn't mentioned, I'd like to know if the LAPD is using drones, its drones, and when and where. I also want to know what is the police commission doing today about the hit and run incident virally viewed by thousands, although not mentioned by Chief Moore, where an LAPD vehicle plowed into folks at an intersection near Pershing Square, hitting at least 2 pedestrians and then running away in their vehicle without even checking on the injured parties. If cops acted like Frank Fernandez and this these hit and run cops, when they're aware they're being filmed, how are they acting when they believe that their abuses are being done covertly? Mike Fura and Moore saying LAPD have a long history of supporting peaceful protest at the press conference I heard, in addition to Chief Moore's other comments. That comment is outrageous. It's just truly outrageous. They've never done that. Dale Bonner, surely your heart must be breaking at the racist and militaristic behavior of LAPD officers. And finally, it doesn't take a genius to see the dark irony of the timing, where Moore has opportunistically manipulated public perceptions of public safety during this time of unrest and protest to paint a picture that cops are required more than ever to protect the property of white privileged people, just when the community is resisting the mayor's efforts to increase the LAPD's budget while cutting all other services. I also want them to stop using the word looting, which has immense racial significance and implications, and I hope to talk more about that word later on in general public comment.
Next speaker, please. Madam Secretary, our next few speakers.
The next speaker is Bulbul Rajagopal.
Hi.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Hi. I'm Bulbul Rajagopal. I'm a journalist and recent graduate of USC. I've spent close to 1 year being a cop reporter in LA. My experiences brought me in close contact with multiple divisions of the LAPD, and I've even gone on ride-alongs to deepen my reporting. The common answer LAPD officers gave me was that the press gets it wrong most of the time. They've aired their grievances about how we only show the negative side of cops and never the good side. But journalism means to hold power to account. It is not PR. It is our duty to hold you to power when you fail at yours, which is to protect and serve the people. While there are instances where the media is incorrect, the number of times where police forces get mired in racial tensions are too high to be dismissed as a fluke. What are your thoughts as of now? Are you still going to maintain that the LAPD and other police forces do not create systems of oppression that harm minorities? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
The next speakers are Clara Aronovich, William Weldon, and David Cantrose. Clara Aronovich, go ahead, please.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to begin by saying that I speak in solidarity with and support of Black Lives Matter and the other people of color, who have preceded me on this call. I was present on the front line in the demonstration on Saturday, May 30th in the Fairfax district, and I was actually a few feet away from you, Chief Moore, when you came to address the crowd. At that time, and you'll excuse me, I'm a bit nervous, you said a lot of the, quote, right things, and saying the right things is important so long as they're followed by the right actions, but I'm actually simply speaking today to share another vital step towards justice that seems to have been skipped that day. On Saturday, you were very difficult to hear, Chief Moore, because you came to address a crowd of rightfully hurting, angry people with just your own voice. And at one point, someone gave you a megaphone, yes, but you were still mostly inaudible. And I bring this up not to be petty, but because it points to a gross misunderstanding of the requirements of your position, and because it foreshadowed a much graver iteration of the same error that had graver consequences. Because once you stopped speaking, Chief Moore, we continued to peacefully hold a line for around 30 minutes. And after those 30 minutes, at approximately 6:17 p.m., your police officers started to physically aggress and escalate, and in some cases attack protesters, of course, and unsurprisingly, with disproportionate focus on Black participants. And during the 30 minutes leading up to that shifting point, there came no loud, amplified announcement that the assembly had been declared unlawful or that we were required to disperse, which I understand per the penal codes 407 through 409 should be clearly and ideally bilingually repeated either by Bearcat, megaphone, or helicopter speaker. These orders never came. And as a direct recipient of physical force and a rubber bullet from the LAPD on Saturday, I'm here to echo my outrage. We can't fulfill needs that aren't expressed clearly, bilingually, and legally. And you certainly can't act on laws that are not being met legally as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is William Weldon. William Weldon.
Please give it a moment so he can.
Hello?
There we go.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd like to start by complimenting this commission's impression of a bunch of powerless babies. It was really spot on. Talking about the destruction of property in the same breath that you talk about the police beating peaceful protesters is pathetic, as if my friends and neighbors and fellow Angelenos being gassed and beaten by the LAPD is in any way equal to a Target getting its window smashed. It is so appalling, and I do not imagine someone as petulant and suffering from a persecution complex as severe as Commissioner Morse would ever have the humility and dignity to resign in the face of his complete and abject failure to rein in his racist, terrorist police force. So I'll just skip to demanding this commission and our worthless mayor fire him the second this meeting is over. As much as I'd love to see it happen live, it's important that he sit here and hear the grief and rage and hatred that the people of this city have for him. And as for the rest of you, your failure to do anything to protect the Black citizens of this city is absolutely pathetic. The LAPD needs to be completely torn down and rebuilt as a real community service, not a paramilitary that exists to protect property and act as its own gang force. And as for the mayor, he should be here. And I'd just like to say that it is pathetic that he did not manage to live up to the record set by his predecessor, who had to pay the city back for illegal gifts and is now an Herbalife spokesman. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker, David Kantrowitz.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, just quickly, I wanted to join the choir of people asking for Chief Moore's resignation. I also wanted to point out that this department has failed so miserably that you've mobilized a movement to defund your department. I never thought that was something that would be on my radar, that would be a political agenda of mine, but you've done it. You've mobilized me, a lazy white person. So just want to say, Chief Moore, your recent comments indicate just how out of touch you are with your city, and worse, your humanity. You're not fit to lead, and you should resign. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers, caller ending in 3146, Amparo Ostojic and Ryan Hitchcock. Caller ending in 2693. I'm sorry, 3146. Apologize. There you go. Caller ending in 3146. Go ahead.
3146, is this me?
Yes.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. God bless everybody. But the looters, you know, those damn looters, the looters all over the city, the LAPD looting by murder, been looting Black people out of their families. They're murdering unarmed Black people all over the city for 60 years. The real looter is the LAPD. Their Special Order 40 policy, which is illegal, murdered Jamil Shaw Jr. out of the Shaw family. I wish Los Angeles burned to the ground for Jamil Shaw Jr., a 17-year-old football star. Never got to turn into a Kobe Bryant basketball star. And it's important to point out that George Floyd was a high school football star in Houston. The Latino gangs have been allowed to shoot up the black communities, Compton, Gardenia, Watts, Inglewood, South Central, killing black people out of their families and their jobs and their peace. And now Latinos trying to pair up with it like what happened to black people is the same thing. All completely allowed by the LAPD. So let's see, AutoZone, AT&T, Target can restock. They can rebuild. How do I restock George Floyd? How do I rebuild Jamil Shaw Jr., murdered by LAPD policy that is actually against the Constitution? They keep stating they're constitutional policing, but Special Order 40 is not constitutional, and it killed Jamil Shaw Jr. Nobody talks about it. Nobody stands up for his mom, his dad, his brother. Come on, guys. I love you, but let's do better now.
Next speaker, please.
Amparo Ostojic. Amparo Ostojic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I have been on this call for over an hour and a half, and I have only heard about 6 African American voices. This is less than 10% of the 48 comments that have been listed so far. I think that's partly a sign that either this is obviously being separated to not hear their voices, or just the fact that they don't have any faith in saying shit, because you have failed them. You have failed us, the Latino community. You have failed everyone here, and we don't trust you anymore. The Latino community doesn't believe in you. None of us believe in you because you have failed us. And for you to just sit there with your face mask, not even looking up, is bullshit. You need to be fired, Chief Moore. You need to really resign. This is bullshit. I'm shaking. I'm in so much anger that most of the people calling are white. Thank you for your solidarity, but really yield your time to the people of color. Let those people speak. Let them speak. Your fucking bullshit is not cutting it. You need to actually listen to the Black community. Why are only 7 people that are Black being heard during this comment? If they're not calling in, it's because they don't believe their voices are heard. Listen to them. You're not listening. You're just adding military force to this bullshit. Fuck you. Really? I'm pissed. Really? Listen to the people. Listen to what they're saying. Actually do something right. Resign, Chief Moore. Resign. Fuck you.
Okay, the next speaker is Ryan Hitchcock. Ryan?
Hi, I'm here.
Yes, I hear you.
My name is Ryan Hitchcock. I was born and raised in LA. I've lived here my entire life. Thank you for finally not hiding your face, Chief Moore. I just want to say that the way that this department has been conducting itself has been disgraceful. This is, Chief Moore, you said that your department is facilitating peaceful protest. They are not. This is a protest against police brutality. Your police officers see themselves as the counter protesters. That's why you're seeing so much violence. That's why you're seeing in footage your police officers on the front lines of the protest gleefully jumping back and forth with anticipation to hit people and throw tear gas at them and not wearing masks. How many of your officers have COVID-19? How many of your officers are weaponizing COVID-19 against protesters by not wearing masks if they possibly have it? echo all of the calls for you to resign or be fired. I echo all of the calls for the LAPD to be defunded. Your officers do not see themselves as serving this community. Less than 25% of your officers actually live within Los Angeles. That number is even lower for white officers. Your officers don't see themselves as serving this community. They see themselves as an occupying army, putting down a hostile population. That is how they see themselves. That is the culture. That is why you see this violence time and time again. I promised myself I wouldn't speak too long because I am a white person. And ultimately, my voice is not important here, but I am just, I'm so mad. I yield the fucking 5 seconds left of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers, Kimberly Isaacs, followed by Mike, and then we have Kate K. Kimberly Isaacs.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm calling because, you know, as with everyone that's called in, I mean, I'm just outraged that this is the police department. I'm outraged that the police department has been militarized, that when we call in the police to assist with a protest, they come out in riot gear. Let me just tell you, I went to the Women's March when they had the first one. It was predominantly white women that were there. There were police there in regular uniforms. There were millions of us there. I can't even remember how many it was, 5, 7 million, packed into downtown Los Angeles. And you know what? There was not a single incident, not a single police violence. Nobody agitated us. We were talking to the police. They were very nice, but they didn't instigate anything. Nobody threw tear gas at us, nothing. And you know why I think that was? Because there were mostly white women there. So the police can operate peacefully, but just not when it's about Black Lives Matter or about anything to do with police brutality. They come ready, riot gear, ready to instigate. And I've seen videos of them trashing their own cars, getting ready to blame people, crashing through windows of stores, getting ready to blame people. This is not how the cops should operate. We need to defund the police. And I do want to mention, I'm speaking on behalf of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, but this is not absolutely the way the city should behave. Black people should not be afraid to live. The 601 people that the police have killed in the last few years, they need to still be prosecuted for murder. Still, there is no statute of limitations on murder. I'm done.
Thank you. Mike?
Hi, my name is Mike Woodkowski. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I grew up in Detroit and I grew up in Tulsa. And all that means is that I know a racist system when I see one. And what we're looking at is a racist system. We're looking at a racist system that is doing its best to put on a pretty face. The only difference between Michael Moore and Daryl Gates is words. And it's the pretty words that Michael Moore says. The pretty words that this commission is putting on this. I'll be really interested. We'll see how committed this commission is. I'll be interested to see what happens regarding the officers that murdered Kenneth French. I mean, they haven't even prosecuted Martin Robles. You know, this is just a toothless organization. This is a toothless organization paying lip service while the LAPD goes out armed to the teeth, armed for bear, to shoot brown people and Black people. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Kate K.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Kate, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin. Kate K, we can hear you.
I can't hear you. I'll try again.
Okay, Madam Secretary, put her back in queue and we'll try again and move on to the next.
Okay, the next three speakers, we have Jan Williams, followed by the caller ending in 7388, and then Grace Doyle. Jan Williams. Let's see, attempting to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. LAPD is looting our city budget. And the bloodshed in these streets from now on is on Chief Moore's hands and on this commission if you don't hold him accountable for his statements and his actions. LAPD is looting over 54% of our budget that should be used to bring care in our community, like housing unsheltered people. LAPD is looting our resources when they put officers on paid leave, when they have been caught causing harm in our community. Fire all of those officers who have cases of misconduct in their file and make disciplinary actions open to the public, not secret, if you really want to see systemic change. Your apologies aren't genuine because your actions and your statements reflect what's in your heart. The community, this commission must truly represent the community, not the police. The millions of videos showing police meeting people with violence who are protesting police violence exposes that the police are the problem. You must immediately fire that officer who killed Kenneth French, fire Chief Moore. Don't think we can't make you go because we got rid of Beck, and defund the police. The commission, you are the civilian oversight commission. You need to represent the citizens, not the police. All this represents the policing are the problem. The police are the problem. You need to represent the sentiments of the people. I'm done.
Thank you. Caller ending in 7388.
Yes, I want to say, first of all, that I support the Black Lives Matter demands that Chief Moore be fired immediately. I want to point out the complicity of the LAPD. If you go on, try to communicate with you by Twitter, it's your handle is @LAPD Commission. You're not the LAPD Commission, you are the Police Commission. You should separate yourselves from the LAPD and you should immediately ask that their budget be cut in half, not expanded, and move towards eliminating it completely. The lie about rubber bullets are not rubber bullets, they're metal pellets, rubberized, covered with rubberized. There's a young man who has bleeding from his brain from the shot that LAPD put into him. So I think that Chief Moore has blood on his hands and blood in his mouth. And I think that the LA Police Commission is completely complicit with what's been going on. Your website is on the LAPD online. You should move your website to lacity.gov. You should remove and this meeting should have been live streamed immediately from the Zoom call to the Office of Inspector General's Facebook page so that everybody could have seen it from the beginning. And you should have been taking comments on that Facebook page to you from the public. So I think that you are completely complicit. What was said about the murder of Grishario Mack, if you had released the officers' body-worn camera videos of themselves firing kill shots into Grishario Mack after he was down on the ground, already been shot, dropped the little kitchen knife that he had, and they fired twice, and you found it out of policy, but you never exposed to the public the fact that they executed him in cold blood. And if you had, then maybe Grishario Mack would have some justice, and George Floyd would still be alive because the outrage would have been so great at what LAPD did that everybody else would have been stopped from committing these killings. So I think that you need to understand.
We need to go to the next caller. Your time has been taken. Next caller, please. Next speaker.
Grace Doyle, and then I'll try Kate once again. Grace Doyle, you're unmuted. Oh. Grace Doyle?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. I'm a white woman. I don't really know what to say except to do what I have been told to do by Black people in my community, which is to yield time to them, to listen to them. And I urge that all of you commissioners who, again, like the last caller said, are supposed to be working for the people, as are you, the chief of fucking police. As a white person, you just need to follow the lead of Black Lives Matter. You should be on the side of Black Lives Matter and the community organizations led by Black people in our community. All of my time.
Our next speaker, please.
Okay, let's see. I will try Kate K once again. Kate K, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'll be quick so I can continue as my other white accomplices have done to yield their time to the Black leaders in our community. I'm an educator here in LA County, and I just wanted to invite you folks on the commission to indicate that you can hear me by maybe finding a piece of paper next to you or showing on your fingers how many more Black people need to die for you to understand what your department does. So if you could write down a number, if you feel like it's one more person that needs to die, if you feel like we need to get to another 600 this year, but to indicate that you're listening, please just show the audience what that number would be for when you will start to take action. As soon as you all do that, I'll go ahead and yield my time to the next speaker, but not before.
Ma'am, you can continue speaking pursuant to the direction from the city attorney. It's now your time to speak, not time for the commissioners to act. Go ahead.
Well, I think that speaks enough volume, so I'll go ahead and yield my time to the rest of Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Very well. Continue with the next speakers, please.
Next three speakers, we have Claire Kichel, followed by Kevin Dietrelli, and then David Spencer. I apologize if I mispronounced Kevin's last name. Claire, you are on.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Yes, I am just wanting to point out, I think what you guys are doing is radicalizing an entire generation and an entire city of people that are witnessing for the first time that the cops are not actually trying to protect us. It was really scary on Saturday because all of a sudden a completely peaceful protest was transformed when you guys initiated it. And I'm a white girl and have been aware of my privilege my entire life and am more so today than I ever was. California is one of 5 states that does not decertify police officers for misconduct. That needs to change. Things that you can do right now are make sure that these officers are held accountable, that we have video evidence of, and to actually change the culture. I would look at Camden, I would look at Flint, I would look at people who have actually done de-escalation tactics, have taught how their cops to work within their communities and not treat us and their communities as the other, as the enemy. That has to change. I believe that LA has a unique responsibility to do this because we were the people who invented police militarization. 1950, William Packer, the LAPD chief, he invented the militarized police. He made us against our community. He separated cops from their community. And Daryl, the invention of SWAT is from us. We are responsible for this. We have a unique ability to now lead the nation in changing this way and really changing our police force so that we are actually serving our communities for the good. Thank you so much. Yield my time.
Thank you. Kevin Dietrelli, I'm sorry if I mispelled it. Mispronounced it. Kevin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. First of all, for those of you who are playing with your cell phones during this call, stop. It is so profoundly disrespectful, and listening to us air our grievances is quite literally the very least that you can do. So please do us the courtesy of at least pretending to pay attention. My name is Kevin Dieterle. I'm a resident of CD14, represented by the disgraced Jose Huizar. First, I want to say I stand with Black Lives Matter. I want to publicly say shame on Chief Moore. Your remarks last night were absolutely disgusting and beyond the pale. You prepared remarks, and that was what you had to offer. That was pure, unadulterated evil, and it should strike rage in the heart of every single person who hears it. The fact that you have not resigned is an absolute disgrace and an insult to our community. Shame on your cowardly remarks, shame on your inability to call out police brutality and murder of innocent Black lives, and shame on your protection of a criminal terrorist police force, and shame on you blaming peaceful protesters for the actions of your murderous police force. And to the commissioners, shame on you too. You're bound by duty to serve the public good. You're a disgrace to public service. I participated in peaceful protests since this weekend. On Sunday, I watched an LAPD vehicle intentionally run over a police protester. It's on video. Yesterday, I watched as you entrapped peaceful protesters on 5th and Main in the light of day and started arresting them en masse. I had to ask a member of the National Guard to let me onto the street that I've lived on for 6 years. I watched from my window as the cops pointed guns at people, shouting their support from the windows of their own personal apartments. That isn't cause for internal investigation. It's a cause for each and every one of those cops to lose their jobs and to be charged with crimes. LAPD's fascist inclinations were on full display, and it's a really terrifying vision of what's to come. And it's also a terrifying vision of the reality Black Americans live in each and every day. And if you think increased military presence makes anyone feel safer, you're as out of touch as every public comment has indicated that you are. Last of all, the chaotic start of this meeting was completely emblematic of the ineptitude and bad faith of the LAPD. You unnecessarily capped attendance of a public meeting, knowing that there would be tremendous—
Sarah, sorry, we need to move on to other speakers. I'm sorry.
Okay, we have David Spencer, and then the following 3 speakers after David are Isabella DeLon, AV, followed by Lillian Walker, David Spencer. David Spencer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I want to start by saying a sincere thank you to all of the protesters who have been on the ground these last couple of days, making their voices heard, making their statements clear. You have helped to wake me up to what is happening in this city, in this country, as I'm sure you have countless others. So first, thank you first and foremost to those protesters. You are the ones making a difference. I want to echo the resounding claims that Chief Moore needs to resign. Chief Moore needs to be fired. His statements yesterday were completely unacceptable and completely emblematic of the way that he is behaving in this situation. You went on television to give that statement, Chief Moore, and gave your apology after the fact, knowing full well that it is the statement, not the apology, that most of the public will hear. And that is completely shameful to continue to tell the public that the looters and the protesters are the same as the cops who have killed George Floyd and the LA cops who continue to kill Black lives in this city. I demand not only the resignation of Chief Moore, but we need to stop using rubber bullets on our peaceful protesters. There is absolutely no need for this kind of violence. There is no need for the violence that is being shown on countless videos and photos, which I hope all of you are watching in terror, just like the rest of this city is. I had not been woken up to what is going on in this city until this weekend, and you have shown your true colors. I am terrified of the LAPD right now, and I hope that you stand for making a change. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Isabella DeLon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I just want to say that I was at the protest on Saturday, and it was completely peaceful for the time that I was there. Once the the police officer showed up in full riot gear, you're already stewing an atmosphere of rage and being afraid. And then I saw it later, but police officers were instigating fights and destroying property. And I don't think that you can show up to an event in full body armor and then be surprised when people react to it. I think the chief of police, Chief Moore, your apology, fine, you said what you said, but people don't have to accept your apology. And I think you had time to make that statement and you said it. So it shows that you clearly don't support the people of the city of Los Angeles. I love this city and I've been living here for 3 years, and I'm embarrassed and honestly saddened by the state of things right now with the restrictions being sent out like an hour beforehand. Everyone I've been witnessing on the news has been trying to do a peaceful protest, and it's been agitated by the police force. I think I support people by saying that you need to resign. I think you should resign. And honestly, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. You guys have been treating the police force has been treating people like this for the past 30 years. And there hasn't been any changes. You need to change your tactics. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. AV? AV, you're on. AV?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Thank you to everyone who has already given so much good testimony, firsthand experience of the things that have been going on in our city here in LA. I live in LA. I've been living here for 12 years, and this is unacceptable what's going on right now. The LAPD absolutely needs to stop escalating and inciting violence in peaceful protests. There are numerous videos showing this happening. They also need to stop changing and not communicating about curfews and shutting down public transit. By Chief Moore's own admission, the vast majority of arrests, 2,500 arrests, are for curfew breaking and failure to disperse. This is unacceptable. There needs to be change. Y'all need to create ongoing opportunities for community members to have a voice and share their grievances and actually listen to them, validate them. Don't just give us platitudes. People need a direct voice that is heard, and changes need to be implemented. Need to make concrete, lasting, systematic changes based on the input of the people that you're supposed to be serving. We need to hold police accountable. We need to demilitarize the police. We need to end selective targeting of certain groups and reallocate the police funding to communities. The whole model needs an overhaul. Our government programs and employees need to be serving the people's interests with them, alongside them, and not continually cracking down violently harder and harder. We need an entirely new paradigm. I suggest that we implement the people's budget and defund the massive excess of police funding that we have, and I advise that Chief Moore resigns, and we need an overhaul. This whole system needs
Your time has concluded. We need to move to the next speaker.
Lillian Walker.
Hello.
Hi, you're on, Lillian.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Lily Walker. I recently moved here to Roland Heights back in January. I was at the protest on Saturday. Officer Moore, I think we talked. You asked if somebody could come forward after sorry, my heart is racing because I'm feeling so many things about this. I talked to you peacefully and calmly, and if it wasn't you, then whoever I talked to had hollow words. Because when whoever talked to me asked what I could do to make the situation better, I listened and I tried to make it better. When that happened, I will say that after that happened, your police officers continued to shoot at us who are peacefully protesting and trying to use our First Amendment right to do so. I hope you understand that you have proved countless time after time and time again, just in this past weekend, to me, a person who has just moved here, that you need to resign. You need to prove that you can do this, and if you don't, commissioners, you need to uphold what is right. I will also say that I am in support of Black Lives Matter. There have been 600 police murders by the LAPD, and there has been zero accountability. And there has been the use of force and violence on peaceful protesters, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We have the following three speakers: Pies, followed by Haley Lannon, and then Lariah Perara. Pies, you're on. P-A-I-S. Let's see, I'm gonna try to unmute you here.
Yep, can you hear?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm a citizen of the city of Los Angeles. My name is Paisley. I'm a member of the LA Tenants Union and a non-Black person of color. Try to keep my comments succinct here. Your platitudes mean nothing. I second every previous commenter, especially those emphasizing that more resign or be removed, and also to divest from LAPD in order to fund the people's budget. We need action beyond your words, because lip service is not going to do enough, right? What you're saying right now is what you feel like you need to say for people to sit back down and accept the injustices that will continue to occur if true action is not taken. What is going to be done to actually solve the issues that have caused these protests to erupt in the first place? And this goes even beyond the blatant, despicable police brutality. People are dying from houselessness, they're dying from poverty. Why are LAPD officers enforcing illegal evictions during a pandemic? Members of the community have stopped 3 illegal evictions last week from occurring, including one instance of a victim of domestic violence and a woman of color whose landlords were attempting to evict her as a retaliatory action because their son was her abuser. I would say the state of affairs is unbelievable, but unfortunately it's all too expected at this point, and we, the people, will not stand for it any longer. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next speaker, please.
We have Haley Lannon, followed by Lariah. Haley.
Hello, my name is Haley Lannon. I've been a citizen of Los Angeles for 5 years, and this whole meeting was severely disappointing. The whole thing felt like damage control with very little understanding of the core causes of these issues, which have been happening for centuries. And I believe you've had enough time to be educated on these topics. The Black community deserves better, and you should listen to them. Over the past few days, I have heard far too many firsthand accounts from my friends who protested and witnessed the police instigating violence. Curfews were enacted and changed less than an hour before they were expected to be followed, and I can only assume this was done to trap and arrest peaceful protesters. The videos I've seen of police literally trapping peaceful protesters in alleys and streets as they kneel and beg cannot and will not be misconstrued as the police caring about their citizens. Neither can rubber bullets. The police have evaded blame and repercussions for years, and that must change. I'm tired of hearing about your thoughts and prayers. Can we please get action to fix our broken system instead? Black Lives Matter, defund the police. Chief Moore, you should resign. I yield my time.
Thank you. Lariah Perara.
Hi, it's Lariah. Thank you. I want to thank you all, first of all, so much for being here. I know you probably had the opportunity to not even set this up due to COVID, and you still took the time to hear us, or at least try to listen, which I appreciate. I wanted to first applaud Commander Corey Palka for his peaceful handling of the protests off of Hollywood off of Sunset and Laurel. He was able to keep everybody safe. He was able to handle the looting without firing anything at anybody. And he respected the protesters and took a knee with them. And I think that's the kind of leadership that really can help us in the future. I just saw another video of the commander that is currently stationed outside the LAPD headquarters of also taking a knee, respecting the protesters and saying we are all on the same side, which I think is so important. It should not be cops or us. We should all be us. We should all be a united force, especially in the face of racism. A big concern of mine is the fact that we no longer, after being at the protests on Saturday, being fired upon by rubber bullets, the police told us to back up. A girl turned around to back up. She was shot at point blank range in the back of the head. with a rubber bullet. They let her lay in an alley for 45 minutes while we waited for help to arrive, depending on protesters for bringing first aid and medical supplies to aid her with no professional medical training. I'm sorry, I think that's just completely inappropriate. You know, even if it was an accident, it could have been total accident, but I feel that one officer should have broken rank to make sure that she was okay, because she was not violating anything. She was following the rules. A large discussion between me and my friends are how we need to arm ourselves and we need to buy guns, because we cannot trust the cops to take care of us after, you know, being denied that by standing in the streets with our hand up. And looters ran past with thousands of dollars, and yet we were being the ones shot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next three speakers, we have Paige Gresty, followed by Lisa C., and then Burgers Rana. Paige Gresty, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Paige. I'm a resident of LA. I want to echo what everyone has been saying, which is I think that Police Chief Moore should be fired or he should resign immediately. More than 600 people have died because of LAPD, including Jesse Romero, who was killed just blocks from my house. I do believe that people are uniting, and we're going to pass a people's budget to defund the LAPD and its racist institutions. I also wanted to add that this curfew, these shifting curfew times, disproportionately affect essential workers in Los Angeles, particularly essential workers who are people of color, who are stranded and unable to get to work or to get home. I also want to add, Police Chief Moore, you had on a mask during the beginning of the people's comments, but at the same time, you are not protecting protesters, shooting tear gas at them and flashbangs during a horrible, horrible pandemic that affects the upper respiratory system. So it is completely hypocritical of you to wear a mask when people are being tear gassed during this pandemic. I just want to yield my time and say that Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa C., you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just want to quickly apologize if you hear sirens in the background, because there's so many police cars going by while I'm watching this. I do want to mention, Chief Moore, I saw officers at the protests literally taunting peaceful protesters with the same rhetoric. If I'm at fault, you're at fault. And that kind of stuff does trickle down to the people, and it's really upsetting to see. And I personally do not accept your apology. I think you said what you said. I want to know what actions are being taken to protect Black lives today. We're seeing people being profiled on live TV. Curfew times are changing. I personally think Chief Moore should resign. I do not support this militarized, violent police. I think the budget should be cut. We can't be tear gassing peaceful protesters during a respiratory pandemic. It's inappropriate, and it's a harm to our First Amendment rights. I believe the police are the ones escalating all the protests. Everything was peaceful that I saw until the police arrived. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Burgers Rana.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good. My name is Ali Burgers Rana. I am living in El Sereno, California, and I've been a resident of Los Angeles for the last 3 years, and I was born here. This is an unprecedented time, and I want you guys to all acknowledge that. Do we acknowledge that this is an unprecedented time? Is someone acknowledging it? No one's shaking their heads. You're acknowledging it? Okay, Commissioner Decker, do you acknowledge that this is an unprecedented time?
Sir, again,
I'm just asking you, is this no, fuck that. This is an unprecedented time. By the end of this week, I want Chief of Police Moore to resign. He needs to resign. And it is all of y'all's job to make sure that that happens. Okay, Commissioner Goldsmith, you've been looking down this entire fucking time. I need you to look everybody in the eye. I need everybody to look everybody in the eye. You guys are looking down way too much. Chief, look at you, Chief Moore. You're fucking smiling right now. You fucking asshole. I am so mad right now. I'm so sorry that I am saying so many bad words, but this is just crazy. Okay? I need you guys I need one of y'all by the end of today to say that Chief Moore is going to be fired or he's going to resign by the end of the week. Okay? Okay. That's it. I can't say anything else.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah, the next three speakers, Rosie Glenn Lambert, followed by Michelle Marshall, and then Alex Washburn. Rosie Glenn Lambert, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm not going to take up a lot of time because my comment was exactly what the person before me was just saying. I cannot believe, hey, executive director, look up. It is unbelievable to me. Yeah, you're laughing, Chief of Police, but this is like, it is unbelievable to me that these people are taking their time right now, sitting through hours and hours of this meeting to tell you how they feel. I cannot believe how many of you are on your phone. Commissioner Soboroff, you literally look like you've been asleep this entire time. It is disgraceful. It is embarrassing. Stop looking down. Look people in the eye. Listen to them. They have things to say. And why even take the time out of your day to sit here and pretend like you're listening to people if you're not going to look into the camera? And if you think that you're just like looking down because you're listening, understand that at the very least looking down makes it seem like you're not listening. Okay? So keep your eyes glued to the screen and show the people who are talking today some respect. That's it. I yield my time.
Thank you.
For you, all members of the public, we are listening. We are listening. Please call the next few speakers.
We have Michelle Marshall, followed by Alex Washburn. Michelle Marshall, you're on.
Yes, I am. Thanks for taking, my question or statement is, what exactly is the job of law enforcement and police? What are you supposed to be policing? And I think it's not that the system is broken. The system is working exactly the way it's supposed to work. I believe that the police are there to protect the property and the livelihood of the rich and the middle class. So you are policing Black and brown bodies, not for our safety, but to ensure the continued prosperity of the wealthy. We have learned from you that our lives are not valuable unless we are producing to increase the wealth of the rich of this nation. We need a system overhaul. We need to understand that our bodies matter, we matter, and you have to understand that it's not just because we're Black and brown, you're policing us. Law enforcement isn't for our safety, it's for the safety of those who have property and wealth. And it truly feels as if you corral us in an area that says, you are not worthy unless you are producing, and if you're not producing and increasing the wealth of the nation, you are worthless, and therefore we are going to police you. I don't want to be policed. I want to be protected and served. I want to be protected and served just as my white counterparts and people who have money. I think that until we understand what the system is in place to do, nothing's going to change. So I don't think the system is broken. The system is working exactly the way it's supposed to work. You are policing Black and brown bodies. You're not protecting and serving us. Thank you.
Our next speakers, please.
We have Alex Washburn, followed by Kate G. Alex Washburn, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Alex, and I am a 27-year-old non-binary person of color. I've been a resident of Los Angeles for almost 10 years. And I first want to acknowledge that sitting here and listening to all these remarks for hours is probably a lot more difficult than it's been for me, sitting here and listening to all of these remarks for a few hours. But I also want to say that it's your job. This is what we pay you for. I don't know if you all are racists. I'd like to think not. I'd like to think that you all care about Black lives. But honestly, it doesn't really matter how you feel about Black people individually. What matters is your community. Your role as part of the police commission, as police commissioners and as chief of police, is to listen to the community and serve the people. And the overwhelming response of this impassioned community should tell you that you're not doing your job right. It doesn't matter whether or not you're a racist. What matters is that you are showing up for your community. And if you truly cared about Black lives, if you truly took your responsibility as a civil servant seriously, then you would take a long, hard look at the statements that have been made in the past few days about the protests and about looters and about Black lives. It is your responsibility to show up for the city. And the way that our communities, our Black and brown communities, are being policed shows us that you are not taking your responsibility seriously. You are a people's commission. We are the people, and we are telling you that Black lives matter and that what you are doing right now is not enough. And so if you care about your position and your responsibility to the people, you need to take these concerns seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kate G, followed by Denisha Danielle Wrightster, and then Sujay Lee. Kate G, you are on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Hi, I'm Caitlin, born and raised in Los Angeles. Unlike most of the police in the LAPD, I wanted to echo everyone's sentiments and say how completely outrageous it is after this week to sit here and be told that the police are here to keep the community safe. If you are the people who are supposed to be keeping us safe, that's terrifying to me, and I wonder who is going to keep us safe from you. I think you should be ashamed of yourself for blaming the escalation of violence on unarmed peaceful protesters when every protest has escalated because of police violence. I've seen peaceful protesters be shot at with rubber bullets, tear gassed. That is the real violence. Looting is not violence. When you talk about the cars that have been set fire to, remember whose tax dollars pay for those cars. Those cars belong to the people. Our tax dollars pay your salaries and your pensions. You work for us. Your apologies are meaningless, as it is abundantly clear by the way you explain yourselves when you describe looting and arson as violence, that you value property over Black lives. Chief Moore, you told us how many police officers had been injured over the past few days, and then you said you had no idea how many protesters had been injured. In what universe are you doing your job to protect and serve your communities, and yet you have no idea how many protesters have even been injured by your own hand? In your egregious public remarks yesterday, you stated that the protesters have blood on their hands. In fact, it is you that has blood on your hands. Thanks.
Thank you. We have Denisha Danielle Wrightster. I apologize. I'm attempting to unmute and it seems to.
Give it a moment and. Madam Secretary, why don't we go to the next speaker, but let's come back to Denisha. Oh wait, there it is, almost. Let's go to the next speaker and we'll come back to Denisha.
Sujay Lee.
Hi, it's actually pronounced Suhei.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, anyhow, I'm a non-Black person of color and I'm calling for the resignation of Chief of Police Moore. I think your comments just validate how oblivious the police force is and how oblivious this police commission is, because how many times have we been here having the same exact conversations about this? I've been to these meetings before with Black Lives Matter. We have these conversations over and over and over again for generations. You have been killing Black people without any sort of consequence. And when does it end? When does it end? How much is your life worth? Police chief, how much is your life worth? Because George Floyd was murdered over 20 What does that mean to you as a Black man cries for his mother? You all need to stop and think about what it means to be human, because you have not been acting as if you give a shit about human beings. And why don't we start? This is your chance. I don't want to have this conversation again, and I don't want to hold this anger in my heart again. So step it up. Resign. That is what you need to do. I yield my time.
Thank you. Seems Denisha is no longer on. We have the next three speakers, Michelle Grodin, Natalie Benamou, and followed by Viviana. Michelle.
Hello.
Oh, hi, you're on.
Hi. I'm not going to take too much time. I am a person of color, a non-Black person of color. I am currently self-quarantined with my immunocompromised Asian mother, and we have been watching this from our home, and it has been extremely alarming. I have been on this Zoom from the beginning, and it has just been embarrassing to watch, and it's just a complete disgrace. I went to law school, and I literally have completely lost my faith in justice. There is no such thing as justice here. This is a complete embarrassment. I grew up, my parents, when I was little in LA, I learned how to ride a bike here. I learned how to swim here. And they literally switched law firms to take me to Japan so that I could grow up in a country where there were no handguns. And I never really thought about that before until now. I've been thinking about that a lot, but it's become so much more important today, thinking about the sacrifices my parents made for me. My dad was on the partner track, and he switched law firms so that he could take me to Japan so I could be safe. He didn't want to raise me here. That was over 30 years ago. That should speak volumes to you that we are still having this conversation today. I yield my time.
Thank you. Natalie Benamou, Natalie, you're on. Natalie Benamou. Natalie, you're on. Natalie Benamou.
Perhaps Natalie can't. Oh, there we go. It appears Natalie's having troubles. Let's go to the next speaker and come back to Natalie.
Okay, Viviana.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Hi, I also am a non-Black person of color. Yesterday, Chief Moore accused protesters of being criminals capitalizing on civil unrest. This is a disgusting reversal of blame. No one is profiting more from these riots than the heavily armed police officers who are so obviously excited to finally have the opportunity to engage in unbridled and unprovoked violence against unarmed citizens. The LAPD does not serve or protect us. You only serve and protect yourselves. I'm calling for the immediate termination of Police Chief Michael Moore and for the LAPD to stand down at once. Police nationwide are the cause of the violence, and we can all see it. You are not soldiers. Stop going to war against the people you swore to protect. The LAPD must be demilitarized and defunded. Enact the people's budget in LA. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. I'm going to try Natalie Benamou once again. Oh, Natalie, you're on. Oh. Natalie, you're unmuted. Okay, so we'll move on. The next three speakers, we have Nadine Bedrosian, followed by Helen Butcher, and then AV. Nadine Bedrosian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my turn. I have a couple of questions that I would like addressed publicly once this is over, but first of all, my main concern is that this meeting took place at 9:30 in the morning. which is normally a workday for most people. The city of Oakland and San Francisco have managed to schedule their meetings for 5:30 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. after the regular workday when most citizens are able to participate. I would like to see that enacted for Los Angeles for the future meetings. To my fellow listeners, I hope all of you that have showed up today will also be present in future meetings that will be held in a few weeks. I will surely be showing up, and I hope the rest of you will too. I also want to address the amount of hours of training that go into the police department. The number of hours a police officer needs in order to join the force is 664 hours of training. A cosmetologist needs 1,600 hours of training. That difference is ridiculous, and I would like to know what the changes in the training policy will be for the LAPD moving forward. What are the actionable items that will be taking place, and how soon can we make those changes? Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Helen Butcher, followed by AV. Helen Butcher.
And Madam Secretary, AV also, I'm not sure if it's the same person, spoke, was a speaker number 73. I don't know if that is the same person or not. But if you could bring up Helen.
I'm getting a flag here saying that allow to talk is not available because Helen Butcher is using an older version of Zoom.
All right, unfortunately, we're, so just to direct Helen and perhaps other people who've called in, apparently Zoom upgraded on June 1st. You have to have the newer updated version per their rules, not ours. Let's move on. I believe AV spoke before. It could be a different person. Because we have a lot of people in queue, AV, if you previously spoke, please advise us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm a different AV.
Very well, thank you.
My name's Amanda. I am an East Hollywood resident. I have recently moved from Minneapolis, where George Floyd was murdered by cops. I just want to say that it is incredibly irresponsible of the LAPD to treat protesters who they are arresting the way that they have been, when last Saturday was it was reported that it was the highest rates of COVID in LA, and they are only increasing. Cops are only increasing the likelihood that protesters and other civilians will contract COVID by enclosing them in close quarters, by using tear gas. And I call on the chief to resign. I call everybody to listen to Black folks. I am a non-Black, non-binary person of color, and I call you to stop using tear gas and rubber bullets against citizens. You are not using it in the way that it was designed to do. And I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. We have Steph, followed by Joshua Boughton, and then Uni. Steph, you're on. Steph?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm actually calling from my girlfriend's number. Well, my name's Jeremy. I'm actually a Black man. I live out here, and I just want to let it be known that, to be honest, I think that all you guys, just to be honest, racist, and you know exactly what you're doing. The chief definitely knows what he's doing. He's killed more than enough people in his time working here. Chief, what is your idea of what Black people should do, because I'm a Black person, to stop all these cops from killing us? I want to answer live with you while I'm here with you on the phone. No answer?
Jeremy, you may not have heard, but this is the time that we listen and not engage in back and forth per the Brown Act and the advice of the city attorney.
Okay, well, anyways, personally, I believe that Black people need to start defending ourselves. And if these cops do continue to try to kill us, then we probably need to do the same to them, because they don't care, so we stop caring. So I got to say, thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Boughton. Joshua, you're on.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, yeah, I'm a black man. I'm not a resident of Los Angeles County, but I frequent in Los Angeles County. I'm a comedian, and I do want to call for the resignation of the chief of police, just because you've continuously mismanaged situations like this before, and what you said was just so out of line. After hearing what our president said to everybody, and you saw the reaction from that, you then decided that it would be a good time to blame what's happening on the civilians, and that's unacceptable. You had plenty of time to think about what you're going to say before you said it. Also, I think that some of the solutions that you guys can consider taking in place to improve the situations, maybe these cops need to live in these communities for a little bit before they become an officer in Inglewood. Maybe while they're cadets, when they apply during their application process, they need to live in that community for 6 months without a gun, without a baton, without a taser, and understand the community that they're going to work in and what environment they're going to be in. So then when they're equipped with these weapons, that they use them in the right manners. Maybe you guys need to evaluate every single cop at this point and look into the cases of those who've used abused their power. And there's all I'm saying is there's no way you should have 12 demerits and still have a job. If I work at fucking CVS and I get 3 complaints, I'm fired. Okay? What that lady said about 600 hours versus the 1,600 that goes into place for cosmetologists, that is ridiculous. You guys need to restructure how the application process and really look into every single cop and their record and get out the bad cops. You guys know who they are. Get rid of them. Chief, you are one of them. You laughed pretty much this whole time. You covered your face pretty much this whole time, you know? And I just want better. I want better for the people of LA, for the people of California, because the country looks to us as an example, and we have to do better as the example that they look to us to be. It's my time.
Thank you. We have Uni, followed by Laura Garcia, and then Drew Castle. Uni,
Hello.
you're on.
Hello.
Hi, you're on, Uni.
Hi. I just want to say that the chief of police should be removed for his remarks alone. The sheer stupidity of them reveals that he is completely inept to be the leader of the police force. That was an embarrassment. That, like, the comments themselves were intimidating, and he himself is a terrifying white racist. But the stupidity of those remarks just add to the terror of having someone like him be the leader. I don't know why you guys are taking $3 billion. I don't know why you guys are being handed that, or that's even being proposed, considering your ineptitude and your deep racist policies. Whenever I'm at the protests, the things that make me the most nervous are your cops. The gear that they show up in is terrifying. And this whole time across social media and in person, I've only seen your cops taunting and antagonizing and straight out assaulting the protesters. I don't know why there's question of where the violence is coming from, because it's clearly coming from the police. There are no protesters that show up in gear even closely equivalent to what the police show up in. I think you need to be removed from your office, and the curfews are blatantly racist. They are a blatant tactic to suppress the protest and also give cops an excuse to further mistreat and abuse Black people to even be outside. Black Lives Matter. You should be fired. I yield my time.
Thank you. We have Laura Garcia, followed by Drew Castle. Laura Garcia, you're on.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
I can hear you.
Okay. Police Chief, Inspector General, and Commissioners, I come before you as an AFSCME union member, a Chicana, a Black Lives Matter supporter, and a resident of downtown LA. Police Chief, your words yesterday made me angry. How dare you use Floyd's name in vain? Police Chief, you dishonor your position with your words, and your words are indicative of LAPD culture and attitudes. I am asking that we defund the police to pass a people's budget and that the chief of police resign. I am disgusted with the viral video circulating of an LAPD cruiser running over Black Lives Matter protesters in the 5th and Hill intersection of Pershing Square in downtown LA in broad daylight this weekend. What disciplinary action is the LAPD taking in regard to this police brutality? We need to prosecute these officers. As a union member, I understand union contracts protect these officers, and that is why I ask that when LAPD officers negotiate their upcoming contract, bargaining priorities should be set through a public process involving the entire city council with numerous opportunities for community members to provide meaningful input. Many provisions in the current LAPD union contract make it extremely difficult to discipline officers for murder, excessive use of force, racial bias, and other forms of bias-based policing. These provisions must be changed. When police violate the deep trust the community has placed in them, they should face real consequences, including termination and prosecution. I grew up in South Central. I think police reform is needed, but especially in the South Central, where my brothers and sisters commonly experience police brutality. My friend is a member of the police Interpol now, and he had to transfer out of Compton.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up, and we have literally hundreds of people in queue. I have to hold everybody to the time so that I do not have to cut everybody's time down. I want to hear everybody to the extent you can yield time. Some of you have a lot to say. To the extent some of you will yield your time, please do so, knowing we have hundreds of people in queue. Thank you. Next speaker.
Drew Castle, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay, I thank you for this time. I appreciate the professionalism of Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Decker, Commissioner Goldsmith. I am a 50-year-old man that grew up in South Central LA. I have to say that growing up, our saying used to be with the police department, serve and protect and break a nigga's neck. Okay, and I have to say I was there when Daryl Gates was there. I was there when Beck was there, and I'm there. I wasn't there when Moore was there. But to tell you the truth, this has been going on further than 10, 20 years. I'm an educated man. I left and came back to see the same thing going on. And what really bothers me is as the pandemic hit, I watched the chief of police and his attitude and how he fought with the board of directors and how he tweeted and how he has attitude. And I do call for his resign. I no longer live in LA County, but just watching him on this call shows his lack of professionalism, his lack of concern, his lack of empathy. He acts just like our, sorry to say, president. It's all about him and his $300,000 salary. And to me, as a person, it's sick. As a professional, it's sick. For you to be a public servant and sit in front of people and stand in front of cities and act the way you act, you should be ashamed of yourself. And I know your parents are ashamed of you. I'm not going to cuss. I'm not going to demean you. But you've hurt so many people's lives. And now this rage and the hate that you gave these kids is backfiring on you. You need to stop demobilizing these police departments and demoralizing these people, or this is what you're going to get. I'm sorry, but you created it and you have to fix it. I wish you guys the best, but you have to live with your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Casey followed by Peter Clune and then caller ending in 7218. Casey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, thank you so much. Okay, so I just wanted to share some of my experiences based on the May 30th protests. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I am a Black woman, and I went to the protests with about 20 friends, and we all gathered peacefully. And at 3rd and Fairfax, when we decided that we wanted to keep walking, instead of peacefully aiding us down the street, serving and protecting Black lives, all the police officers did was barricade us. All they did was shoot directly into the crowd, hitting Black men in the chest, but shooting at the ground towards white protesters. My boyfriend got hit in the hand. His hand is broken from one of your rubber bullets. How are we supposed to feel safe? How are we supposed to feel heard or seen? And are any of you actively taking notes? That's another question I have. I don't know if you're typing, I don't know if you're writing. I would really appreciate that transparency after the fact. You know, please, Chief Moore, you stated that we, the protesters, have caused $700,000 worth of damage to police property. How much money are you spending shooting rubber bullets at people? How much money are you spending shooting tear gas at people? How much money are you spending deploying not only your entire police force, but also working with the National Guard? Don't talk to us about a budget. Talk to us about our safety. You have yet to say Black Lives Matter. I don't believe you think Black Lives Matter. I do believe that this board should fire you. And if not, in your own consciousness, resign. This is disgusting behavior. I'm Black, I'm scared to go outside. I'm going to continue to protest. You're arresting people, you're keeping them in vans for 5 hours, and you don't care about COVID-19 all of a sudden? What is happening? I yield my time, thank you.
Thank you. We have Peter Kloon. Peter, you're on.
Yes, hi. I'd like to start by saying that it should be a great embarrassment that this meeting is only accessible to all the people speaking today because of a pandemic going on. We've held these meetings at 9:30 a.m. on Tuesdays for years, hiding the failures of the LAPD and the failures of this commission to hold them to account. You have shown total disregard over the years for the demands of Black Lives Matter, Stop LAPD Spying, LA Can Network, Youth Justice LA. These people have shown up week after week, 9:30 on a Tuesday, and told you what needs to be done so that we are not where we are today. And it has been ignored. It has been ignored. You limited access to this meeting today to 500 people. If you actually had to sit here and listen to all the people who want to speak, we would filibuster you in these seats for days. For days. You know, all these failures are front and center when Chief Moore yesterday says that the death of George Floyd is on the hands of protesters as much as officers, and finished by saying that is a strong statement. He should be fired for that immediately. Immediately. He should be fired for putting on a thin blue line mask during this meeting. He can't sit silently and hide his complete contempt for the pleas of people begging you to save lives. He can't even pretend to care for the length of a meeting. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have caller ending in 7218. Hi, caller 7218, you're on.
Hi there. I'm a resident. I was born and raised in South Central Los Angeles. And I was part of the whole 92 riots and didn't ever think I would, or me or my children would ever see this. I would just like to urge Chief Moore to really understand what he says before he says it. Because I'm one of those folks that feels that all police officers aren't bad, but he makes it that much more difficult for them to do their job when they are risking their lives in the projects in different areas of the community, like South Los Angeles, and they're trying to build and bridge these relationships. And when you have comments like this, it really makes it difficult for them to do their work. So again, I'm all for the movement and support Black Lives Matter. But we really need to understand what we say and before we say it, especially to a community that's historically been shut out, shut down, and scared of police officers. So we need to consider that when we're having these conversations with our neighbors. That's all I'd like to say, and thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, we have Alfonso Gonzalez, followed by John Barr. Alfonso Gonzalez, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, well, I've been listening to a lot today. A lot of folks covered a lot of what I wanted to say about the LAPD and its misconduct. So I think instead I'll speak as a resident of downtown. I live on Adams and Main, just south of where everything happened. And I was woken up last night by what sounded like a military firing squad. My neighborhood, so close to my house, sounded like stories I heard of the St. Valentine's Day massacre. And the only reason I knew people weren't dead was because they were the telltale muted gunfire of rubber bullets being fired into a crowd. So let that sink in for a little bit. This is what the city has come to. LAPD is no longer protecting and serving, and I come from a family of law enforcement. I understand that the job is tough, but this is ludicrous. And the situation that we have right now it's more than just the George Floyd thing at this point. This is an open wound that's been festering in Los Angeles. My family's been here since the 30s. I've lived here all my life. This is about a broken societal contract. This is about people expressing rage over 600 plus murders since the riots in '92 that I had to live through. This is about a lack of accountability for LAPD that my father as a parole agent helped tried his damnedest to address. You know, this is about the cycle of despair that keeps people living in tents on the streets, in broken houses, and in servitude to rich white landlords day after day. And we have to hold down 3 or 4 jobs just to get by. And the last thing I want to say is that I support Black Lives Matter. I am not Black, I am Latino. But I know what it's like. And their voices need to be heard and their voices need to be listened to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Barr, followed by Zachariah DeWitch, and then Jasmine Watkins.
Hi.
John Barr, you're on.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. First things first, Chief Moore, you gotta do a better job of pretending you care about this, man. I've been watching you roll your eyes and offer half-hearted smirks, acting like a teenager who's falling asleep in detention. Are you not aware of the war crimes your department's doing, or are you just that impatient to go do more of them? I see a lot of you, particularly sober off, only react when folks use profanity in their remarks. If you think curse words are bad, wait until you hear about these 600 plus murders your department has committed over the last 7 years. As long as Moore's out here equating peaceful protesters with cops who murder Black people, you all could pretend to be as angry about murder as the F word, okay, kids? I know you're all having a rough day, what with everyone here telling you you're bad at your jobs. Have you considered being good at your jobs? If not, you could find new jobs in retail or restaurants. I know how desperate Garcetti is to get Angelinos consuming again during a global pandemic. Where were the curfews then, by the way? Weird. Chief Moore is morally obligated to resign. Mikey, I know you said you didn't mean protesters are as much to blame for George Floyd's murder as his murderers. That's a lie. It is what you meant, and we all know it. Mikey's made it clear in his racist actions and empty platitudes that he doesn't care about the well-being of his constituents. He loves to tear gas them, blind them, force them indoors with curfews that are announced only a half hour before they take effect, and racially profile as he does so. Don't think I didn't hear about how yesterday you sent out an alert in English saying curfew started at 5 p.m. and sent out an alert right after in Spanish saying it started at 6. What's up with that, bud? All your cute Zoom background photos of the city won't trick us into thinking you care about anyone but yourselves and what's in your pockets. To close with a James Cameron quote, cops think of all non-cops as less than they are, stupid, weak, and evil. They dehumanize the people they are sworn to protect and desensitize themselves in order to do that job. That's you pigs to a T. Black Lives Matter, act like it. Happy Tuesday.
Thank you. We have Zachariah DeWitch, followed by Yasmin Watkins.
Again, I realize there are a lot of speakers in queue. I do not want to cut the 2-minute, but I will have to unless a number of speakers start yielding more time. But I just want to give everyone notice. I think we have hundreds of people in queue. So with that, let's continue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Zachariah, please.
Hello, my name is Zachariah the Witch. I stand for Black Lives Matter and Witches for Black Lives. I would first like to say that as a spiritual leader and advisor, Chief Moore, as a human being, your acts and your words have been bigoted, inhuman, and shameful. You should resign. I also say shame on Mayor Eric Garcetti, who couldn't even show his face today, to stand up and take accountability for the choices and the decisions that he has made. These curfews and the incessant abuse of power by the police and by our local and state government has been disgusting. The fact that it traps people by instilling a curfew 30 minutes before we even have time to get home. Some of us take public transportation. Some of us are homeless. Some of us do not have places where we feel safe. And that is not our fault. That is the fact that your budgets go directly to police. You take millions and millions of dollars and utilize it to adorn your officers in battle gear. You don't come to these peaceful protests and shake us by the hand and say to us, we understand you, Black Lives Matter. You attack us with rubber bullets, you throw tear gas, and you hit us with batons. We have marched peacefully over and over and over again. And I sit here with my white privilege and I ask you to look within your heart, and think about the actions that you have taken. Defund the police. No more criminal cops. No more police immunity. Black Lives Matter, and I yield my time.
Yasmin Watkins, you're on.
Hi, my name is Yasmin Watkins, and I'm a Black resident who works in the entertainment industry, and I'm a member of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, and I have had it with y'all. Y'all sit here week after week, year after year, ignoring our cries, our demands for justice. You refuse to prosecute the cops who kill and over-incarcerate our people. And for years, we have shown up to this police commission in support of the families of those killed by your murderous police force. And you ignore us, finding yourself in policy. How dare you waste our time pretending you care? You spent more time apologizing for the Zoom than you did for killing Black people. People, you can't treat people like that. Your indifference speaks volumes of your commitment to uphold white supremacy, blaming us as you hold the gun. May you forever be haunted by the blood on your hands. Chief Moore, it's time to step down. And Bonner, you and Jackie Lacey are the definition of not all skin folk are your kinfolk. How much is your integrity worth, or did you sell us out for free? This is why we demand to defund the police. You do not support our community. You do not represent us. I am putting all of my power and my network behind the effort to defund your department. May the blood be on your hands.
Call up our next speaker.
Next three speakers, we have Sarah Jung, followed by Black Peace Reggie and Alex Nonas Barn. Sarah Jung, you're on.
Hi there. Hi, I wanted to focus on what Chief Moore talked about. He said that he was calling for the organizers to call for peace. This is inherently wrong because the power lies in the hands of the oppressors and not the oppressed. And it shows just how little you understand about the systemic racism that exists. And it's this very reason the protests are happening is that we need to speak truth to power, and you guys have the power. You have the power to prosecute and hold accountable all the officers involved in brutality and injustices against the Black community, and you have not done that. So if there is no justice, there is no peace, and you can have a hand in bringing about peace, but you refuse. Please don't talk to us about better police training. We need that, sure, but the thing is, without consequences and actual jail time for police officers, no amount of training will get through to them that no amount of training will teach them that they are under the law. All they've learned is that they're the law doesn't apply to them. So please, please hold them accountable. And please stop telling us that police are human beings too. They're called to a higher standard. Those who wield a badge and a gun should be held to a higher standard. And that's just how it should be. I yield my time.
Black Peace Reggie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi. First, I would like to say that I am a Black male and I would like to claim such times that others have reserved for me. I'm a medical professional for almost 2 decades now. I work at a level 1 trauma center downtown LA. Today, I feel compelled to speak. Although everyone has said that the police chief should be fired, I will have to say that I don't know if it should happen because I'm not sure about their subordinates as well below you that will also take your place. I'd rather you, your subordinates in a commission board, take a non-paid extra training on leadership, cultural sensitivity by trained cultural mediators, and for you all to interact and get to know specifically the lower income communities for at least 100 hours plus a year. This may be for just renewal of trust and maybe just for you guys to understand us more. I asked for a few lists of things I've been trying to fight for with another program called Urban Peace Project. It's for police reform and to create a zero tolerance for police abusing their authority unjustly and unbecoming of any officer to the public trust and acting above the law. Create a citizens review board for officers who have substantial amount of complaints to see if they should be fired or retrained. Change police admissions to higher educated personnel, at least an AA degree or higher possibly. Add more cultural and de-escalation training and scenario hours to every department officer in California before they are able to graduate or advance. Allow for citizens to force any officer to immediately act to save a life who's in the custody with them without any delay or excuse of previous safety rules after a suspect is wounded. Otherwise, a citizen can act on behalf of saving a life and to relieve such officers who was unbecoming. To adapt a policy or law of unbecoming of an officer, just as the military holds their own officers, harsher citizen and internal reviews for officers using their weapons too often, having a higher ratio other than officers in their own departments.
Sorry, I have to hold everybody to, in fact, I'm going to have to, in order to accommodate everybody who is in queue, I'm going to have to lower the time limit to 1 minute, but I want to give people notice. Madam Secretary, I'll allow the next 3 speakers, and that will bring us to 110 speakers so far on 2 minutes, but everyone after that will have to go to 1 minute, or we will just not be able to hear from everyone. So Madam Speaker, the next 3 speakers, I don't know who they are, they will each get 2 minutes, and then after that, we're going to adjust to 1 minute, please.
Understood, thank you. Alex Nonas Barnes, followed by Reyes Hamirani, and then Zero Gravity. Alex Nonas Barnes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
All right, my name is Sasha Nonas Barnes. I'm a white Jewish man who lives in Koreatown. I want to first say to the white people who have just realized that this is how the police act, shame on you for not listening to Black people who have been yelling about this for decades and centuries. Hi, Chief Moore. I'm talking specifically to you, but I'm directing my comments towards the commission as well. I would normally start by saying all due respect, but respect is something that's not given, it's earned. We pay your officers to respect the community, but they need to earn that respect in return. You've sat here with your mask on, fiddling around on your desk, and you ask for respect. Your words ring hollow. Actions speak 10 times louder, and your actions were to shoot innocent, peaceful protesters who were exercising their First Amendment right to free speech and peaceable assembly with rubber bullets, which are metal bullets coated in rubber and can kill a human being at close range, and tear gas, and as well attack them with batons. And you think that's okay. The narrative is that police are allowed to act this way when they get scared. If you scare so easily, why are you police? You claim to want to listen, but in your actions, you refuse. You want to change this system. Start by resigning in shame and follow it by doing everything that Reggie just asked you to do. Who has been out with the brooms and the tools cleaning up the mess? The citizens. The police do not care about the people. And as a message for Eric Garcetti, your political career is over. The people will not forget that you turned a blind eye to militarized police shooting and gassing their own citizens. The LAPD is akin to the Gestapo and needs to be defunded and dismantled. And to the commission, upgrade your Zoom account with all that fucking money. I yield my time.
Rayaz Hamarani.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
First, the LAPD needs to stop using aggressive crowd control tactics immediately. Your jobs are to facilitate so unarmed protesters, myself included, are able to express their First Amendment rights. But the vast majority of the people that you're hurting right now, both physically and psychologically, are being peaceful. If you feel threatened by unarmed citizens, then fuck you. Find a new job. Second, Police Chief Moore needs to be fired, not given the opportunity to resign. When you cut off the head, you kill the snake. And right now, the LAPD is a collection of snakes with him at the top. His knee-jerk comments from last night about George Floyd and the nationwide unrest show something very clearly. He's a small man with no empathy, currently holding the public position in this city that requires the most empathy. The fact that that was your unscripted instinct, we see who you are. And if you, the members of the police commission, refuse to hold him accountable, you deserve to be terminated from your positions as well. You need to police the police. Third, I'm calling upon this commission, this city, and this police department to be the nationwide leaders in making policing a licensed profession. You need a license to be a practicing doctor or lawyer. Being a cop should be no different. Licenses can be revoked for misconduct and as warranted. Without a license, an officer removed from one precinct would not be able to obtain employment at another. We should not be hearing excuses for how difficult this may be. Figure it the fuck out. Cops are killing people. You should all be embarrassed. Your long-standing apathy towards these issues and the Black Lives Matter movement is appalling. As it exists right now, the LAPD does not deserve our funding. You have all failed us.
Thank you. Zero Gravity.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
I'm going to keep it short because there are more important people to speak, but I just want to say you're all incompetent. You're all complicit. More, you should be fucking fired and disgraced over what you said last night. We all know you meant it. And the last thing we need is more money going to you fucking ghouls. Call for the National Guard to leave now. I'm done.
Thank you. And we'll now put the time at 1 minute. Next three speakers, we have Justin Jacob Bryan, followed by Jesse Owen, and then Sarah Dunn. Justin Jacob Bryan, you're on.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, all. You all need to resign. Especially you, police officer, chief of police, Moore, from what after you said last night. You know, when you correct something, that's not going to get the news. What you said last night is getting the news, and people think that is a call to action for white supremacy here. I don't feel safe here in Los Angeles. I don't feel safe in cities that are overrun with police. I don't feel safe where we're allocating a $5.4 billion budget for next year for the LAPD who are hurting people. I fear for my sister's life. I fear for the future of this country, and I fear for my Black and brown community. They are dying at disproportionate rates. And if you don't acknowledge this genocide that is happening as an intentional act to subjugate the people that you work for, then you have another thing coming. You work for us. You work for us. Agents for Black Lives, Filipinos for Black Lives, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Jesse Owen, followed by Sarah Dunn.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Thank you.
I'm a Los Angeles City resident. Chief Moore, your off-the-cuff remarks reveal your true prejudices, and your apologies don't change what we know now is in your heart. As Chief Moore, as he has a poor history of holding his own officers to account, he should be given no faith that he will hold his officers to account now or in the future. Your disgusting words about George Floyd have obliterated whatever trust you had left with the public. And if you care about this city at all, you must resign immediately. If not, you should be fired. Your police force is behaving as an occupying army, and our city and country is rapidly devolving into a failed state. All of this has been precipitated by police actions and exacerbated by the LAPD's constant incitement to violence. You are shooting peaceful protesters in the face with rubber bullets. Chief Moore, I implore you to prove that you care about this city, prove that you are a true public servant, resign.
Thank you. Sarah Dunn, followed by Maxine Leitner. Oh.
Hello?
Hi, Sarah, we can hear you.
Hi, all right. I wanted to second and third everyone's rage and comments, particularly the police reform project that Black Peace Reggie mentioned and the other Black Lives Matter members that have spoken. I understand this isn't a city council meeting, but I want to make it crystal clear that I do not feel safe giving the LAPD $3 billion. Their treatment of Black lives and watching how they've handled justified unrest and rage. I don't approve Garcetti's budget. I don't believe the current LAPD or Chief Moore are capable of using these funds for community good. This should be redistributed to other community initiatives. If they aren't redistributed and Garcetti ignores our calls to defund, we will be watching how you spend it and we will hold you accountable. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Maxine Leitner. Hi, Maxine,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. It's Mazain, actually. I'm a non-binary white resident of South LA and a former resident of Minneapolis. It's absolutely abhorrent how the MPD and the LAPD have targeted and killed Black citizens, attacked peaceful protesters, instigated violence, and sown disinformation. Your officers have attacked street medics. These are by definition war crimes enacted by an authoritarian and militarized police force. There are no good cops, only war criminals and those that stand by and abide them. You talk about reform, but Minneapolis dumped an ungodly amount of money of taxpayer money into these so-called reforms, and it has made no difference. The only solution is to defund and abolish the police. Chief Moore needs to be fired, defund and abolish the police, and adopt the people's budget. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We have Maya Houston.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Hi, great. I'm a Black woman. I haven't heard a lot of Black people actually during the 2.5 I've been waiting for here, but let's go with this anyway. I'm 25 years old. I live in LA, and I want to start by saying it's not my job or anybody's Black person's job to educate anyone. But since I'm looking at y'all and there are hardly Black people present, and truthfully, Commissioner Bonner, I can't claim to know if you're with us or not, but perhaps I can provide nuance to the situation. But before I start even that, I believe I need to say that you need to resign, Chief Moore, or the group of y'all needs to do the right thing and fire him. What you said about the protesters were reprehensible. LAPD's involvement in 601 people killed in the past 7 years is reprehensible. It shows that you are complicit. I've been a part of the protest this week, and it was your cops that made it to something that it wasn't. Additionally, I look at you all and all I see are faces of apathy, texting, boredom. We need a change. The start with the people's budget. And 50% of it should not go to the police department for them to continue to militarize. All I want to say is protests are not the problem. Protests are the symptom to the problem, which is racism with your system.
Thank you. Nicholas Ronzio, followed by Juliana De La Santa. I'm having trouble unmuting Nicholas.
Let's move on then to the next call and we'll come back to Nicholas.
Okay, we have Juliana De La Santa. You're on, Juliana?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
I wanted to start off by saying that it's laughable that you expect anybody to believe the bullshit that you're all spewing when you can't even pretend to be listening. So just shut up with the like, yes, we're listening nonsense, because your body language gives you away as liars. It would be a mistake for any of you to expect us to believe that Chief Moore is truthful about his quote unquote reform in mind, that he's going to be able to lead an entire department in any future reform when he couldn't even handle peaceful protests now. If you have any interest in your community, especially in your Black community, you're going to not only fire him, but also understand that defunding and abolishing LAPD is necessary. I yield my time.
Thank you. I'm going to try Nicholas again. Yeah, I'm having trouble unmuting Nicholas. All right, we'll have Gary Beck, followed by Galaxy S10 5G, and then Ari.
Good afternoon. I'd like to say thank you to all of you out there. And I'm amazed that we don't have people out there that are more poignant with what they have to say and have a, something as a statement really that's helpful to what we're looking at. And I wanted to say thank you to our officers that are wearing it on their sleeves out there and, have a fiduciary duty to be protecting all of us. And I hope to God that all of you sitting there with this man understand that he's put his life on the line with COVID. And if you look at the odds of how many people has been around, he's got pretty much no chance of not receiving it and is continuing to stand and do his job. So with any luck, there's some respect for the position. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Galaxy S10 5G.
Hello?
Hi, we can.
Oh, perfect. My name is Emily Bargoma, and I am with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. And Chief Moore, you should not have walked back what you said yesterday. It was your truth. You believe what you said. And that's because yours is the most murderous police force in the land. Having said that, keep George Floyd's out of your mouth. You have a whole list of 600 bodies that have been looted from their families by your peacekeepers. Yet, you want to talk about Big Floyd. You and DA Jackie Lacey both need to exit stage left. Your cops are out there removing their name tags from their uniform and taping or blanking out their names on their helmets. Your thugs are out there laughing at protesters and shooting rubber bullets directly at them, including my friends.
Thank you. We have Ari, followed by Nadia Taha. Ari, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Great, I'll speak quickly. Everyone who spoke today from the police department in the city said how much they want to hear from the Black community. As a Black queer woman, I want to say this community, our community, my community is not oppressed because we haven't said anything. Words mean things. Conflating protesters with looters, equating peaceful protesters with officers who lynched George Floyd on camera is just another attempt to shift responsibility and blame a community who is lashing out because we've been given no other recourse. Black people have been in a constant state of terror and grief and mourning by this police departments across the country long before these protests started. We've heard your responses and they're hollow. We're not asking for too much. We simply want police to stop killing us and to be accountable when they do. Police, the government, and white supremacy have been looting Black bodies on a scale that has never been addressed in any meaningful way. And now you want to demonize us over a couple of cop cars?
Thank you. We have Nadia Taha, followed by Rayan Ansari. Nadia, you're on.
Hi, I'm just commenting in support of Black lives, I want to make one thing very clear. If any of you have a shred of a conscience left after hearing how people have spoken to you today, you will spend the rest of this day and however much time it takes rethinking your decision to even serve on this commission, rethinking what you're doing, resigning, all of you, from your jobs, and dedicating the rest of your life to undoing the harm and injustice that you have done here. Black Lives Matter. Killer cops need to be convicted, and you should all be defunded, and the entire police system should be dismantled. 600 deaths on your watch. I don't know how you live with yourselves. I yield.
Thank you. We have Rayan Ansari followed by Nicole Pons.
Hi. I'm a 17-year-old and I'm Rayan Ansari. And I just want to make a short point about how, legislation is coming out too slowly and change seems to be standing still, right? We just passed AB 392 and Los Angeles is still on its way to make the same amount of violence and shootings and critical cases as last year. Chief Moore made a statement about a 25% decrease in police shootings because of de-escalation tactics, yet African Americans are still in abject fear of the police. I believe that the police commission cannot and will not effectively represent the grievances of the massive population with just 5 people. It's not anything wrong with the police commission itself, but it's the fact that this cannot effectively represent our population. It's not realistic. I think we need a broad acting civilian oversight committee if we want accountability, if we want more representation as opposed to targeting all of our feelings to these commission meetings. So if I'm 17 and I can figure it out, I think everyone else in the audience can do so as well.
Thank you. Nicole Pons followed by Jalen Pinello. Nicole, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I'm a 26-year-old Black woman born and raised in South Central Los Angeles. And let me say this on behalf of my community. We are tired. We've had enough. The police chief needs to resign today, and Black life cannot be less valued than any property. What's the point of insurance with all of these businesses legally must have? We demand a defunding of the police. We demand a budget in support of the people. Let's talk about how my ancestors were brought to this country to build it up for free and be brutalized and killed mercilessly in the street. Let's talk about how the police originated from slave catchers. Let's talk about the lack of representation on this board currently. Where's the commissioner that will speak up for me? Where's the representation for Black women? This is bigger than George Floyd. This is about the systemic racism that this country is built upon. Police will rather silence protesters than march with us in the streets. Why is it that the divide is promoted with military tactics, shooting rubber bullets directly at peaceful protesters? Tear gas has been banned in warfare, but not in our streets. Make it make sense. You guys know.
Thank you. Jalen Pinello, followed by Eric Lansigan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Hi, my name is John Pinello, and I was born in South Central LA. And first of all, I want you all to know that so many more people are watching this than you probably initially thought. If you aren't in this Zoom, we are watching this live on social media. You cannot hide anymore. You're failures. And your disgusting cops are being seen for who you really are. LA will never, ever be the same. We do not see you as brave in these military outfits. This doesn't make you look brave. It makes you look like cowards. Your egos are so fragile, they drive you. You think you're better than us? You're not. You are not better for arresting protesters. Nothing is looted on looted land. Stop paying attention to looting rather than Black lives. Why are material things more important to you than Black lives? Why are looted things and why are material objects more important to you than my little baby cousin who lives in South Central who could be shot by cops? You disgust me.
Thank you. Eric Lansigan, followed by Hunter Edwards. Eric, you're on.
Hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay. So first of all, it's disheartening to see that nobody's taking notes. It's like a big sham. I see some of you writing some things down here and there. I hope somebody's taking notes. We expect to see those notes, and they need to be made public and transparent. I hope the reason you're not taking notes, some of you, is that because you may be planning on resigning. I'm voting to divert the money that's funding the police to funding the people. We need masks. We need the same gear as you. Bailout money needs to go back to the community. You're incentivizing arresting and brutalizing us. Short of that, I'm voting to adopt a people's budget. Mayor Garcetti, you're next. I hope you're listening and taking notes. We need emergency elections. Something needs to happen immediately. We own you. We've spoken. Do you understand the repercussions of disobeying us? Have some empathy and just do what's right. Please be careful what you say. To everyone that's speaking here, they're tracking each and every one of us. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Hunter Edwards, followed by Steve Delaney.
Hello.
Hi, Hunter, you're on.
Hello, my name is Hunter Edwards. I'm a proud resident of Los Angeles. I'm working class. I've had a minimum wage job at 20 different businesses here in LA. I don't care a single shred about any of them going up or being looted because ultimately these businesses will be back. They will be replaced. What I'm terrified of is the lives that have, are, and will be lost and will not be replaced. What I am terrified of is the police officers who do not know the difference between a business owner and a criminal. What I am terrified is the way that peaceful protests in this city are met with harmful and violent opposition. You use metal batons, less lethals, and pepper spray, while hundreds of us had our hands up asking you to not shoot. I am calling for you to fire Police Chief Moore. I am calling for structural and rigorous retraining of all LAPD officers, and I am calling for you to coordinate with Black Lives Matter, and I am asking for police escort for demonstrations of our First Amendment right so that citizens can be free.
Thank you. Steve Delaney, followed by Diana.
Yes.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Ayana Delaney. I'm his wife. I am an African-American here in Southern California, born and raised. I just want to say that this is not just about George Floyd, rest in peace, or Breonna Taylor. It's about our own deaths here, our 601 deaths that this commission and the chief of police Moore have totally ignored. We have dealt with this. I am 40 years old. We have dealt with this my whole lifetime, my parents' whole lifetime, my grandparents' whole lifetime. This is systemic racism. I'm calling for him to be fired. Jackie Lacey needs to go. This budget, paying more of our, we need to understand this budget is about our tax dollars. It's our tax dollars. 50% of our tax dollars going towards this budget for the police. It needs to be taken down. We need a people's budget. If you can take mass shooters down without killing them, why the hell are you killing us? Stop killing us. Black Lives Matters. I'm out.
Thank you. Diana's next, followed by MW. Diana, you're on. Diana?
Let's move on to the next person and come back to Diana.
Okay. We have MW followed by Aurora Medeiros.
We are upset by the police state that's currently controlling our freedoms, but honestly, it's just out in the open now. This is what community policing looks like every single day.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Madam Secretary, the clock needs to start so we can accommodate all the speakers. I'm sorry, ma'am, or MW, you will have another opportunity to restart. I'm terribly sorry. Please proceed. Thank you.
The world is watching your response to LA Police Chief Moore's horrific statement deflecting murder onto those protesting it. And the police state that you're allowing in our beautiful city is being noticed. We cannot overlook that the last two previous LA Police Commission meetings where we sat and listened to the use of force report listing Los Angeles Police Department as the #1 leading police department in the United States for use of force. #1 and third place for use of force was the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. First and third place for use of force in the whole United States of America is not acceptable. And 89% of those who suffered the use of force were Black or brown. 89%, and that happened underneath Chief Moore's leadership. This is unacceptable. When will this change?
Thank you, Aurora Medeiros, and then I will try Diana again.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, I'm a teacher in LAUSD, and I teach children of color. And I am sick and tired of having to make excuses and having to tell my students that the police is there to protect them and also to protect the people all around them. I'm a Latina, and I'm also a mother, and I have a son, and I fear for him every time he goes out with his friends, because I have to have the talk with him about what to do if he is profiled because of the way he looks. I'm tired of having to hear prayers and thoughts, and I'm also tired of people not listening to our young people. You need to listen to Black Lives Matter's demands and adopt the people's budget, and the incompetence of the police. And you, Chief Moore, you need to resign. Your words communicated to us how you see and how you feel.
Thank you. Diana, followed by Valerie Morishige. Oh, Diana just dropped off. Okay, so Valerie Morishige. Oh, Valerie does not have the updated version of Zoom. So we'll move on. Carly Weckstein, followed by Bridget Bailey. Carly, you're on.
It's unmuted. Go.
You go mute that. I'm so sorry. Hello, my name is Zach Brown. I've been a Los Angeles resident for 10 years. You have lost the faith and the trust of the public. It is your sworn duty to protect and serve. And to be honest, you never really had that trust. It is obvious that you do not care about the safety of the public, and your record shows that you are only concerned with protecting those in your department. And even at that, you are incompetent. In order for police officers to effectively serve the community, they need to be seen as emergency response and not as a military force. You literally and metaphorically have a gun pointed on the public. Something has got to give, and you better believe you will continue to see us out in the streets. You have the power to end this. Prove that you care. Tell your officers to put down their riot gear and assist protesters with medical aid and directing traffic. I am ashamed to admit this is my first police commission meeting, but it is a lot of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Bridget Bailey, followed by Stacy Stearns. Bridget, you're on.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay, all of you, and especially Chief Moore, if you state you care about this community in Los Angeles, then you should all be advocating and literally screaming from the rooftops for the redistribution of budget funds to things like education, healthcare, housing, jobs, and so much more. You should actively be working every single day to quite literally work yourself out of a job to create a community that does not require this despicable level of police militarization. If you can't do that, then step down. And I don't believe that this is any of your goals right now, so I'm also calling for the resignation of Chief Moore. I hope that you fund Care Not Cops. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Stacy Stearns.
Hello, I'm on IG Live. I've got a lot of people we've been following for hours. Shame on you. It's not a resignation that we need. It is firing, because we don't need to give benefits to someone who's supervised and watched so many murders. This is insane. Everyone I'm looking at, look at me. Look at me. Hello, Inspector General. Can you look at the Zoom? Zoom, what all the kids have been doing during the pandemic. Zoom, the way we all organize and stay together. Zoom, the thing that's going to bring you down. I can't wait to see how you manage to get this one. Put it up. Look at yourselves. Who's taking notes? Who's taking responsibility? Listen to the people of Los Angeles. They're not going to take it anymore. You are all guilty if you don't figure this out. Demilitarize, send the National Guard home. We don't need protection. We need protection from you. I'm looking at you, Moore. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, each and every one of you, and I want to see you step up.
MU, initials MU.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
As a Latina and lifelong citizen of Los Angeles and surrounding counties, I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. To Chief Moore, there is a reason no one is calling here to congratulate you on a job well done. You have shown your true colors. You deserve to lose your job not only for your comments yesterday, but for your years of failure to do anything about the deaths of countless citizens killed unjustly at the hands of your police force. To Commissioner Soboroff, are you aware that we can see you? Maybe you should resign as well, because based on your reactions in this call alone, you are not sympathetic to the people you are supposedly serving. To everyone listening, please Google the People's Budget Los Angeles. Together we can work to defund the police and divert those funds to programs that actually contribute to our citizens. There's still time. And now in Spanish. A todos los que están escuchando, los invito a informarse sobre el People's Budget de Los Ángeles. Juntos podemos recortar los fondos de la policía y desviar esos fondos a programas que realmente ayudan a los ciudadanos. To the Commission, what are you going to do to show us you hear us? That means action, not words. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Burke Rafter, followed by Brett Schneider.
Hello.
Hi, Burke, you're on.
Hi. I participated in the march on Saturday, and what I saw primarily was a pretty beautiful display of solidarity, people coming together and looking out for one another to give a voice to Black people, a voice that's saying we are human and our lives matter. And just imagine a city, state, country where that has to be said. I mean, this has been this country for its entirety. And what I saw was organizers being met by overly militarized LAPD, strategically redirecting us until we were basically nowhere to go. And then the chief gave a half-assed attempt at a speech that no one could hear because he apparently can't use a bullhorn. And within 20 minutes of that, we were being fired on at will with tear gas and rubber bullets. And like, that's not a fucking dialogue. So you need to retire. You said what you said. You did your dog whistling fucking racist statement last night. The same shit the racist in chief does.
Thank you. Brett Schneider. Brett, you're on.
Hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I'd like to also call for the resignation of Chief Moore, but I'd like to use my time to make a recommendation for something for which I advise that you advocate during your free time after you've lost this job. I'd like you to advocate for the significant reform of unqualified immunity. Police officers, based on the notion of qualified immunity, are not held liable for enforcing the law if it is seen that they act in good faith and with probable cause. It requires that even officials who act maliciously and violate people's rights will be immune unless the victim can point to a previously decided case with the same specific context and particular conduct. Not only is it extremely difficult to find a case and judicial decision involving the same exact context and conduct, but it means that in practice, police officers almost always prevail because it is very hard to find cases that are the same in all respects. The cycle then continues because courts stop generating those precedents since plaintiffs almost always lose. This standard makes it nearly impossible for plaintiffs to win.
Thank you, Isabella, followed by Carrie Calloway.
You guys have Brett Schneider up there?
Yeah, I'll pull him down. Let's see. I'm having a hard time unmuting Isabella. Isabella, can you try unmuting on your end? Okay, I'll come back to Isabella. I apologize. Carrie Calloway.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay, I first of all would like to say that I stand with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles and support all of their claims. I also would like to call for the firing of Police Chief Moore. And I would like to say to Police Chief Moore that, you know, personal growth is possible. It's possible for you to learn and unlearn the internalized racism you have, but you need to be doing that when you're not in a position of power. You need to step back so that someone who has done that unlearning can come into this position of power and actually make good change. And while I am a police and a prison abolitionist, I still believe that until we get there, someone needs to be in that position that has done some level of unlearning, and obviously you have not. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Tess Pollock, followed by Sophia De Loreto Chetty. Tess, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Hi, I've lived in Los Angeles for 20 years. I wanted to join basically everyone on this call who's called for Chief Moore to resign. I'm just really shocked and kind of just disturbed beyond words at the way that the police presence and the police violence at these protests has escalated. I don't really need to echo everyone here who's pointed out that they have basically been the antagonists in every situation. And when you bring militarized police in, you're just injecting violence into just like a pretty horrifying situation. I saw police fire at protesters rubber bullets at their face when they were like 2 feet away. Sorry, I'm just shaking because it was really disturbing to see. I do think that we should defund the police. You have all the money in the world. You have more than half of our budget, and you clearly can't do this job. So you need to resign, and everyone should check out A People's Budget. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Sophia De Loreto Chetty. Hi, Sophia, you're on.
Hi, thank you. I am a resident of Los Angeles, but when the pandemic started, I came back to my parents' house in Oregon. I attended a protest in Eugene, which is a small liberal town, and I was shot 11 times in the front by rubber bullets encased in rubber. They're metal bullets encased in rubber, and sprayed many times with tear gas. And I came back to my apartment to see that military was being brought into Los Angeles to help protect and keep people safe. The only people that we need to be kept safe from are the police. The police are the ones who we are protesting against. The police are the enemy. I do not feel safe to come home to Los Angeles while the military is still there. We need to defund the police. You need to resign for what you have said and what you have done, and you need to all take a hard look in the mirror and think about what a 24-year-old, a 118-pound-year-old girl can do that provokes that kind of response.
Okay, we'll go with Laura Addery, and then I'll go back to Isabella. Hi, Laura, you're on.
I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I'm also a clinical psychologist. And as a clinical psychologist, I'm extremely well versed in the basic principles of reinforcement of human behavior. And I can absolutely assure you that the message being sent to cops right now is that there are no consequences for their actions, which is just going to perpetuate the violence that they are perpetuating. In fact, violence is seen as part of their duty based on the comments that our president and other government officials have been making. If we continue to reinforce this with our community standards, police violence and behaviors of dominance will prevail. So it's time for structural change that will no longer reinforce and allow the violent behavior of cops under the guise of protection. Who is being protected by this department? It is not our community. It's not our peaceful protesters who are being fired on unprovoked. We need to defund the police. We need to have the chief of police resign, and we need to fund the people's budget. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Isabella, and then we'll go with Chantel W. Isabella, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Hi, I cannot begin to express enough my utter disappointment in you, Police Chief Moore. The words you used yesterday are not words that were hidden somewhere behind a wall. They're words that you intentionally used and prepared for. That disappointment is why I call that, along with your actions throughout this protest, are why we call for your resignation. I urge you to make history in California. Don't leave this sour taste in your citizens' mouths. We are advocating for people. We're advocating for lives that matter. We're advocating for the safety of the citizens. I, as a property owner here in California, am disappointed to hear how my tax dollars are being spent. We need to coincide with People's Budget LA and understand where our money is going for. You are making history, Chief Moore, and this is the stain you're leaving in Los Angeles. I hope you can live with that.
Thank you. We'll go with Chantel W., followed by Nicholas Roncio.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, yes, we can.
Great.
So a lot of people have focused on Chief Moore and his comments. They weren't stupid. They reflected what you believe. And while that's alarming, that is not surprising. The entire U.S. police system has roots in the slave catcher overseer roles from the plantation and from slavery. The entire system is filled with racist officers from the top down. We have witnessed over the last week multiple videos of cops excited and turned on by the opportunity to hurt folks and exert their power. You all constantly patrol and taunt Black and poor communities. You are power hungry and you feel threatened in this moment by our collective power. Who are you serving? I don't want to see any more Black faces up in this system. I want this whole system gone. We need justice, not order. So if you want to quote Martin Luther King, please read all of his history and understand that we must abolish this system. We must abolish the police, and you all need to take responsibility.
Thank you. Nicholas Ronzio. Okay, Nicholas, try unmuting on your end, please. Okay, we'll try again later. Sonia Pandya, followed by Alex D.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
As an Angelino Police Chief Moore, I'm quite appalled by your statement last night. Contrary to your statement, it is you and the PD under your leadership and that of previous Chief Beck that have blood on their hands. Civil unrest is just how we get you and your core who don't understand the issues to get out. It's how we get you to change. And obviously the shouts, the pain, the anguish falls flat on your ears. You're too experienced and too old to make mistakes like this. And quite frankly, I don't think it was a mistake on your end. You meant what you said, and you made a point of that in your original statement. Your Karen-ness shows. I ask you this: what is the value of an irreplaceable human life? Black lives that can't come back, Black lives shattered, Black families broken up, the Black psyche held under a boot of the police state. You work for us. This is your performance review, and I may say you and the whole commission, you're not doing well. You have to be held accountable to the Black citizens of LA. I yield my time.
Thank you. Alex G, followed by Alexandra Van Hook.
Did you hear the shade there? I didn't even.
I'm having issues. Can I go next?
Oh, hi, Alex. Yes, hold on a second. Alexandra Van Hook.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Great. So I had several points to make, but I'll just kind of speed through them. First off, obviously, Chief Moore, you need to go. Second off, I'm a Black woman. I'm a mother of a Black son, and my police officer is, my husband, I'm sorry, is a police officer. I am scared every day for him to go to work because of this fucked up culture that law enforcement leadership like Officer Moore has created. I want you to know that I am fully dedicated to eradicating the kind of flaccid and inane leadership that we have seen from local government and law enforcement for a very long time, but even more so in the recent days. I am a law student and a future lawmaker, and I'm fully committed to that. Second off, remember George Floyd, okay? Remember Officer Chauvin's knee on his neck. That is how I am going to have my knee on your neck until leaders like you are powerless and are not leading this system anymore. I am.
Thank you. Alex G, followed by Nancy Pham. Alex G, you're on.
I'm a fourth generation Angelino, and I have Black members in my family who we say, don't wear a hoodie, don't talk to the police, don't talk to white women because of the color of your skin. Black Lives Matter. I would like everyone to look at the camera, so I know you're listening, please. And in response to the following, raise your hand if you're scared of your life, for your life, for your family's life, or for your job. Raise your hand if you've seen videos of the shootings from police officers with tear gas and rubber bullets for innocent victims of constituents who are peacefully protesting. Raise your hand if you believe bringing the National Guard to instill brutal force will end these violent protests. Raise your hand if you have any knowledge of planted police cars and bricks that were placed for taunting protests to wreak havoc on different cities. Raise your hand if you believe that.
Nancy Pham. Nancy, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, first off, thank you for holding this meeting and listening to what everyone has to say. But with that being said, I know a lot of people already complained about the tear gassing, the pepper spraying, the shooting rubber bullets at peaceful protesters, but I would like to know a public plan by tonight. I don't know if you're aware, there are a lot of videos circulating specifically of the LAPD harassing and accelerating situations with our protesters. I don't think that's how you want the LAPD to be known as, but that's the reputation that you guys are upholding at the moment. Chief of Police, I know that you already redacted your comments earlier today. The damage is already done and you've offended not only the residents of your city, but many California residents and residents across the nation. A lot of people look at California to set an example, and the example you set is horrifying. And I agree with everyone's statements that you should resign. But even I feel bad that so many people are saying that to you, so you should just feel bad for what you have done to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 4032, followed by Michelle Santizo.
Madam Secretary, one thing before we begin with the caller. We've had public comment open for 6 hours. It needs to close, and we'll try and get through everyone. Thank you.
Hi, caller in 4032, go ahead.
I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that not a single person before me has any praise for a single action your disgraceful leadership has made during this time. This should speak volumes alone. There are nearly 20,000 people watching this meeting, and we're all going to hold you accountable. The excessive force being used during these protests is deplorable. Turning them into riots using your police force puts blood on your hands, not ours. I echo the belief Police Chief Moore should be fired immediately. It is unbelievably disrespectful that Mayor Garcetti is not present for this meeting. Your commission has failed us time and time again. Where the fuck is our citizen oversight? We don't approve of this. Standing up to the people oppressing the human rights or get out of our way. The U.S. Declaration of Independence states that in layman's terms, we have a right, nay, the duty to overthrow government that acts against our common interests and threatens the safety of our people without cause. Defund the police, support our community, or remove you from office. I yield my time.
Michelle Santizo, followed by Heather W. Hi, Michelle, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi. Yes, my name is Michelle Santizo, and I'm a nurse in Los Angeles. When I took the oath to become a nurse, I took the responsibility to care for and keep patients alive regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, religion, sex, and criminal records. I've encountered violent patients before. Some nurses have lost their lives due to brutality from patients, but never have nurses decided to kill or ill intend the lives of the sick. This is my oath as a nurse to keep all people alive. Officers should protect all lives and never should be allowed to choose who they want to kill or keep alive based on race, ethnicity, religion, sex, and sex. You have the responsibility to uphold your standards as a frontline worker and protect our nation. I will not sit here while nurses are putting their lives at risk during COVID-19 and you're using my tax dollars to abuse the system. You must take responsibility. Police reform needs to take place today. You need stricter background checks, behavior assessment, rigorous education on diversity and culture on the constant basis.
Thank you. Heather W. Heather, can you try unmuting from your end, please? Okay, I'll come back to Heather. Natasha Karam. Hi, Natasha, you're on.
Hi.
Words did fail you earlier, much as you presumed they would. You expressed your ineptitude and disregard for the voices of people with your insufficient Zoom space. It's indicative you are not holding space. The waste of people's time was more than symbolic, it's inherent. You specified how many officers have been injured. You have facts on that, you have numbers on that, but you do not have numbers for how many citizens, how many protesters were hurt or killed. Those numbers are not as important to you. Your job is to defend the people above the police, and that is not happening. This is not about specific cops, this is about an entire system. There are some jobs which do not have a margin for error, and yours is one of them. The public does not want your narrative. They're not asking for that. They are asking for you to hear theirs. Listen to Black people. You cannot and will not placate. Listen. You are losing trust every single day. The brutality, the undeniable, systematic racism. Call a murder, not a killing. I'm demanding that you prosecute killer cops and defund the police. I'm demanding that you adopt a people's budget. Listen to Black lives.
Thank you. Heather W., we'll try again. I'll give it a second. Okay. We'll go on Davi Parenti, followed by Bernard Shaky. Davi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
I wanted to start by echoing the sentiments of so many of those who have spoken before me and take my time to address a few questions to the Commission in chief. Why should we believe that the police can police itself? Why should we believe anything you say when time and again you protect your own rather than those you're responsible to? Why should we believe you when the police acts with excessive force, shooting and killing people of color without accountability? The LAPD's response to the peaceful protests has been disgraceful. You have responded by escalating with violence. You have injured with batons and rubber bullets. And in the midst of a pandemic that attacks respiratory systems, you've chosen to pepper spray and tear gas peaceful protesters. We need to know what you will be doing, and we need to know that now. No promises of trainings and other appeasing bullshit responses. Meaningful change now, and Chief Moore, you must resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernard Shaky, followed by Elijah Britton.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hey, Michael, I'm sure you're just like totally dissociating right now as people are talking to you. I also don't see the timer having started. I don't know if I'm going to be stopped for that. Michael, you collected over $1 million from the city with that little drop plan pension scheme by retiring for a day. We all know about it. The LA Times reported on it. You're rich off pension manipulation. People are living out on the street without essential services where you're collecting $350,000 a year in addition to a pension payout. We're not falling for it, you know? You're paid a fortune out of the city's money to oversee the terrorizing of the people of Los Angeles, particularly communities of color and the impoverished. Your pension and salary and your department are responsible for far more theft and damage to this community than anything that people are doing right now. I get the words probably are just washing over you at this point because you're used to hearing people call you just a total idiot and incompetent and racist and ill-equipped to do your job. And you know, that is true, it is. But there have been so many moving testimonies of so many people with pain in their voices. And if you don't feel anything from those, and from what I'm seeing on this call, you're bored, then you're not a human being, you're lost, you don't give a shit about all these people in pain, and it's just a paycheck for you. In conclusion, you're dumb as shit. Bye.
Thank you. Elijah Britton, followed by Brittany Nichols. Okay, I'm having trouble getting Elijah on. We'll go to Brittany Nichols and then back to Elijah. Brittany, you're on. Hi, Brittany. Brittany Nichols. Brittany. Brittany. Okay, person is not there. The next speaker is L-E-L.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Give me one quick second here. Sorry. I'm trying to fix the audio because I can't have an issue here. Okay. So I'm a born and raised Angelino that I've never feared for my life growing up in like MS-13 and 18th Street gangland, but now I've had to purchase a gun out of fear of the LAPD mafia. So fuck you, Chief Moore. You need to resign. Like, also, the fact that Mayor Garcetti is still, like, Mayor Garcetti also has to resign. He's not only failed the COVID response, but he's now weaponized this thing as a biological weapon against Angelinos by shutting down all the testing sites. The reason why the pigs would rather oppress peaceful protesters is because they know that our calls to defund them is to get them fired. They're not interested in defending our city or our people. They're interested in defending their wallets. If our local government doesn't take action, the people will, and I promise you, people are arming themselves. Adopting the people's budget is the compromise in this situation. The fact that all of you have been on your fucking phones this entire meeting is disrespectful to everybody. And the fact that y'all have to look at studies is a demonstration of incompetence, ignorance, and complicit, and how complicit this board is. You have an entire public policy institute at
Okay, we have Molly Talcott, followed by Danila Cardenas Fraga. Molly, you're on.
Are you able to hear me?
Hi, yes.
Molly Talcott here, professor at Cal State LA. I'm not going to ask you which side of history you're on. It's clear the people of LA, led by Black Lives Matter, BLM LA Youth, and allied groups are on the side of human rights. The LAPD, the LAPC, Garcetti, and all our city council members are on the side of brutality, racist terror, and the worst kind of fascist depravity. Yes, you're in line with Trump. There's no difference. We who believe in freedom will not rest till we win a people's budget for LA and the abolition of the terrorist looters of Black life called the LAPD. An earlier speaker said it correctly. Police were the original catchers of enslaved people. Another Jewish brother described the LAPD as the Gestapo. This is not hyperbole. You hunt Black people, you terrorize them, and now you're showing just who you are to the rest of us here in LA. All of you need to step down immediately. Chief Moore, each of you. This joke of a commission, Garcetti, all of you. You're not leaders, you're cowards. We don't want fascism in LA. We want a people's budget. Everyone should follow the.
Thank you. We have Danila Cardenas Fraga, followed by caller ending 7892. Give me Danila. Hi, you're on.
Okay, thank you. The LAPD has a long history of police brutality that seems to defy any attempt of reform or eradication. This problem is not one of a few bad apples in your department, but of your department as a whole. It has been the police who threaten their peaceful protests, the police who brutalize their own citizens, who selectively wield their monopoly on Black and brown people to protect people with power and privilege. Your officers are coming in full military garb, prepared to live out their little violent fantasies on people defending themselves with water bottles and cardboard signs. As others have stated before, Chief Moore, resign. Next, be fired. If you give an ounce of care about the people you serve, you would resign, but your unwillingness to even care about this, to even look at us in the face for half of it, means that you're nothing but a coward. The Police Commission should not accept the mayor's budget, not when LA currently has the highest unemployment rate of any city. Fuck you! And when more.
Okay, now we have caller ending 7892.
Hi, can you hear me?
Rodriguez. Hi, yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Zoe. I live in historic Filipino town. At approximately 8 a.m. yesterday, I witnessed members of the National Guard filling up their vehicles at the Shell station on Alvarado and Temple Streets, which is just across the street from my building. I have never felt unsafe in my neighborhood, but when I see men holding semi-automatic weapons and waving civilians, I feel unsafe. Get the National Guard out of Los Angeles. Michael Moore, control your fucking people and support the people's budget. There's a line in there for physical infrastructure. Hire some IT.
Okay.
Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, we have Alex Rodriguez, followed by Marcus. Alex, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
My name is Alex, and I'm a teacher born here in stolen Tongva land. I echo every single sentiment expressed, and I support Black Lives Matter. On June 14th, 2019, my student, Kenneth French, was shopping in a Costco with his parents in Corona. During a misunderstanding, his parents tried to explain he is autistic when all three of them were shot in the middle of the fucking Costco by off-duty LAPD officer Salvador Sanchez. His elderly parents survived and he died in that Costco. Your department trained Officer Sanchez. Your department gave him a gun. Riverside County decided not to file charges the same way that Jackie Lacey has failed. She has failed 600 citizens. They've died at the hands of LAPD. So here's what I want to know. I want to know, is Officer Sanchez still on the job? Is Officer Sanchez still working for the LAPD? I want to know.
Thank you. We have Marcus followed by Brittany Russell. Oh, Marcus has an older version of Zoom, so we'll move on. Brittany Russell. Hi, Brittany, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, my name is Brittany Perry Russell. I'm a Black woman raising a Black teenage son. I am enraged that there has been zero accountability here today, and I'm disgusted. I, like many others, are calling for you to fire Police Chief Moore. Moore, you have taken zero accountability for what is going on in Los Angeles. Yesterday's statement was very clear of your gross incompetence. The fact that you use your time today to break down statistics of injured officers is appalling. Not to mention, you followed up a statement with zero knowledge about the victims of the riots. You, sir, promote violence. And it is evident by the lack of action you have taken when it comes to police brutality. Countless lives have been lost under your watch. 600 plus. Our trust in you is broken. But this is for everyone who is listening. We have to unite in this anger, and we need to make sure he is fired.
Okay, we have Dan Telfer followed by Casey King. Give me 1 second here. Let's try this again. Dan Telfer, can you try unmuting? Oh, there you are.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Hi. Yeah, first of all, I don't know if you guys have heard this sound. That is the sound of a police SUV owned by the Los Angeles Police Department plowing into protesters and speeding away. That's what's currently happening out there. That's the current state of your police department. So when you quote how many people you've arrested, it sounds like bragging. And when you say you don't know what police have done or who, as protesters go, have been hurt, it sounds kind of like you're just worried about yourselves. So we're all watching these videos all day. And right now, we're all trying to do our jobs while we watch you and see if anything happens that even hints you've unmuted your Zoom and you're paying attention. So I don't know if you know, the National Guard is lining up in Hollywood right now, taking over your city because we have the dumbest president in history. Will you guys do anything? You should at least start having these Zoom meetings when working people are done with their day jobs so we can all tell you how it is and what's going on in your city.
Thank you, Casey Craig, followed by Robbie Gaultier.
Hello, yes.
Hi, you're on.
We need new leadership. We need to replace this entire police system. We need to try something new. We are a city of innovation, and we need to try something new. We can't afford this police system right now. We need healthcare, mental health care. Social workers should show up before police calls. People are traumatized, and seeing a gun first will never yield a positive result. Seeing a gun first will never yield a positive result. We need a new idea. I was just in the city council meeting, and they were trying to figure out who dropped the bricks in northeast Los Angeles. And the speculation from the citizens is that it is the police. That says something. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Robbie Gaultier, followed by Shmilt Semi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Robbie, yes.
Hi, my name is Robbie Gottlieb. I live in West Hollywood. I stand with Black Lives Matter. I agree with all the previous speakers. If this meeting was in person, we would be yelling and screaming in your faces and our voices would be deafening. I am asking for Chief Moore to be fired immediately, but that's not all. This commission is also complicit in this betrayal and complete loss of trust. I have never been to an LAPD commission meeting before. If the city is hurting as much as you acknowledge, why is there a timer, Commissioner Decker? Why is this commission putting a timer on the collective justified outrage of our city, especially Black members of this community, and the trauma that LAPD has inflicted on it? You should have to sit here for as long as it takes to hear us. This should take days, if not weeks and months. You're accountable to all of us, and this should be hard for you to look in the mirror. I encourage you to look up the ideas of the activist Sultan Malik raised about economic consequences for officers who abuse their position. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Listen to Black Lives Matter. I yield my.
Thank you. Schmiltz Nemi.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Okay. Due to the time, I'll only speak on solutions. A solution would be for the police to leave their weapons in the vehicle and ask for permission to retrieve it. A solution would be to terminate police officers who have exhibited domestic violence in their household because they can't be trusted on the streets to protect citizens. The standard needs to be raised for that. There should be a law that terminates officers with more than 3 instances of misconduct violations. Allow citizens to interview their next police chief. Also, Michael, you should resign. The police need to be defunded and funds need to go to the community. I love my life and I want my kids' life to matter. I'm done.
Okay, we have Britt E. followed by Leah Nar. Britt E., you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I am a nurse and I am a white woman and I am completely appalled by what I have seen, just because of the lack of empathy that has happened. And as a nurse, that's all I live on. And I'm just really disturbed by how our policemen have handled this. I come from a veteran family and people who are in uniform. And it just appalls me that you guys can act like this instead of be with us. These people need help. And you as police officers are trained to be first responders. And this is completely unacceptable. I stand with my Black Americans, and I am just completely, as a nurse, just heartbroken that this has ever happened. And this has repeated itself. This needs to stop. I yield my time.
Thank you. Leah Nar, followed by Tim Lay. Give me one sec here. Let's see. Leah, can you try unmuting from your end? Oh, we had you for a second. There you go,
Hi.
Leah.
Hi, my name is Leah Knauer, and I've lived in Los Angeles for almost 10 years. Chief Moore, you need to be fired without pay. You do not deserve for me to even address you as chief. You should be extremely ashamed of yourself. The police are paid by the people to protect and serve. To protect is defined as to keep safe from harm or injury. To serve is defined as to perform duties of service to the masses. What I saw from the protest, you had a chance to show that you are also against police wrongfully killing innocent American lives. You did not protect, you did not serve. You attacked, you antagonized, you instigated, you blamed. We are allowed to peacefully protest. You are supposed to protect and serve us. We the people. Black Lives Matter. In the words of your pedophile racist in chief, you're fired. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Lay, followed by Megan Soderberg.
So good.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
First and foremost, Black Lives Matter. The priority of the LAPD and the city government have been crystal clear this past week. I live 2 blocks from Mayor Garcetti's home, and during the pandemic, we saw numerous protests around his home about reopening the economy by a largely white, largely pro-gun contingent, and they could get so that they could get haircuts because of freedom. These protesters were allowed to circle the immediate vicinity of the mayor's home and even stand and post right outside with minimal LAPD presence or interference, and certainly no use of force. The past few days, when the conversation has focused on injustice against Black lives and the pain of the Black community, we have seen the LAPD block off and shield the mayor from these voices and any culpability, as well as a significant increase in LAPD presence, helicopters, and the National Guard. Why the sanitation protocol? You seem to be only prioritizing yourselves, the power, that you have and the comfort of white, wealthy residents at the expense of ignored, underserved communities. Chief Moore needs to resign. Your comments never should have happened, and we need to defund the LAPD. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Soderberg, followed by Sawyer Tennant.
Yes, can you hear us?
Hi, yes.
My name is Megan Soderberg. I am a resident of the city of Los Angeles. I am a white queer woman and the daughter of a prosecutor. I would like to make a statement directly to Chief Moore. There is no qualified police immunity for an illegal act. You, sir, are not above the law. Neither are any of your state-sanctioned thugs. And you and the LAPD have most certainly committed illegal acts. If you wish to display any shred of humanity, you will resign immediately. If you are incapable of understanding the incredible harm you have inflicted on the people of this city and refuse to do so, I call on the commission to fire you immediately. Immediately, because we know it will save lives, particularly Black and brown lives.
As a Mexican-American and a native Angelino and a freelance journalist, this is her partner, Michael Darling, by the way, I'm appalled by the LAPD's use of tear gas and rubber bullets against protesters and journalists. Black Lives Matter, defund LAPD, and fire Moore.
Sawyer Tennant, followed by David Lewis.
Yeah, I just want to say that there will be hell to pay if Chief Moore isn't fired. And Commissioner Soboroff, your laughter in particular is extremely disrespectful. The curfews are a shit show and speak to the motives of the LAPD. There are protests that start at 4 p.m. You need to organize around them. LA is a big city. That's the ethical thing to do. I was at the Santa Monica protest. Nobody knew about the 4 p.m. curfew. And police started terrorizing peaceful protesters with tear gas and dispersing the crowd at 3:10 p.m. 3 hours of protest. You stand behind that as facilitating the protests? No, you're shutting us down and disproportionately affecting essential workers and people of color. Adopt the people's budget. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. David Lewis, followed by Baldev Sandhu. David Lewis, you're on.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, say, Chief Moore, I'm sure this last 24 hours has been extremely difficult for you. You've had to face a tough reality about your capabilities and what you can do for this city and what you can't do. I think we need to start taking accountability for our actions. You need to start taking accountability for yours. You cannot deflect to peaceful protesters anymore. You need to resign. Chief Moore, this is not the job for you. I'm sure you are doing your best, but the root of this is your best is not good enough. We need someone who is capable to help fix a broken city. Before I yield my time, I want to read the names: Paula Miner, Laura Garcia, Black Peace Reggie, Nicole Pons, Brittany Russell, and Schmilt Semi. These are some of the speakers you've heard that have addressed you directly today that have a path forward and have suggestions. I hope that this commission reaches out to them to help fix what you have done to Los Angeles.
Thank you. Baldev Sandhu, followed by Hickox. Baldev, you're... Hi, yes.
Hi, my name's Baldev. I was part of the peaceful protests over the weekend, and I just want to emphasize, like everybody else did, that they really only escalated because they were met with force from the police. There's no need for such senseless just militarization of the police. It's disgusting how much of the budget goes towards it, how we trust you to take care of us, and you clearly don't stand with the people at all. It's been made very clear by the comments of Chief Moore. So I'm calling for the resignation or firing of Chief Moore, defund the LAPD, Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your time.
Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Okay, we have Hickox, followed by V.
Hear me? Can you hear? Oh, okay, great. First of all, there's reports now on Twitter that LAPD are firing live rounds into the protest crowds. Chief of Police here, what the fuck is going on? Why are you not immediately on your phone telling them to stop? You are a domestic terrorist at this point. How is this happening? Commissioner Soboroff, the biggest reaction I saw from you I've been on this call for 4 hours now, was when somebody suggested defending themselves from lethal force. That was the biggest reaction I saw from you. That says everything about who the fuck you guys care about. You guys don't care about citizens' lives. You guys are, it's a fascist state. Chief of Police, you don't deserve to resign. You honestly don't deserve to be fired. You deserve to be run out of the city like it's the Old West. This is so embarrassing. I yield my time. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. We have the next caller, V as in Victor. And then we have caller M as in Mary. V as in Victor, you're on.
Hello, hi, how's everyone? I just want to say thank you all for having this meeting and listening to me. I just want to say that you do understand that your information is public online and people can find you to just sit up and protest outside your home. Does that make you wake up yet? Does that make you afraid yet? Because if not, we can find a way to make you afraid and be just like everybody else. Understand that you are a public servant and public servants can be run out of town, just like a dog that you are. Don't worry, they can find you. And if by the end of the week you are not out of office, people will find you and post your information online. Good day.
Thank you. Caller M as in Mary.
Hi.
M, Mary, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So, no, I only have a minute. I won't repeat what everybody else has been saying. And to be honest with you, looking at your faces, I feel very sorry for everything that you're going to have to absorb, not only during this moment, but afterwards. I pray for you all, because you'll need it. You'll need strength. That said, I want to know what is going on with the body-worn videos. I have firsthand knowledge from working at the Prosecution Technology Unit that officers are purposely turning off body-worn video. They use hand signals. And it's really disrupting because when I ask supervisors, how do I deal with these issues? I get shoulder shrugs. So this is a systemic issue, Chief of Police. I want this to be looked at. Thank you, Commissioner Bonner, for taking notes. I implore you to.
Thank you. We have caller E as in Edgar, followed by Cassidy Farrow.
Hi, is that me?
Hi, yes.
First thing I'd like to say is Black Lives Matter. We need to hold killer cops accountable. Jackie Lacey must go. Eric Garcetti must go. Next thing I want to say is that police forces are not in the Constitution. We need to change the departments completely from the LA Police Department to the LA Peace Department. We don't need police officers. This isn't part of the country. We can get rid of your asses. The violence on peaceful, unarmed protesters while looters go unchecked for hours is not noted. We know what you're doing to create violence and to create chaos, and we're not down with it. Eric Garcetti must go, Jackie Lacey must go, and the police chief is gonna go first.
Okay, we have Cassidy Farrow, followed by Zyma Laveo. Cassidy, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
First of all, there's been shots fired right now into a group of peaceful protesters in LA. But my name is Cassidy Farrow. I'm a third-generation LA resident. I wanted to point out that your comments about the death of George Floyd being on the looters' hands is not only ignoring the fact that police incited that violence, but is ignoring the fact that police misconduct lawsuits come out of the city budget. Over the last 5 years, LAPD's litigation and settlement costs made up to be $215 million. The majority of payments were tied to civil rights issues involving wrongful incarceration and shootings, accounting for $124 million. I think you are aware of this, which is why it gives you incentive to not investigate police misconduct and blame things like the looters. Your comments were used just as a scapegoat. You are the ones ruining the community physically, emotionally, and financially. If you're worried about the damage done to LA community, you could stop racist policing. Our soldiers our policemen are strapped like soldiers, and our doctors are not strapped like doctors. I'm calling for defunding of LAPD.
Thank you. We have Zyma Laveo, followed by Gabrielle Horton. Zyma, you're on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Yama. I'm an artist in LA. I'd like to first apologize on behalf of the Black community as far as the looting and riotings. I'd like to also state that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist movement that should not be adhered to. If Black Lives cared about Black lives, they would acknowledge that the #1 cause of Black death is abortion, and second to that is Black on Black violence, and that despite being 13% of the population, that they commit 50% of the crimes, and that even in that aspect, white people have been killed every year more than Black people. The fact that they don't acknowledge this means that their ultimate goal, especially that most of them are actually white and don't even live in Black neighborhoods, is that they want chaos and they want anarchy and they want the police overthrown. Police chief, I get it. I understand where you're coming from, that you have to sit through all this, but I say give them what they want, leave, and then let them beg for you to come back.
Thank you. Gabrielle Horton, followed by Mitch T. Gabrielle, you're on.
Can you all hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Horton. I am a third-generation Angelino. I am a proud resident of Los Angeles, and I'm a Black woman. I'm also someone who used to work in the Garcetti administration, overseeing our public engagement efforts with South LA. So when we're having this conversation, this is nothing new. And Commissioner Soboroff, I know that you know, Ezel 4, 2015, we've been here before, y'all. You guys look exhausted. Aren't you exhausted for having the same damn meetings every year? Aren't you exhausted by having to have the same conversation with the same activists? And guess what? Things are only growing. Why are we continuing to have the same conversation? It's like talking to children. You all know what needs to be done. We need you to act. And if you figure that this is not the position for you to donate your time, commissioners, find another hobby. This isn't it. Black.
Thank you. We have Mitch T, followed by Mikey B. Mitch T, can you try unmuting on your end, please?
And while we tried to do that, commissioners, I propose at 4:30 we take an approximately 4:30 break.
Hello.
And then come back. All right. Just for planning purposes, at 4:30 we'll take a 30-minute break. Thank you.
Hi, Mitch T, you're on.
Hello. Oh, hi. First of all, fuck the caller 2 calls ago. This is Mitch in CD2. Just as distressing as your disregard for the safety of the civilians you use on a regular basis is your failure to act on the actual gangs within your department, like the self-anointed Banditos gang at the East LA station, who are currently under investigation by the FBI because of their failure to root out bad actors. Just like we see how your officers' insistence on escalation led to the death of Melly Corrado in a Trader Joe's shootout, where an innocent bystander was killed by an LAPD officer's bullet, and your own commission ruled that that was an adequate use of force. Just like we see Sheriff Alex Villanueva just last week announcing he would ignore an oversight subpoena to answer questions on why our county jails are the epicenter of the still exploding COVID-19 epidemic, disproportionately affecting and killing Black Americans. Just like we see Jesse Lacey, in 8 years as DA, refusing to bring even a single charge against any law enforcement officers, even when Chief Moore's predecessor actively recommended charges against Clifford Proctor. We see the disregard and contempt you've had throughout this.
Thank you. We have Mikey B, followed by Ashley. Mikey, you're on.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
All right. So my first words are just to you, Mr. Moore. On my honor, I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or my public trust. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. I will always uphold the Constitution, my community, and the agency I serve. And as family of Brothers in Blue, you have disgraced the badge, sir, and you do not deserve to have it. I want to talk to you as a cop, and remember that when you took your oath, you had a mission, and you are embarrassing law enforcement. We need to be broken down and rebuilt again because of corrupt people like you. Other police are finally speaking out on the Blue Brotherhood gang, and you need to do the same. As a man, as a human, And as a noble citizen, you have a chance to change history right here, right now. So I'm asking you, what are you going to do as a man and as a person who took the oath?
Thank you. Ashley, followed by Josh Richardson. Ashley, you're on.
Yes, I just wanted to say, first of all, that I request the resignation of the chief of police and the resignation of all of those on the commissioner board. I just want to say that I'm honestly in shock that you are not reacting with more emotion during some of these calls. I'd like to acknowledge the woman who called earlier and said through tears, begged you to acknowledge Black Lives Matter, and not a single one of you single tear for her. It makes me sick. I've been on this call for hours and I'm shaking. And I don't know how you can't just demonstrate. We're begging you to do something. These people are begging you and you can't do a thing. I just want to say Black Lives Matter, and I request you have some conscience and resign. I yield my time.
Our next caller, please, Madam Secretary.
Josh Richardson, followed by Cameron Claw. Josh, you're on.
I would just like to say a couple of things. So you guys, I go to UCLA. I want to tell you guys something about Michael Moore. He was originally born Michel Senchotena, and he actually changed his name because he did not like his name. Why would you do that unless you really just want to be white so bad and you want to oppress other races so bad? It's disgusting. It's completely ridiculous. And, you know, all we ask is for some respect to all communities. You know, there's Black people who are dying every day due to the police violence. It's not fair to them. And you need to sort this out. You need to resign. And really, you know, this blood is on your hands. I wonder how you sleep at night.
Okay. We have Cameron Claw, followed by Karina Volkova. Cameron.
Hello.
Hi, you're on.
I would like to start off by saying that I completely support Care Not Cops. We should not be spending this much money on the LAPD budget. We're past trying to reform and trying to fix the system. At this point, what we need to do is that we need to defund LAPD, and we need to redistribute that money back into Black and brown communities that are being disproportionately affected, especially during this pandemic. And I advocate for Chief Moore to resign, because the abuse of protesters and how they're being unfairly treated in the streets is absolutely disgusting. And the way that the cops are patrolling our streets, we should not be feeling unsafe. So I'm going to advocate on the behalf of Black and brown communities. And I yield my words.
Thank you. We have Karina Volkova, followed by Christian Lamont. May have froze. Let me try Karina. Karina,
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I think it's absolutely hilarious to see some of you guys shake your heads when someone uses a word you don't like. Sober off. How about, here's a word you don't like. You won't want to hear this word over a phone call to you. Jacob. Miles. How about Molly or Hannah or Leia, who's the same age as me? How about you hear those words over a phone call of an officer-involved incident that went south because the officer just has no idea how to de-escalate. It's absolutely hilarious to look at you guys sit up here so smug. You have failed. You have no moral authority in any way whatsoever while you keep murderers employed on your force. Yeah, get up and walk away, motherfucker. Fuck you. Your shit is publicly available on Wikipedia. It's not hard to find.
Okay, we have Christian Lamont, followed by Jillian Schultz.
Yes, hi. I would like to just talk about the long history of abuse by the LAPD. This isn't new. The LAPD has a reputation for this, a history. It's in books. It's in the LA Times. This goes before what? Before the violence, before the erasure, before the pain that was caused in the 60s. This is a legacy. A legacy. And you all are choosing to continue this legacy. Not a legacy of healing and listening and reform. You chose to continue a legacy of pain and violence. That's on you. Black Lives Matter. There's no doubt about it. And Chief Moore, you need to resign. Do the right thing.
Thank you. We have Jillian Schultz, followed by Glennis M. Jillian, you're on.
My name is Jillian Schultz. I'm a resident of East Hollywood in Council District 13 and a board member on the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. I call for Chief Moore's resignation. During a global health pandemic, it is horrifying and irresponsible to use tear gas on protesters, let alone rubber bullets and hit and run tactics. That aside, we continue to regularly witness the police force on our streets failing to wear masks or keep our fellow community members safe in the most fundamental way, not to mention your brutalizing, militarized tactics targeting Black and brown communities. You are meant to protect and serve, and your fundamental failure to do so is unacceptable and frankly morally reprehensible. I'm asking each of you, commissioners, to come forth publicly and clearly outline the steps you will be taking to rectify this situation immediately. As a community, we are galvanized and we will bring our elected officials with us. We will defund the police force. As a final thought, I want to speak to the point made by my neighbor and collaborator, JT.
Thank you. We have Glennis M, followed by caller ending in 0438. Glennis, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi. First of all, I'm a resident of Van Nuys. I am a white woman standing with Black Lives Matters. I want to echo the sentiments that have already been expressed. Defund the police in favor of the people's budget. Chief Moore, you need to step down. Cops should be punished for having their body cams off. Our curfew in LA is a means of silencing. We are allowed to peacefully protest. Garcetti, you are a disgrace for not being here. But Chief Moore, I want to talk to you. Your comments blaming protesters were not only illogical, they showed the true depth of your inhumanity. I want to explain something to you, which is the difference between an apology and an amends. An apology is just to express regret for something you have done. It stops there. You owe us an amends. To amend means to make better, to improve. And if you cannot improve your police force, then you owe us to step down. And I'm done.
Caller ending in 0438, followed by Joe Anabi.
Can you hear me?
Caller, hi, yes.
Hi. I'm incensed by the police response to the protests in the wake of George Floyd. Friends of mine were at the Santa Monica protest on Sunday, witnessed firsthand LAPD officers assaulting protesters and ignoring looters. Surreptitious brick drops. I don't know what the hell you guys are up to. And then Saturday, when one of your cruisers hit pedestrians on live television, who looks at that and says, job well done? I heard Chief Moore's remarks last night from his press conference. We pay your department $2 billion and you want more money to do what? Our transit projects are unfinished. We have a housing crisis. Why do you need more money to just fuck it up? I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. Do better. I yield my time.
Thank you, Joe Anabi, followed by Justin L. Joe, you're on.
Thank you. I'm calling to add to the chorus of voices demanding the firing of Chief Moore without pay. Your comments yesterday were disgusting and your leadership style is oppressive. You're delusional if you don't believe the LAPD is responsible for the escalations of violence and destruction that we are still dealing with today. Your officers shooting peaceful protesters in the face with supposedly non-lethal ordnance is obviously going to result in escalating unrest. It would be easy to believe it was your intention to stir this up because it's much harder to believe that anyone in a leadership position could be that stupid. There is ample footage to show you this truth, that state violence led directly to rioting. Defund the LAPD in favor of the people's budget. I wasn't an abolitionist before this weekend, but Chief Moore and LAPD have shown me the light. We'll be safer without you. Black Lives Matter. That's it.
Thank you. Justin L., followed by Ami Pasdar.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Chief Moore, we do need change. We do need to change the tactics, starting with firing you. You are undertrained, underprepared. This starts from the bottom, top to down. We need to change the culture of law enforcement community, one that believes in service, sacrifice, and humility, not acting out of fear. This only happens through rigorous training and suffering in that training. We do need police, but we need elite officers. Now, they may not be special levels forces, but that should be the goal. We need to pick the right officers, weeding out the weak. The standard of getting a badge needs to be exponentially more difficult. It should be one of the hardest things in the world. And if that means less police officers, so be it. Increasing the police force with incompetent, undertrained officers will only increase police brutality. A handful of elite officers are better than a million undertrained officers. Police are horrifically undertrained at every step of the way to the badge and the right to wear one. You have to sweat, you have to bleed, you have to fail, you have to work, you have to make sacrifices when training to become an officer. Training or striving for improvement must never stop. Our system is breeding the weak and fearful. Michael Moore, you have not struggled enough. You do not have enough experience.
Thank you. Ami Pasdar, followed by Emmy Ikwakor.
Hi, my name is Amy. I'm a Black woman living in Los Angeles, District 15, and quite frankly, I'm tired. I do not trust the police. I cower whenever I see a police officer. Hello? I cower whenever I see a police officer is near me, and I have felt like I can't leave my house since I saw the police crack down on protesters this weekend for no other reason than they were largely Black. A previous speaker spoke about the Women's March, but we just have to look to a few weeks ago when I looked in awe as thousands of white Americans armed themselves with guns and flooded Southern California to protest the quote unquote tyranny of being asked to give a shit about somebody else. And so they could force more Black and brown people to leave the safety of their home and serve them. Not one cop could be seen disturbing those white protesters, no cops positioning their cars to limit their movement, or cops deploying tactical gear to confront these white protesters. I want all of you to ask yourself, what is it about Black people expressing their right to protest that is so scary that police are trained to always confront us like we're animals with the worst of it?
Thank you. Emmy Ikwakor, followed by Kashir Adnan.
Yes, hello. I'm not going to repeat the same sentiment that you should step down because that's just apparent. The issue is that this is systematic and this is continuous, what is happening. You know exactly what you're doing. And the issue is it's not even that these people are going to be charged, it's about accountability. And if you can't have accountability for your own officers, and you can't expect accountability from its citizens and the public. So anything that does happen and continuously happens will be on your watch and will be based on your lack of action. And you have to remember that. So when these people are going out and protesting about the police brutality and you do not mention it, that is on your hands. We haven't even talked about civil forfeitures that you guys do in regards to stealing money from the public. We haven't talked about the epidemic of you just killing pets. This is a continuous and systematic problem that all of you share. Every single one of you on this panel is at blame. And if you do not change that, this will continue and we will cheer it on until change happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kashir Adnan, followed by Sean S.
Yeah, hey guys, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Yeah, hi. My name is Kashir Adnan. I'm an 18-year-old. I just thought of an idea that would help, set ease to the atmosphere created around police officers. This would be like a new hiring process for new officers, which would basically create some sort of racism test, just to see if the officer is fit to serve. It would create a new, a universal basic standard, which I guess to set for the people, so approved by the people, and this is obviously to see if new officers are fit to serve. I thought my idea was have an officer kind of like a new officer on as an internship with a new officer and have them set provisionary and see how this new officer reacts with certain environments and areas and see if they're actually fit to serve in essence. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. We have Sean S., followed by Evelyn Thompson. Hi, Sean, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of frustration and anger and passion and rage. And I just think you all should acknowledge that and not use this as an excuse to hide away and look away. There's a lot of rage. There's a lot of nihilism. And, you know, this moment has caused that between COVID, between the racial injustice. There's just a lot of pain right now. And so you need to understand that this is coming from a deep place, and you need to have empathy. And, you know, there are a couple of recommendations I have for you. So you can pick up your pencils and you can write them or not, but just know that we're all coming for you and we're voting you out. And you should use your leverage with the mayor and ask for the resignation of Jackie Lacey and Chief Moore. You need to institute the people's budget. You need to elongate the training that police officers have. And you need to ban military equipment in the police. It's ridiculous.
Thank you. We have Evelyn Thompson, followed by Caroline Renard. Okay, I'm having trouble adding Evelyn on. Oh, there's Evelyn. Evelyn, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, my name is Evelyn Thompson, and I am begging this commission to fire both Police Chief Moore and DA Jackie Lacey. While I appreciate that the public has forced George Floyd's names into your mouths, more than 600 LA residents have been killed on your watch, and you have said nothing. You demonstrate a willful lack of empathy toward victims of your department and monstrous apathy toward your fellow murderers in uniform. Why are you using military force on civilians exercising their First Amendment rights? Moreover, members of the media on this call, why do you sensationalize shattered glass and inanimate objects over the murdered brown and black bodies littered in the wake of LAPD policy? Chief Moore, the delta between your half-assed apologies and deeds can only lead the citizenry to one conclusion. You value capital more than Black lives. You prioritize the protection of the murderers in your midst over the safety of the public you say you serve, and the only language you understand is militarized violence. We'll see you in the streets. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Caroline Renard, followed by John Peter.
Limit us to a one, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first, how dare you limit us to a 1 minute timeline? And second, Chief Moore, are we at war? Are we your enemies? Why is the National Guard here? Why are they lining currently the streets of Hollywood? Okay, why are we on lockdown as if we in a war-torn city? You are public servants, not soldiers. Why is the LAPD outfitted with military-grade equipment to go against their peaceful citizens? Tear gas is not even allowed to be used in war. Why is it being used on Los Angeles citizens? Helicopters have been over our neighborhood for days like we're criminals. Your department is violating human rights. The UN should step in at this point because your officers are criminals. The fact that you try to compare the almost 2,600 plus arrests to 66 destroyed police cars lets me know that you are out of your goddamn mind. Who cares about your cars? They can be replaced. We pay for those cars. They are not yours. Black Lives Matters.
Thank you. And John Peter put his hand down, so we'll go with Zoe Montano, followed by Yasamin Godzibin. Zoe, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
My name is Zoe can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, okay. My name is Zoe Montano and I'm a resident of Los Angeles and I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. I'm disgusted by the actions of the police. There have been over 600 police murders by the LAPD with zero accountability. Along with that, the use of violence and force on peaceful protests is horrific. As Jan Williams previously said, it is LAPD that is looting our city budget. 54% of our budget and resources are going to the police, and I'm calling in support of the people's budget. I'm calling to disarm and defund the police, and I'm calling for the immediate resignation of Moore and the firing of all officers with misconduct files. Along with that, I am also calling for the immediate resignation of Mayor Eric Garcetti and Jackie Lacey. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Now we have Yasamin Godspin, followed by Sedu Manu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, Commissioner Soboroff, I just want to ask you if
You throw your hands up the way that you have been the whole time when anyone says fuck, shit, bitch, or anything when Black people die for no fucking reason at all. And then Chief Moore, I want to ask you, how can you in 600 hours determine whether or not a person is fucking racist, evil, fucking like narcissistic, has a cop killer or a fucking like hard on for murdering people in 600 hours? That's 25 fucking days, bro. 25 days. You don't know shit in 25 days. You put people out on the street to murder and police us. I was at the fucking protest on Sunday. I got hit with a metal baton for no reason, protesting peacefully. If you are not here to protect and serve, turn in your fucking badge, turn in whatever you need to turn in, and walk the fuck away, bro. Walk away. It's disgraceful. All of you are disgraceful. That's it.
Okay, Sedu Manu, followed by Destiny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Honorable Commissioner, Commission members, and Chief of Police, thank you for hearing me. First of all, I'd like to thank all of my allies who have spoken before me, my African-American brothers and sisters, my Latino brothers and sisters, my white brothers and sisters together, standing strong in this movement. Chief Moore, members of the commission, I just want to remind you that you are all human beings, that you are mortal. One day, your life will come to an end. What legacy do you want to leave behind? How would you want to account for your life when your end comes? That is all I have to ask you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We have Destiny, followed by Eric Avellaneda. Destiny.
Hello?
Hi, you're on, Destiny?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I wanted to read something from the Declaration of Independence that states, when a long train of abuses and observations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government. And I want to say that I fully support the abolition of the police force because we do not need you and you work for us. And Chief of Police, I want to ask you, if this was happening to your wife or your daughter, would you be having the same reactions as you are? Because you don't care about us. If this was happening to your wife or your daughter on their front step in Santa Clarita, would you be caring this much? Would you be caring this little? You don't care about us. You don't care about Black lives. You need to resign. You need to resign. There are protesters at the houses of city officials right now, and they are not afraid. They are not afraid to keep marching. You need to resign right now. That's all.
Thank you. We have Eric Avellaneda, followed by the initials CM. Eric, you're on.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, first I want to thank Black Lives Matter for getting a lot of the information out there. I had no idea that LAPD was wasting $3 billion, and now I'm really angry. I'm also reading on Los Angeles Times that LAPD is pilfering through social media videos to find protesters. I think that's a complete waste of taxes. You should be looking into the officers, the aggressive officers that are attacking innocent people rather than anyone who's potentially damaging an inanimate object. I also want to point out that we have a humanitarian crisis with the homeless people, so there is no justification for wasting $3 billion on a militia when we literally have people homeless. But I understand why you don't care. It's because the homeless are people of color. Michael Moore, I hope you're listening. Maybe I can't prove that you're racist, but I can prove that you were incompetent, and that is reason enough that you should quit. You should resign. Shame on you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Caller with initial CM, followed by William Davalos. Give me a second. Caller CM, can you try unmuting on your end? Okay, I'll come back to caller CM. William Davalos.
Madam Secretary, you could put those individuals back in queue perhaps, and we can go to someone where you can pull up.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I just want to make a statement and see if you can answer at some point why the training is only 600 hours for police in Los Angeles, and see if there's a way to raise it to 4 years. As of right now, somebody referenced earlier that cosmetology school requires 600 hours. They should at least be held to the same standards as nurses or lawyers. In addition to that, all officers need mandated mental health evaluation checkpoints per quarter. A state-designated team of psychologists and independent civil rights lawyers need to reference specific cases that officers were involved with to not only discuss their mental health, but to audit their actions. Do you trust a mentally unstable civilian with a firearm? Do you trust any mentally unstable authority with a gun, especially when the repercussions are trivialized? We also need quarterly written ethics testing evaluation classes. Social workers need to be called in every dispatch requiring police presence at the point when the call is initially.
Thank you. Caller CM with initial CM, followed by K. Benoit. Okay, caller CM. I don't, did
We'll
you?
have to move on, Madam Secretary.
Okay. We have Kay Benoit, followed by Corey Rittmaster.
Is there something that the speaker needs to do, Madam Secretary?
Kay Benoit, can you try unmuting on your end, please?
If not, let's go to the next person in queue and we'll come back.
Okay. We have Corey Rittmaster, followed by Claire Hamlin. Corey Rittmaster, you're on.
Yeah, hi, I'm a Los Angeles resident and a taxpayer, and it's time for the chief of police to go. If he doesn't resign on his own, he must be fired. Everything that this commission does, the work you all do is due to the funding of us, the taxpayers, which means you work for us and not the other way around, and it appears you've forgotten that. If we, the taxpayers, have lost confidence in the police, then it must be reformed, and that starts at the top. Why do you think there were hundreds of callers today waiting hours to express their outrage? It's an overwhelming cry of the people who pay your salaries pleading with you to enact change. The fact that we have to have this public outcry to urge this police chief be removed and that wasn't already done is appalling, and it's embarrassing for you as a commission. Additionally, it's time to support the people's budget. To fund the police at the current level was ridiculous before all this latest aggression, but now it's downright obscene. Listen to the people of the city. Chief Moore, you work for us, know your place, resign.
Thank you. We'll try Claire Hamlin, and then we'll go back to Kay Benoit. Give me 1 second.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, my name is Claire Hamlin. I'm a white resident of Los Angeles with the distinct displeasure of living in Mitch O'Farrell's Council District 13. I support the demands of Black Lives Matter. Chief Moore, you have the most racist eyebrows I've ever seen. Keep them still and show some goddamn respect when you're being called out. We know you meant what you said last night, and I'm calling on you to be fired without pay. I'm not calling for your resignation. I am calling for you to be fired without pay. To demand peace and denounce violence when you are the strongest arm of harm and violence in this moment is asinine, manipulative, and disgusting. You want to talk about looting? Let's talk about the systematic looting of lives, especially Black lives in Los Angeles. There have been over 600 murders since Jackie Lacey took office, and zero accountability. Fire Jackie Lacey. You want to talk about thugs? Let's talk about the thugs on LAPD targeting medics, journalists, and peaceful protesters. There is no other choice but to defund LAPD, adopt the people's budget. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll try Ken Benoit and then caller CM, followed by Patrick Zagorski. Okay. Ken Benoit, it's not coming up. Okay. We'll go with caller CM.
Right, we'll need to move on and let's see if CM will work.
CM.
If not, we need to move on to the next speaker.
All right, so we will go with Patrick Zagorski, followed by Jeffrey Liang. Oh, Patrick Zagorski has an older version of Zoom, so we'll move on to Jeffrey Liang. Hi, Jeffrey, you're on.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Liang. I'm a resident of Seoul and Tonggalan, also known as Los Angeles. I echo what everyone has said before me in criticizing LAPD's unjust use of force towards these peaceful protesters, as well as the last-minute announcements of curfew. Peaceful protesters who were trying to get home, including my friends, were unlawfully detained, put in cages for hours with no water and bathroom breaks in animalistic conditions, and were forced to pee and poop on the same floor in which they were kept. For the lives and safety of all our citizens, I call upon not only the immediate firing and not resignation, the firing of Chief Moore and Jackie Lacey, the investigation and arrest of all officers who use excessive force and violence, adopting the people's budget, and the defunding and abolishment of the police force in favor of people and community-based interventions that centers the leadership of Black, Brown, Indigenous, POC, LGBTQ, disabled, and other systematically marginalized community leaders. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We have Tim Wanders, followed by Body, Mind, Gratitude. Tim Wanders, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
So my name is Tim Wanders. Police Chief Moore, please just resign. It's absolutely scandalous what happened. We're living in the fucking 21st century and we're still judging people on the color of their skin. I really don't understand it. We're just all people. Chief Moore, you're a complete monster, and just please resign right now. Fuck you and enjoy your day. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Body, Mind, Gratitude, followed by Serena Reader.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, you're on.
Hi. My name is Sandy, and I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. We demand the rights of protesters to be respected. We demand the divestment from police and investment into Black communities. We demand immediate relief for our communities, and we also demand community control, and we demand the end to the war against Black people. We are talking about an entire system that's based on the oppression of brown and Black people, brown and Black bodies. This is a white supremacist, cis, heteronormative, capitalist patriarchy. And I see two white women who are clearly not standing in solidarity with us. I see a Black man who is not standing in solidarity with us, and you need to resign.
Can we have the next?
We have Serena Reader. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, you're on, Serena.
Hi, my name is Serena Reader. I'm a Black woman. I'm an actress. I'm a graduate of the Juilliard School in New York. I'm a native of DC. I'm a resident of LA. I have a problem that deals with police reports and civilian distress calls that has led to police brutality toward Black Americans. I'm not talking about other people from races who have consistent business with, Black people. I'm talking about people who make distress calls. And these are nonviolent situations. The police is being used as the middleman when they accept these reports and distress calls as fact to build a criminal case, and racists have succeeded in weaponizing the police to their advantage. If you make a distress call and it comes up false, you have to be fined. We have to prosecute racist civilians that think the police is their personal concierge. It's time that people using police to remove Black people from metaphorical comfort zones get a little less responsiveness. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ann Fisher, followed by Rusty Shackelford. Ann Fisher, you're on. Ann Fisher, you're on. Okay.
Sounds like she can't hear us, or that Ann Fisher can't hear us, so let's move on and we can come back and try again.
Rusty Shackelford, you're on.
All right, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
All right, I hope you guys all have a good day. Chief Moore, I'm not going to be one of those guys that tells you to resign. I think first off, you've seen what happens when you give lip service to the mob. Personally, I think you could hire a PR department, work a little bit on that. But I'd also like to thank the members of the LAPD for keeping our city safe, and that has to be underscored. These protesters are thugs. They are leftist thugs controlled by universities and the media, all right? I don't buy into their narrative at all. Some of them may be good people, but most of them are there to give pretext for rioting, and you need to do your job, Chief Moore. Don't bend the knee. Stay firm and keep your citizens safe. Because these loudmouths right here, when it comes to voting cycle, they're gone. But your citizens that you kept safe, that you made sure their businesses weren't burned down, they'll vote you in. Or Mayor Garcetti. Fuck Mayor Garcetti. And fuck the Democrats. And fuck anybody that supports these protests. You're all scum. And you're destroyers of nations. I salute you, Chief Moore. Keep doing a good job. But get a better PR firm.
Okay, we're gonna try Ann Fisher again, followed by Dan. Ann Fisher, you're on. Ann Fisher?
Okay, apparently that's not working. We're gonna have to move on in the queue. You have Luna Garcia up, is that?
No, that is a mistake.
Okay. I'll let you go back to your queue.
Okay. Can you remove Luna, please? Dan, followed by Edie Adams.
Madam Secretary, I don't think Dan's unmuted.
I'm sorry, the computer seems to have been frozen just a bit. Give me 1 second.
All right.
No, it's not showing.
And just as a reminder, in approximately 15 minutes, we're going to take a recess for 30 minutes or so, and then we will return to finish the comments. So again, at approximately 4:30, we will take a recess for about 30 minutes. Madam Secretary, are you continuing to have problems?
I am. Let's go with Edie Adams. She's not muted.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Hi, yes.
Great. Hi, I'm a PhD student at USC, and I started attending police commission meetings in October. And time and again, I've watched this commission systematically justify the murders of Black people in Los Angeles at the hands of racist law enforcement. 601 Black people have been murdered by police here in Los Angeles County over the last 7 years. These murders should be met with outrage by this commission, but when I have watched activists time and again call for the firing of LAPD cops who have killed Black members of our community, all I have witnessed is the conferral of belittling platitudes or excuses. In fact, when activists from Black Lives Matter, Stop LAPD Spying, Los Angeles Community Action Network, and others come to these meetings and express their anger and frustration, they are routinely told to be calm or be civil. Most members of the board won't even make eye contact with us. So your comments today about remorse and care for Black lives feel so unbelievably hollow. You're only performing compassion. If you really cared, you would have acted years ago. Chief Moore, you must resign or be fired.
Thank you. We have Sadashi Shallow, followed by Nylan Acosta. Sadashi Shallow. Hi, you're unmuted. Sadashi?
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Sadashi Shallow. I'm a constituent of David Rose, a city council member. And I have lived in Los Angeles for 11 years, and I stand with Black Lives Matter. I want to ask you, implore you to stop aggressive crowd control tactics as soon as possible. Chief Moore, I think that would help to de-escalate violence. I think I've had friends at these protests. I wouldn't go myself, but I have a back injury I'm dealing with. I would go myself, but my friends have been dealing with being shot at with rubber bullets for peaceably protesting with their hands in the air. And it is very upsetting to see. I ask that as you move forward in trying to reform the department, that you look at programs such as the San Antonio Police Department. They have a crisis COPS unit that they have been working with, and in trying to improve how crisis is managed as far as mental health and police communication. And I would ask that you look into that for LAPD as well.
Thank you. Nylan Acosta, and then we'll try Dan one more time. Nylan, you're on.
Hello, do you guys hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, my name is Nylan Acosta, and I stand in solidarity for Black Lives Matter. I'm a resident of LA County and have lived here for most of my life and can account for the fact that this city has never taken the lives or voices of Black and people of color seriously or with urgency. I know I speak for the people of my community when I demand the firing of Chief Moore and for the LA County Police Department to be defunded immediately. The way you have dealt with the current state of the city is shameful. There are bigger issues at hand here. We need investments in our marginalized communities. We need housing for the homeless. We need health-centered services. We need accountability in the police department. And the cruel and unjust murder of George Floyd is just the tip of the iceberg here, because law enforcement continues to kill Black men, women, and children. And it's ironic and hypocritical that you sit there and call for peaceful protest, yet you chose the least peaceful profession to be a part of. And that's all I'd like to say, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you. We'll try Dan again. Dan, try unmuting on your end, please. Okay, that's not working. We'll go with Taylor Gottbetter, followed by Adam Smith.
Hello.
Hi, Taylor, you're on.
Hi, I would start off by saying that change is going to come, whether it's from you or the people that replace you. It's inevitable. I just hope that it's sooner rather than later. I'd like to say that a majority of the budget requests for increase comes from the fact that police officers are working overtime. It makes total sense to me that people that are undertrained and overworked are killing innocent Black people. I think that one solution could be simply having, there's vice, there's homicide, maybe having a civil infraction division that's unarmed and is in the community. I think would go a long way in de-escalating. And I think that de-escalation should be the motto of the LAPD in all aspects. There should not be the militarization of the police, and we need to be able to trust the people in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Smith, Adam Smith already spoke this morning. He was the fourth in queue. So please lower his hand and move to the next in queue. There are other people waiting to speak.
Okay, we have Paolo CQ. Paolo.
It cannot be the militarization of the police, and we need to be able to trust the people in our communities. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, am I on?
You're on.
Okay, got it. So I just want to start off by saying this. How do we deal with the person whose core impulse in every part of his life is to deny, deceive, deflect, and blame? You fucking fire him. Here's a fun fact about the former psychopath in chief, Moore. Did you know that before becoming the LAPD chief, Moore retired and collected as 1.27 million payout, then was rehired back by soon-to-be-gone Mayor Eric Garcetti. They call us looters, but they are the real looters. And the former psychopath in chief knows very well how one looks like, because he looks at himself every morning while he showers with our tax dollars. Here's how much of a piece of shit job you've done. The cell phone camera has offered more protection for Black Americans than any of your law enforcement.
Okay, Shanak, followed by Ryan Boonfasayo. Excuse me for. Okay. Let me try that again. Janak, can you try it? Hi, Janak, you're on.
Hi, it's Jana Koch. I'm a licensed Christian minister, seminary student, and lifelong resident of the Los Angeles community. I'm also a Black woman. I would like to use my time to talk directly to Commissioner Goldsmith, who is the vice president of this board and the CEO of the Liberty Foundation. Commissioner Goldsmith, as the CEO and nonprofit of an organization who's listed its primary function on its website for racial justice, you stand in a unique position to enact change. The Liberty Foundation was birthed in Minnesota, of all places, and founded to support community activism. On your website, you promote your organization's history, support, and led by Black organizations. You have a direct responsibility to defund the LAPD, fire this chief of police, and enact the people's budget. And to all three other commissioners, there is no justice.
Thank you. We have Ryan Boone-Fasayo, followed by Scott Nickley. Ryan, you're on.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Chief Moore. Words can be forgiven, never forgotten. That being said, I ask you to step down as Chief of Police, as I believe your statement last night is the type of rhetoric that encapsulates law enforcement in a dangerous echo chamber. Accountability should be held against officers regardless of the severity of the situation. Accountability also starts with officers upholding their duty in the face of fellow officers and their leaders, not only against the excess use of force, but something as small as pulling over an off-duty cop for speeding. I believe that once you push officers to hold each other responsible, then we can eliminate that frat boy culture that muffles good officers and breeds evil that takes lives and seemingly sweeps injustices under the rug. In simpler terms, you need to encourage your officers to rat each other out. As I end my statement, I would like to remind the panel and other government officials tuning in that no one is above the law, not even those who govern it. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Nickley, followed by Jonathan Galbraith.
Hello, can I be heard?
Hi, yes.
I just want to echo everyone's concerns that the officers that patrol this area do not live in the city, by and large. I am upset right now. I have seen reports of live rounds being fired. I don't know if they're substantiated claims, but the fact that I'm scared of that right now, the fact that I think that is a thing that could be happening is terrifying, and you guys need to think about that. Officer old guy Soborov, I can see how upset you are every time someone talks to you. I don't think we need to be dealing with you too much because you're clearly going to be off this board pretty soon. Chief Moore, you need to resign 100%. That's pretty obvious. I do want to ask you a couple questions though. Will you guys commit to training your officers in de-escalation instead of violence? Will you commit to recruiting officers who actually live in the communities that they are policing? And if you care about this community and the public interest and not the self-interest of the LAPD, support the defunding of the LAPD. Be a change.
Thank you. Jonathan Galbraith, followed
Madam
by...
Secretary, a number of speakers have said that there are shots fired. I understand, Chief, that is not true. Is that correct? It is not true. Mr. Soborov, put your phone down. We can't see it, but Chief, am I correct?
Madam President, just a moment. Madam President, members of the board, for the matter of public safety, while this session is normally the advice is of City Council or City Attorney is for us not to respond. There are now live rounds being fired. There is no firearms being used at this point in the downtown area or elsewhere in the city. We do have demonstrations occurring across the city, but there is no live rounds being fired.
Keep it to the live rounds, which a number of speakers have brought up, and I'm concerned that they would say that whatever reporting that is not true. So let's move on, Madam Secretary, to the next person in queue. Madam Secretary, are you there?
Jonathan Galbraith, followed by Jared Rosenberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, so I'm going to speak more to your moral philosophies here and just ask two basic questions. When has lasting change ever occurred in this country without rebellion, riots, and unrest? This has all happened before and will continue to happen until change has occurred. We do not have the capacity to just use our words right now, and action must be taken. The second question I have for you is, where do you want to be on this side? Inaction is easy, but the right thing to do is hard. I call for you to do the right thing, even if that risks your job, because humanity is bigger than the individual, and you already made the choice to work in a job fields that require sacrifice, So you know more than others how to sacrifice for others, and I call on you to do the same. I'm pleading for you to do the same. I'll yield the rest of my time to the people whose voices have been silenced through the generations.
Okay, we have Jared Rosenberg. Jared, you're on.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for taking such a long time to listen to everyone, and thank you to everyone who's waited on the phone even longer, I think. This is to Police Chief Moore. I implore you to implore your officers to find time to stand with the protesters and acknowledge the pain and anger that's being shared across this city and country, and lead by example by kneeling with protesters in a peaceful manner. I yield the rest of my time to my fellow citizens.
Thank you. We have time for one more. Lucy Cepeda. Lucy, can you? Hi,
Yes,
Lucy.
I'm here. My name is Lucy Cepeda. I'm a Chicana and arts administrator, an LA County resident. I call for the resignation of Chief Police Moore for his condonement of police brutality via his words and actions. I ask that our First Amendment be protected and peaceful protests and peaceful gatherings be honored so that our voices are heard. I ask for the protection of our journalists so that we may have access to the truth at all times. I ask for the protection of our communities. Last-minute messages needs to stop. Shutting down public transportation needs to stop, as it affects people of color the most. Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Madam President, it's now 4:30.
Thank you. At this point, the Board of Police Commissioners will stand in recess. We will attempt to return by 5 o'clock for all of those in queue, and I will get a sense of how many people remain in queue. Thank you very much. A number of people in queue, and in order to allow everybody to speak, I'll be lowering the timer to 30 seconds a speaker. I do want to let everyone know that while you might find 30 seconds unsatisfactory, you do have the option also of submitting your comments to the commission email, of which we've received a number of public comments. Mr. Tiefenk, can you assist me? The email address, which I've always written down, I just don't have in front of me, and I want to be sure I give the right email address out. It's Police Commission, one word, at lapd.online. You can submit comments there. Thank you. So, Madam Secretary, please put the timer at 30 seconds for each speaker. We'll continue to be very mindful of the time. I do not want to lose a quorum, and I would like everybody who's in queue to have the opportunity to speak. So let's begin, Madam Secretary. First speaker.
Madam President, I just want to note that our timer, the lowest it goes is 1 minute, but we'll keep an eye on that for you.
I need you because I'm going to lose a quorum. And so I will have it here as well because I need to be sure that we get everybody in. So please begin.
Okay. First speaker, Severino Taliali, followed by Anand Mahinganiman.
Yeah. 30 seconds, please. Your timing has begun. Oh, the person's not on the queue.
Severino to get on. Severino, can you please unmute from your end, please?
We need to move on then, Madam Secretary.
Anand Mahalingam. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Let's see.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi. How's everybody doing, all you little people? I'm looking at a lot of people who just got the shit kicked out of them the whole day. and you guys all deserve it. Police chief, you got to resign. There's just no way around it. Like, you look so smug listening to everybody talking, and it's shameful. Everybody else here seems so bored. I'm sorry. Commissioner Decker, like, I understand you got to meet people, but you shouldn't be cutting people off. You guys should have this whole day free to listen to us. Like, the fact that we have to wait for your time, and now Soboroff is yawning.
Okay, we have Tamara Babic. Tamara, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hi, please proceed.
Hello, I can't hear you. Hello?
Hi, Tamara, we can hear you.
Hello? I cannot hear you.
Madam
Hello?
Secretary, we need to move on. I don't know why.
Hello?
She cannot hear us.
You can move on and I will try and join in the queue again. I'm sorry.
We have Stephen Medina, followed by John Sandy Campbell.
Hello? Hi. I just wanted to say that along with Mr. Moore resigning and being fired, I feel like we just need a revision of the entire system. It's not just enough to fire the figureheads. We really need to reestablish a better system to train our cops to really listen to the people and to serve the people. And I yield my time, and thank you to everyone speaking out.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. John Sandy Campbell, followed by Eugene Lee. John Sandy, you're on. John Sandy Campbell, you're on.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you. In a recent statement, Michael Moore stated, and I quote, "His death is on their hands as much as it is on the officers." And I think it's a sad state of affairs when the chief of police blames the murder of an American citizen on people who are actually protesting that murder. I think that the statements you made, sir, were racist in nature and meant to be provocative. I think your statements reify racism and they reify white supremacy.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Eugene Lee. Eugene Lee.
Here. Hello. Should I? Okay. Yeah, definitely, Chief Police Chief Moore, please resign. But my problem with everything is so performative. I recently found out that the budget has already passed, despite this entire endeavor of the stream. What was the point of all of this if the budget was going to be passed before you guys even heard us out? It just seems kind of ridiculous how everything has been. Police brutality is bad. Obviously, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. I know a number of people have spoken about the budget, but that is a matter before the Los Angeles City Council, not the Board of Police Commissioners. Can we hear from our next speaker, please?
Ruby Zamundio, followed by Maybe Girl. Ruby, can you try unmuting on your end, please? Okay. Oh. Okay, we'll try the next one. Oh, maybe Girl has an old Zoom. It's not updated. So we'll go to the next one. Norman Bertoloni.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Yes, I'd like to know what's going to be done about the mental health, the state of the PTSD that the Black community is suffering due to, I mean, not just the looting. I mean, you guys are looting their minds, basically. I really hope that you have a plan to help with the mental health and the PTSD that's going to be suffering from all of this, 30 years of this now. And Chief, you messed up, my man. You got to go. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you. Chineo Ikem. Chineo Ikem.
Hi, can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Hi. So I just want to say something to everyone listening. This is a call to action. The commissioners are not going to listen to you. They don't care. The best thing for you, if they don't act and arrest these police officers and take this seriously, is for you to support police abolition. And go on Verso Books. They have a free ebook called The End of Policing, and read it. Because honestly, they're giving you the sign right now. They're saying, I don't care, we're not gonna do.
We have Matt Harding, followed by Monica Bowser. Matt Harding, can you please try and unmute from your end, please? I'll try it again. One more time. Matt Harding, you're on.
Hi, I live in occupied downtown Los Angeles. I just wanted to say that free speech does not end at 6 p.m. Being outside is not a crime. Being black is not a crime. Peaceful protesting is not a crime. However, using force on peaceful protesters is a crime. I don't condone any violence, but it has started with the LAPD. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello.
Yes. I'd like to say that it's disgraceful that you've had some people on this call since 9:30 and you're giving them 30 seconds to talk. But I would like to point out the police commissioner's website lists supporting community policing programs as a top priority. If you're sincere about creating meaningful change, stop paying lip service and listen to the members of the community who have repeatedly told you what their needs and priorities are. Black Lives Matter, fire Chief Moore, and stop attacking peaceful protesters. I yield my time.
Thank you. Barry McKinley will be next.
Hello.
Hi, you're on.
I would just like to say, Steve, as a Jewish man, you should know prejudice. Eileen and Shane, you should know what prejudice feels like. Dale, you should know what prejudice feels like. And especially you, Michelle, you should know what prejudice feels like. I'm so disappointed in what you have done and the hate that you allow the police to contribute to. And I know that you changed your last name, but you shouldn't have to do that. We can make this country better, but you have to start first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica Foucher, followed by Brennan Hassman. Jessica, you're on.
Hi.
Hi.
I am here in support of Black Lives Matter. I've lived in View Park my entire life, and I've been subject to crazy police brutality. I am not a full Black woman. I'm biracial, but I have experienced it myself. This needs to stop. The funds need to be reallocated to the communities. And Officer Moore, you need to step down. This is unacceptable. This is not okay.
Thank you. We have Brennan Hussman, followed by Ginger Michelle. Brennan, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to start off by saying good on you, Commissioner Bonner. You appear to be the only one that's taking notes and appear to have any reaction to anything anyone has been saying. To give some perspective to the situation, it's been 30 years since Rodney King, 6 years since Eric Gardner. When will we see change? When?
Okay, we have Ginger Michelle, followed by Brian Hamill. Ginger Michelle, please try to unmute on your end. Okay, I'll try it one more time. Ginger Michelle, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, I just wanted to address an LA Times article that talked about how the protest was handled, particularly with you, Mr. Moore. And it just seems like also there's some critical feedback from other people in the past that have had your position. And It said that you felt that you needed to push.
Thank you. We have Brian Hamill.
Can you folks hear me?
Hi, you're on, Brian.
Hi. I would just like to say that I grew up around police families and I experienced what the Blue Shield is. The Blue Shield is not only on duty, but it's off duty. The Blue Shield is officers that get in vehicles and drive drunk and never face consequences. The Blue Shield is officers leaving service weapons in public places with children because they're intoxicated. The Blue Shield is picking fights and getting away with it. You have to change it or we have no hope.
Thank you. We have Blake Wilding, followed by caller ending in 7434. Blake, you're on.
Hi, everybody. My name is Blake. I've been in Los Angeles for 8 years now. I call to support Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. I'm sorry to see you all come back and not resigning already, but I will move on. There's been 600 police murders by LAPD with zero accountability. That's disgusting. The use of force and violence on our protesters is disgusting. Chief Moore, you need to resign. Your legacy is disgusting. And when you look in the mirror, if you even have a reflection, I hope you feel ashamed. Defund the police. Black Lives Matters.
Thank you. Caller ending in 7434, and then Terrence Edmonds.
Yeah, my name is Stevie. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union. I've waited for more than 6 hours to give public comment. I'm a resident of Hollywood, where military helicopters are roaring over my apartment at every moment, where I watched my neighbors be tear gassed last night for walking outside past this white supremacist militant curfew that's been enacted, a curfew that, by the way, we're often not notified of until after it is enforced. I was in attendance at the BLM protest on Saturday, where we sang songs, we marched peacefully, where we were met with tear gas, rubber bullets, and countless baton swings. LAPD is the deadliest police force.
Thank you. Terrence Edmonds, followed by Galaxy S10. Let me try again for Terrence.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, you're on.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Hi, I'm a biracial born LA raised resident. I'm calling to have Chief Moore be fired to help save this city, but I'm also calling to raise questions and find facts. Why are police getting so much funding? Why do we have officers in the street encouraging white women to tag? Why is Frank Hernandez still employed after the recent Boyle Heights beating of a man resisting and his partner standing by? Frank Hernandez is still employed after being involved in 3 prior shootings. When do we hold cops accountable? When we need them to protect.
Thank you. Galaxy S10, followed by Grantunian. I'll try again for Galaxy S10. Please try to unmute. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've been in California for 3 years now. My name is Shandell Crockett. I have a son. He's 13, and he's scared, you know. And I shouldn't be scared to get pulled over. I call that Chief gets fired. You gotta go. You're fucking up. I have no respect for the police force. I tried, and I will keep marching. I will keep protesting. Fuck your curfew.
Thank you. Grantunian, followed by Zuleika Silver. Oh. Grantohanian?
Hi, give me just a second. You all need to be fired or resign without pay, point blank, period. You guys have waged war on the First Amendment. The Black community is not responsible for what's happening currently. The police are, because you guys have targeted people of color in their communities for too long. My taxpayer dollars do not go to you guys to oppress Black people. It goes to protect everyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, etc. I'm demanding, as the payer of your salaries, that each and every one of you are fired and placed to organizers of these.
Thank you. Zuleika Silver, followed by Jasmine. Oh. Give me 1 second. Zuleika Silver.
Can you hear me?
Hi, you're on.
So first, I support the firing of Michael Moore. I think what he said yesterday was despicable. Second, officers need to have at least a 2-year college education with an emphasis on ethics, communication, and U.S. history. There are police officers in my family, and the academy curriculum is laughable. At a family orientation, a training officer said that their job is to stress recruits out as much as possible so that they can deal with the stress in the real world. And I think that reasoning is flawed. These recruits graduate the academy anxious and stressed out, and who do you think they take it out on? Think about that, study that.
Jasmine, followed by Tamika Fair. Jasmine, you're on.
Hello?
Hi,
Yes.
you're on.
I'm reading the statement on behalf of a Black woman. First, placing the city and county under a curfew does not allow the peaceful protests that are necessary to meet this moment. We have the opportunity to make real change in this moment that requires you to allow us to peacefully protest. The phrase "no justice, no peace" carries heavy weight, and we do not carry those words lightly or the call to action that comes with it. We're trying to dismantle 400 years of systemic racism that's never been met with justice. Lastly, fire Chief Moore. He does not.
Thank you. Tamika Fair. Oh, Tamika Fair has an old version of Zoom. So we'll move on. Dana Ellis. Dana, you're on.
Can you all raise your hands if you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. So you guys protect marathons, parades, and sporting events and keep those people safe. Why not Black Lives Matter protests? It's our right to protest. I have Black friends afraid to leave their houses because of you. You had a choice to be peaceful and you chose to come armed. You created this environment. If you guys want peace, you have to encourage peace. Help us, protect us, do your job. Our city is burning down because of you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Finnerman, followed by Stacy Marokin. Jeffrey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, you're on,
Can
Jeffrey.
you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to urge everyone listening to please be cognizant of what's going on. We're showing up around the riot. Rioters are not part of the Black Lives Matter movement. Riots blew the mess of Black Matter. The LAPD justification for excessive force and allow not to take accountability and racist reasons not support Black lives. Just be cognizant of what's going on. These riots are using the mask to.
Thank you, Stacy Marokin, followed by Anthony Strickland. Stacy, you're on.
Hi. Okay, I can see you guys hear me. So I call for a more rigorous training to be implemented on the current and future cops. It takes years for a lawyer to just be able to practice law, but it should take longer than a few months for police to be out there upholding it for its citizens. I also advocate for the economic reform of our city by defunding the police and redistributing those funds towards programs and the communities that actually allow our city to grow. Enact the people's budget. I yield my time.
Thank you. Anthony Strickland, followed by Sasha Kremenetsky.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Anthony, you're on.
Okay, I'm a Black man. I'd like to thank all the white people for their support, and I mean that sincerely. Usually people do not recognize what's going on in real life. I'd also like to say to Commissioner Bonner and the other women on the panel that I truly love you guys. Our country teaches us to find any reason we can to hate Black men and to degrade women, so I'm definitely not gonna do that. And for everyone else, humble yourself, look in the mirror, admit that you've been shitty, and you can.
Thank you. Sasha Kremenetsky, followed by Abby Garcia. Sasha, you're on.
I'm here. Hello, my name is Sasha Kremenetsky. I am a Russian Jew that stands with Black Lives Matter, and I am an LAUSD public school teacher. I teach English and journalism in San Pedro. I'm here to speak on behalf of my incredible Black students that I'm privileged to know and work with daily. In speaking to my students, specifically my Black students and students of color, they have told me they are traumatized. I see their trauma daily in my classroom. They do not trust the police anymore. One of my Black students wanted to write an article on Breonna Taylor and had to stop because it was too traumatic for her.
Thank you, Sasha. We have Abby Garcia, followed by Eileen.
Hi, I'm Abby Garcia, former public defender from Los Angeles County, and I just have a few suggestions as to what you can do. And the first thing you can do is, can you hear me? And the first thing you can do is to stop creating crime in Black communities, specifically dismantling the narcotics unit in downtown, which targets the homeless Black community, planting evidence, and while officers get overtime pay. And follow through on all complaints on your police. Release Brady information.
Thank you, Eileen, followed by Hector. Eileen?
Can you hear
Hi, yes.
Hi. I would just like to first say, Moore, you need to be fired. That you need to see that this system is broken. How can there be white protesters during a global pandemic demanding a haircut not contained and do not suffer the way us protesters are suffering from tear gas and rubber bullets, wanting justice in our system? I'm also going to add that it's disappointing that you are blatantly seeing how obviously how you guys are worried about other officers when there are people out there dying. What about?
Thank you, Hector, followed by Anthony Nunez.
Can y'all hear me?
Hi, yes, please.
Hey, so my name is Hector. I'm a 23-year-old Latino immigrant. I live on Crenshaw, which is one of the big Black communities out in South Central LA. I'm a rapper and I fix virtual computers for a living remotely, so I have a lot of money in the hood. But anyway, I recently had an experience where I stepped outside to smoke, and 5 minutes later, I got mistreated, handcuffed, threatened to get arrested, you know, because I'm a Latino man with dreads and money, you know, you racially profile me. And I'm a business owner, you know, fearing deportation, you know.
Thank you, Anthony Nunez, followed by Mo Flatt. I'm sorry, Anthony Nunez.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Hi. Black Lives Matter, number one. Two, I echo the sentiment of defunding the police and the resignation as well. On top of that, as for immediate action, I think the only solution is the complete removal of the National Guard. At the very least, disarm them, and also have a medic on scene because the police are just out of control. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mo Flatt, followed by Valeria Chavez. Mo,
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
My name is Katrina Dix, and I am a Black woman. I don't want to waste too much time calling from the resignation of the chief. I just want to remind participants that we do live in Los Angeles. We live in the county of Los Angeles, the city of LA, and we have the power to recall elected officials. This includes Jackie Lacey and Mayor Eric Garcetti. And guess what? When they leave, they can take the trash out with them. That means you, chief.
Thank you. We have Valeria Chavez, followed by Josue Sandigo. Valeria?
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Hey, hi, I'm a non-Black person of color and resident of LA my entire life. I stand with Black Lives Matter and echo all previous demands for the termination of Chief Moore and defunding of LAPD. Michael, not only are you a disgusting piece of shit, but you're the representation of all that's wrong with police across the nation. Your apologies are as empty as your actions to protect the communities you swore to serve, and you've created an environment that attacks people of color. We need change. The police is not above the law and must be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Josue Sandigo, followed by Dwayne Logan Jr. Okay, I'll try Josue again. Please try to unmute on your end. Okay, that's not working. I'll go ahead and move to Dwayne Logan.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Yeah. I just want to say it's disappointing. I've lived in Orange County, Los Angeles, London, and Oakland, California. The only time I've been afraid for my life by police was in Los Angeles, where I've spent the most time. I think the police chief should be fired and replaced with someone of color, perhaps a woman, who can represent the underrepresented and oppressed minorities in the city. Defund the police, Black Lives Matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ryan Cohen, followed by Jonathan Del Mar. Ryan, can you try unmuting on your end, please?
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I'm a biracial Latino resident of Los Angeles, and I stand with Black Lives Matter. And I demand that Chief Moore or any of you inform the people of Los Angeles in a public statement on if Dave Grossman has ever been paid to speak to the LAPD. For people who don't know, Dave Grossman is a former Army Ranger who teaches the psychology of murder. He teaches thousands of officers every year how to use lethal force and feel good about it, telling them to go above their city and look down and feel their cape flap in the wind like heroes, and tells the officers that after killing someone, they go home and have the best sex of their lives. He is the one who trained Philando Castile.
Thank you. Jonathan Del Mar, followed by Praveen. Jonathan, I'll try to mute you one more time. Okay, that doesn't seem to be working. We'll move on. Ryan Cohen, I'm sorry, Praveen, followed by AR, the initials AR. Praveen? Hi, Praveen, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi. So essentially, the fact that you're not capable of saying Black Lives Matter essentially is proving that you probably have a secret closet in your house and are, you know, you have Nazi morals. That's all it is, plain and simple, Nazi morals. I mean, you have the fact that you can't even say the phrase Black Lives Matter. Is that too difficult for you?
Okay. Initials AR, followed by Graham Mesadia. AR, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Alan Richard and I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I'm incredibly outraged and disgusted with the LAPD and Chief Moore. The excessive violence, discrimination, and murders done by the LAPD to its Black and brown communities are appalling. Black Lives Matter. Justice needs to be served. Take accountability. Chief Moore, your comments yesterday were disgusting. Your city is hurting and you are the reason for the hurt. You failed us. Listen to the people and what they need. You've been hearing our pleas all day long. And Mayor Garcetti, I'm deeply disappointed in you.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Graham Mesadia, followed by Isabella Vergun.
Hello.
Hi.
The rapidly changing curfew times equate to an outright ban on peaceful protest. This strategy is clearly designed to trap protesters and justify the arrest of anyone without question. You must let these protests continue without these obvious efforts to silence the people. Please remember the protests are a compromise. People should be defending themselves by any means necessary, but instead we agree to peaceful protest to effect change. So remember, these protests are the mildest form of unrest you will see, and you should be grateful the people agree to these terms. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Isabella Vergun.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, as a white person standing with Black Lives Matter, I'd like to try this exercise in empathy with you, because apparently the pleas of all these people haven't been enough. So imagine for a moment that your family members were being murdered in the streets just for 1 second, and then times that by 600. If you want to avoid violence in Los Angeles, stop committing murders. Abolish the police. Michael Moore, resign. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. We have Carlos Colon, followed by Drayton Piper. Carlos, can you try unmuting on your end? Okay, I'll try it one more time. Carlos? Okay, we'll move on. Drayton Piper, followed by Drayton Scott. Drayton, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
So I just have one question for everybody on this board, and that is, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to look at this situation and think that in all of the countries in the past that have had riots and protests over how they feel their lives are being mistreated, why do you think you're better than them? Why do you think you will come out on top in this situation? Why do you think you're better than every single dictator and person before you that has tried these same tactics? Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Scott, followed by Ariel Taunton. Daniel Scott, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. You lied. City budget is not yet final. Everyone contact City Council President Martinez for details. LAPD and the Police Commission are defunct and illegitimate. Increasing the police budget is an attack on the people. Pass the people's budget, dissolve LAPD, dissolve the commission, no benefits, no pensions. We won't rest until that happens. Reforms don't work, Black Lives Matter, defund the police, care not cops, the people are watching you.
Okay, thank you. Ariel Taunton, followed by Haley. Ariel, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So obviously, the chief needs to be fired. Everyone has said it. If you do not fire him, you are clearly not listening to the people. When you have this many people get onto a Zoom to call for one person to be fired, there is a clear problem. Secondly, I would like to say that the amount of people you have heard today still is not as high as the number of African Americans who have been murdered by the LAPD. There is no statute of limitations on murder. Those people need to be arrested and charged. I don't care, they're fucking cops.
Thank you. Haley, followed by Liz Quach.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, you're on, Haley.
Hi. Equality is not a privilege, and neither is justice. They're rights. Life itself is not a privilege. So why are you stripping these people as if it was a privilege? At this point, I've lost hope in you and in our government. I'm 16, I've barely experienced life, and I've lost hope, and that's in your hands. Chief Moore, I beg you, stand down, kneel and fight with us. Fight with us and not against us. Black Lives Matter. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Matthew, followed by Amy Flournoy. Matthew, I'm going to try to unmute you again. Okay, last call for Matthew. All right, we'll move on. Amy Flournoy. Okay, it seems a few people dropped off. Okay, our next speaker is LH. L, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
District Attorney Jackie Lacey is endorsed by the same police union as the fascist, racist president of the United States. 600 black bodies taken under her watch, and not one cop has been prosecuted. It's time to call her out as the Uncle Tom that she is and launch an investigation into the affiliation between white supremacist groups and the police union, not just in LA, but nationwide. More, if you want the protesting to stop, say Black Lives Matter. Say it with us. Those words need to come out of your mouth, and tell your officers to stand down.
Thank you. Tony Hawk, followed by Jacqueline Hernandez. Tony Hawk, I'll go ahead and unmute you again. Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, you're on.
Chief Moore, I'm going to level with you. This is bigger than some bad cops or protests. You have lost faith in the people of Los Angeles to serve in leadership. You have lost control of your police force, and your authority is illegitimate. Commissioners, if you're concerned at all with the safety of the people of Los Angeles, if this man does not resign, you must remove him. The situation will continue to get worse until he is gone. History will judge you by the decisions you make today. I yield my time.
Thank you. Jacqueline Hernandez, followed by Ruby Zundio. Jacqueline Hernandez? Jacqueline Hernandez, you're on.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Hello?
Hi, Jacqueline, you're on.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to say what I think needs to be done. I think police immunity needs to be taken away so that police are liable for what they do. An audit needs to be done on all police officers who have had misconduct offenses, and also an audit on the supervisors that let this type of behavior go without them being fired, because they're condoning this type of behavior and they're...
Thank you. Ruby Zamudio, followed by Q. Ruby? Okay, I'll try again, Ruby. And the last call for Ruby. Okay, we'll move on to Q, followed by Me Green.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're on.
Hi, I just have a few questions that I'd like you all to meditate on. Why does the system and white supremacists work so hard to oppress Black people? Why do you turn a blind eye to police brutality? What is your heart posture as a human being? How do you sleep at night knowing that another Black person died at the hands of racism with no justice on top of that? Would you trade places with a Black person? If your answer is no, you know exactly what's going on and it's wrong. Change the laws now and be a better fucking person. Black Lives Matter, say their names.
Fuck the police.
Thank you. Me Green, followed by Carmen Moreno. Me Green, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just want people to know here, I'm not from California, but I have seen what's going on. I want you guys to know the world is watching and they are not okay with what's going on. That's all.
Thank you. Carmen Moreno, I will unmute you. Carmen Moreno. Okay, and last call for Carmen Moreno. All right. Audrey Kuo. Audrey, you're on.
Hi, can you restart the timer, please? I wasn't unmuted. My name is Audrey Kuo. I'm a non-Black person of color who has lived in Los Angeles since 2004. I've watched for almost 2 decades as the police in this city continue to fail us over and over as they murder Black and brown people, as they target unhoused Black people on Skid Row and across the city, as they ignore the public giving feedback about the astounding level of incompetence that the LAPD and you all exhibit. For years, this commission has looked for any excuse to shut down public comment to an already inaccessible meeting. It's embarrassing. And Commissioner Goldsmith, before you joined this commission, you—
Thank you. DK Uzuku.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm a Black male member of the LGBT community in LA. I've lived here since 2012. I had more to say, but so have a lot of us. So I'll just go with this. Respect ain't given, it's earned. But you don't even want our respect. Your treatment of Black lives prove you don't want our respect. You demand our terror. We are done being terrorized. All of you, including Garcetti, who's too chicken shit to be here, should resign today. Defund.
Thank you. Helena Lucia, followed by Genesis Discua. Helena, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I wanted to talk about the complete negligence of the council and what they see what the cops are doing to our people, and they're not doing anything about it. They're allowing them to destroy our community and to completely just neglect our unity as a city. It's not here anymore. It's gone. And if you continue to allow that to happen, then just fuck you. You're not good.
Thank you, Helena. We have Genesis Discua, followed by Marielle Calloway. Genesis, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
I would like to note that most of you are falling asleep in the middle of this. I can see all of you guys not paying attention. There was a Black woman who spoke earlier through tears and none of you guys cared. I'd also like to remind the police commission that you do not work for the LAPD, you work for the people, and you have the ability to remove the police chief. You guys need to remove the police chief. Chief Moore, you should be absolutely disgusted with yourself. I hope you have trouble sleeping at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Marielle Calloway, followed by Chandra.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Marielle, you're on.
Hi, so thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say I'm a Black woman, resident of California. And Chief Moore, I feel like you're alienating the people who want to be supporters of LAPD. I remember when you called for volunteers, 5,000 volunteers to work with their communities, and I was eager to join. I wanted to attend the Citizens Police Academy. I wanted to learn more about my local police force specific division. But now I don't feel safe with what I've seen this weekend. And my main question is, how do you plan to hire good cops going forward with all of?
Thank you. Chandra, followed by Jacob S.
Hi, I'm a Black woman. I just wanted to say that last night I witnessed in downtown Los Angeles, I am an Angelino, I witnessed militarized police using excessive force while they cornered peaceful protesters. They used, they shot them with rubber bullets, and the peaceful protesters were running, and it was another form of terror. And this is unacceptable. We feel unsafe in downtown Los Angeles. And I just want to let you know that you need to protect.
Thank you. Jacob S., followed by Julio Restinos Jr. Jacob S. Okay, last call for Jacob S. All right, we'll move on. Athena Aramovich, followed by TJ McLaren.
Hello?
Hi, Athena.
Hello? Hi. I am a Russian Jewish, Native American, and white multiracial woman who lives in South LA. I own a home here. We need to renegotiate fair police union contracts. We need to end the DROP program. We need transparency and accountability to the citizens of LA. We need to demilitarize the police. Sorry, I'm nervous. We need to retrain the police. We need we need to independently investigate and prosecute police. And
Thank you. TJ McLaren, followed by Alexander Wang. TJ McLaren. Okay, one.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm an African American that lives in Los Angeles, of the Westchester, and I think the only thing I want to talk about today is solutions. One of the things that I've noticed is the fact that there's no police oversight. Body cameras being turned off that should not be a choice for the officers to make. As someone that's in the technology field, I believe that it's possible to design technology that inhibits officers from inhibiting its ability to do its job. Knock centers can be deployed so that people in charge can monitor everyone on the force simultaneously without extraneous effort.
Thank you. Alexander Wang, followed by Frank H.
Hello, is this working?
Hi, you're on, Alexander.
Hi, yeah, I'd just like to say that I really don't have a lot of hope for you guys. The Los Angeles Police Department and a lot of the police officers around the nation have just been terrorizing the peaceful protests. Recently, you guys act like fucking domestic terrorists, and it's absolutely disgusting. There's going to be no accountability for any of this. I don't see a change happening anytime. I think the only light at the end of the tunnel is that your generation is going to die off and rot in the ground, and then maybe someone younger can come in and change things. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank H, followed by Kelsey Caps. Frank H. Okay, we'll try this again. Frank H. Last call. Okay. Kelsey Caps, followed by Kevin H. Lee.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Hi, you're on. Yes.
Great. I just want to say, like, this is America. We're not the KGB. We're not the Middle East. Like, firing tear gas against the Geneva Conventions, rubber bullets, these are not enemy combatants. These are your citizens. These are people who just live in Los Angeles, who go to the movies and eat at restaurants. Like, how are you doing this to people? More, what if it was your wife, Cindy, and your daughter, Haley, out in those crowds? Decker, what if it was some of the students that you've...
Thank you. Kevin H. Lee, followed by caller ending in 9227. Kevin, you're on.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, you already know why I'm here. This is just pure racism being played out, and this is just all planned. Like, y'all are just making this terror happen. You want this. You are feeding off this. Black Lives Matter. I'm all for it. You guys need to understand that humans matter and human lives matter. Y'all are disgusting. Mr. Moore, you need to be fired immediately. All you commissioners, work. Actually work. Come on.
Thank you. Caller ending in 9227, followed by Ayla Torrey. Caller 9227, you're on.
Hello, my name is Siobhan Lash, and I'm calling because this is a disgrace. All of you resign, period. You have contributed to the national politicizing of the lives of Black community, to where now in America the simple request to stop killing Black men and women for existing has become erroneously and dangerously an ideological standoff. You and white nationalists are domestic terrorists. The Black community deserves justice that is not contingent on public outrage, death, or posthumously, or complying with racist institutions, period. Defund.
Thank you. Ayla Torrey, followed by Phoenix Unachukwu. Ayla Torrey, you're on.
Can you hear me? Yes. Este es un mensaje para mi comunidad latina. Se tienen que unir, tienen que defender a la familia y a los ciudadanos. Si todos los días te están diciendo, mijo, tienen cuidado con los policías, imagínate el dolor que sienten. Esta comunidad que está aquí enfrente de mí no me entiende, y esta comunidad que está enfrente de mí debería de ser como las personas que me deberían de estar queriendo ayudar, deberían de ser como yo, pero no lo son. Saca a ese señor que mató a mi persona, saca a las personas que me están dañando y ayúdanos a nosotros. Black Lives Matter. Stand up for us.
Thank you, Phoenix Unachukwu, followed by Nicole Cook. Phoenix, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I am a Black woman. Moore's statement is prime example of the police's continued refusal to take accountability for their actions. You should be fired. Shooting rubber bullets, beating and tear gassing peaceful protesters is a violation of our First Amendment rights and domestic terrorism. Tear gas is illegal in war, yet used liberally on innocent civilians. Police should be more afraid of losing their jobs than they are of unarmed citizens. If you are dripping in fear, you should not be police. Black Lives Matter, and we will continue to fight against.
Thank you. Nicole Cook, followed by Bones.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I am in agreement with what has been said before me regarding the ceasing of police violence on peaceful protesters and the immediate termination of both the curfew and your career, Mr. Moore. I'm sure you're all feeling very overwhelmed, so I'd love to suggest your first action step. Do you all have a pen? You should write this down. Meet with Black Lives Matter and follow their every demand. You won't be able to talk your way out of this. We need action and accountability, and we need it right now.
Thank you. Bones, followed by Citizen.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
Okay, hi, my name is Bones. I'm a UCLA student, and I'm also a Russian Jew who is identifying as a lesbian. And I want to speak to those that are going against the Black Lives Matter movement, despite being people that also face discrimination. You people should really speak out for those that you know are clearly hurting. Steve Sobranov, I know you are Jewish, and to you I say Tikkun Olam, which means Black Lives Matter in Hebrew. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Citizen, followed by Ron Hertz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
My name is Lizzie. I'm a 17-year-old high school student in LA County. And what I have to say to you guys is what you're doing is utterly reprehensible. You are arresting us for exercising our constitutional right to have our voices heard peacefully. You are violating the Constitution. You are arresting innocent people, even minors, without access to a lawyer or even a phone call for hours. I will say it again. You are violating the Constitution. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Ron Hertz, followed by Michelle Young. Okay, trying to get Ron Hertz on the line here. Ron Hertz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
I wanted to ask, what is the way that you all measure success? What is it that makes you know you're doing a good job? Because it can't be that the people feel safe, because no one feels safe. It can't be because you're protecting people, because you're only protecting people that look like most of you. It can't be that you are the people that want to help out, but I only see one Black man here. Who's the most policed? Why are there more brown people here going, yeah, this is really.
Thank you. Michelle Young, followed by Sarah Choi. Michelle, you're on.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Michelle Young. I've been a resident of Los Angeles for 7 years. I am a white passing Mexican woman, and you are all looking down, which I understand it's been a long day of looking at our screens. I just want to urge you to consider the people's budget for Los Angeles, defund the police, and we need to hold you accountable for the 601 murders of Black people in Los Angeles. This is enough.
Thank you. Sarah Choi, followed by Craig Hildebrand.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, could you restart my time? Could you restart my time, please?
Please just begin. Thank you.
Okay, I want to confirm that you will have another meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. that people will be aware of. Is this fact? Another Zoom call at 9 tomorrow, according to what I saw. Okay, well then, I just wanted to say to the people out there, there is a reason that we aren't hearing from our most affected Black residents is because of accessibility. Figure out how to get Black voices heard on this line. Ask a Black person if they want to be talked to on.
Thank you. Craig Hildebrand, followed by Laura Martin. Craig?
Hi, hello.
Hi, you're on.
Thanks. There is.
Oh.
We lost him. Can you bring, Mr. Hildebrand, please wait one moment.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, okay.
We lost you for a moment.
Are you? Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There's video from Sunday of a white woman in downtown LA spray painting BLM and Floyd along an entire city block under the audible and visible supervision of an LAPD officer. It's outrageous. You are overtly escalating and accelerating violence against Black people. I hope you all you rot. I hope you rot. It's absolutely monstrous. It's sickening and it's craven and it's heartbreaking. And I hope it.
Laura Martin, followed by Nora Phillips. Laura?
Yes, I yield my time to the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay. We have Nora Phillips, followed by Adam Pryor. Nora, you're on.
Do I have 30 seconds or a minute?
30 seconds.
My name is Nora Phillips, and I am a white, disabled, queer woman and resident of CD1. I have been an immigration attorney for the past 13 years. My life is one of babies in cages, cartels, ICE killing my clients in custody, and suicidal deportees. I am almost unshockable in terms of fucked up despotic governments, yet your silence shocks me. If you preside over brutality and murder and do nothing, you are no different from them. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Adam Pryor, followed by Anitra. Adam, you're on.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Excellent. I'm going to start off by saying that Chief Moore needs to resign immediately. There is no screwing around. This needs to be done. I want to also talk to the Inspector General really quick. I have multiple officers that I saw at the Van Nuys protest who had blatant disregard and showed 0 badge numbers. I would like them to be investigated. And I would like to just say that the tear gas is illegal in a war zone environment, and I'm not really understanding why in the fuck it is that we have police officers using it on civilians. Thank you. I hope you guys actually take this seriously. It doesn't look like it.
Thank you. Anitra, followed by Amanda Smith. Trying to get Anitra on the line here. Okay, I'll try again. Okay. Anitra.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, my name is Anitra. I'm a Black woman in LA. I know I don't have much time. I just want to say thank you, world, for finally waking up to see how corrupt the system is. Even if most of you have been overslept or been hiding under a rock, I've personally been profiled and harassed and falsely accused by the LAPD because I was out while Black and fit the description. My family has been murdered by the LAPD. Our Black men are endangered species because of the LAPD. It's because of you all that we are now at war with our own country. Our greatest fear is being beaten and killed because of our skin color, not COVID-19. You not only listen to our white allies.
Thank you, Amanda Smith, followed by Cara M.
Unmute. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Amanda Smith. I'm a third generation Angelino. Commissioner Sobroff, as you know, since you followed me on Twitter at 1 p.m. during this call, I attended high school with your sons. I'm calling on the mayor to defund the LAPD. Chief Moore, you must resign immediately and decline any benefits or pensions that come from your time in the police force. You accepted $1.27 million as part of a drop payment, and you owe the Black Lives Matter that with interest. I call on you not just to resign because of your comments, but because of your continued inaction.
Thank you, Cara M, followed by Sam M. Cara?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kara. I was born and raised in Los Angeles. However, I'm not proud of how the city and our police force have treated Black people. I'd urge you to listen to the cries of protest from your city. We do not feel protected or served, nor will we until every single resident is given the same non-discriminatory due process. Chief Moore, I'm disgusted by your comments yesterday regarding the death of George Floyd. I call for your resignation and furthermore, the immediate dismissal of any police officer with ties to white supremacy organizations or a history of excessive force. Black Lives Matter and the people have had enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam M, followed by Thomas 1.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, so in 2011, UC Davis campus officer John Pike pepper sprayed peaceful Occupy protesters, which spurred a national outcry about police accountability and brutality. And today we see the same overuse of equipment against unarmed protesters multiple times a day, every day, even if we just look at the LAPD. So why the fuck can't you figure it out? In any other city department, a few bad apples would be fired. If a handful of bus drivers got into crashes regularly, they would be fired. Instead, those who carry a gun and badge who act as bad apples are protected by the Police Protective League. So get it the fuck together. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas 1, followed by Jeremy Frisch.
Yes, hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Yeah, so I had a question. I know that most of you guys have been taking heat for everything that's going on. And so I'm as far as just to say, you know, the executive, I know that you guys have leaders on top of you. And I know that this can't just be figured out between you guys just because it's California, but I know there's leaders on top of you guys. So I'll tell you this much, this is not gonna stop until the leaders on top of you figure this out. I know it's gonna take more than just you guys. So please get it the fuck together because this isn't gonna stop.
Thank you. Jeremy Frisch, followed by Juan Ramirez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Black Lives Matter, defund the police. I find it disgusting that the LAPD is slaughtering peaceful protesters on the street. I had two friends go to the protest in Beverly Hills a couple days ago, and the protest was peaceful. And so the police showed up with their excessive violent force, shooting rubber bullets and throwing tear gas. Is this what you think of protecting and serving? Because I think it's bullshit. Fuck you, Michael Moore. I refuse to call you an officer or a chief because you don't deserve those titles. You are a disgrace. Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Thank you, Juan Ramirez, followed by Alana Spar.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, we can.
Yes, hi. So first of all, I just want to say that the budget, that's too much money to go to the LAPD. I mean, if the National Guard is being called, why would we need that money for? I don't understand why that money is going to be there for. The other thing I want to talk about is we need to stand up to the police unions, especially the Los Angeles Police Protective League, and also to the President Craig Lally and Dreda Sandoff.
Thank you, Alana Spar, followed by Jess Tired.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Alana, yes.
Moore, this is to you. Can you raise your hand so I know that you hear me?
We can all hear you. Please proceed.
Moore, you are a fucking pig. You are disgusting. You are disgusting. And the one thing that I can promise you on the behalf of the millennial women of color around this country is that when your obituary is written, it will have an asterisk. It will have an asterisk that you are a disgusting person. You are racist. We consider you a Klansman.
Thank you, Jess, followed by Kaylee Rochek. Jess, please try to unmute on your end. Okay, one more call for Jess. All right, we'll move on. Kaylee Rochek, followed by caller ending in 2686.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I'm white. I'm a new mom. I have the unfair privilege of not having to worry about my baby as much as my fellow moms and communities of color. I don't have to worry about him going for a run or getting pulled over and not coming home again. And I don't have to have a talk with my kid about how to strategically avoid being killed by an overly aggressive, systemically racist government and police force. For that, to my fellow moms, I'm so sorry, but I promise that with my privilege, I will continue to stand with you and will raise a child that does the same and will fight for you. To my fellow citizens that are listening.
Thank you. Caller ending in 2686, followed by Alexis Rodriguez.
Okay, so I just spoke earlier. I have two phones, so I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to use my chance to this and my voice be heard. So I'll let you.
Sir, I'm sorry. We're going to have to let the other callers or the other speakers speak. Can we move on then?
Okay, Alexis Rodriguez, followed by Christopher Algu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
I just want everybody who thinks they're responsible for this bullshit that's happening to raise their hand.
Sir, it's your time to speak. Please
Can you hear
proceed.
me?
We can hear you. Please proceed, sir.
I want everybody who thinks they're responsible for this bullshit to raise their hand.
Sir, pursuant to the guidance from the city attorney, we do not engage with people when they're speaking. It's your turn to speak. Please proceed.
I just want you to say, I want you to hear what you say, what you do.
Okay, Christopher Algu, followed by Everything Creative. Or Christopher? Okay, last call for Christopher. Okay, we'll move on. Richard Snyder, followed by Uzair Pasta. Richard Snyder, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Yep, I'd like to comment that Chief Moore shown us all who he thought the enemy was in his statements last night and in his actions proceeding with his indiscriminate violence against unarmed protesters. Honestly, getting fired is still too good for you, but I'll settle for that for now. I cede my time.
Thank you. Uzair. Okay, Uzair does not have a current update on Zoom. We'll move on. Jay Robinson. Jay Robinson. Last call. Okay. Aaron Rollins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hey, I just want to make sure everybody is aware of this because I've been watching this because of Michael Moore's disgusting statement he made yesterday. But please, everybody go to Los Angeles Times. There's an April 11, 2018 article that's titled, "Before Becoming LAPD Chief, Moore Retired, Collected a $1.27 million payout, then was rehired." Before Michael Moore was promoted to become the Los Angeles Police Department's new chief, again, this is Los Angeles Times, August 11th, 2018 article.
Thank you. Andy DeOsa, followed by Sean McCarran. Andy, you're on.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Yeah, I've been on this call since 10 a.m. Pacific time, and it's a fucking shame that you guys have shown outrage at the incapability of the Zoom function, but have not said anything about killing of innocent Black lives. So this piece of shit scum that I'm looking at right now, I'm not even gonna say your name or the title that you deserve. Just you deserve to be fired after this shit. And to the old motherfucker up top, fuck you too, man. Fuck all you guys, piece of this shit. Black Lives Matter.
You might have missed earlier today all the commissioners and the chief made statements. I'm sorry if you missed that. Please proceed with the next speaker.
Sean McCarran.
Hello?
Oh, 1 second. Sean McCarran, followed by Layla J.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I am a white resident of Los Angeles, and I would like to say that we know what it takes to fix these problems. There are years of research and best practices. Many have been paid to consult in how to reform a lot of these police departments, and none of that has happened. Through your behavior and the behavior of the force, through the neglect and of oversight, you have exposed this city to a broad swath of traumatic violence.
Thank you. Layla J, followed by Soraya Bagheri.
Hello, am I on?
Hi, yes.
There is never a reason to use violence against the people you claim to protect. How dare you make excuses for acting out your sick power fantasies? How dare you sit here today with your cutesy Zoom backgrounds and your cushy houses and too cowardly to look at us or even stay in the room while we speak to you, while people are in the streets begging you to stop killing them. You will resign and you will meet all 5 demands of Black Lives Matter. And also, please learn how to fix your audio feedback. It's embarrassing.
Okay, thank you. Soraya Bagheri, followed by Francis Macrillo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, okay. Hi, I'm a former resident of LA County and I now live in New York City. I've been living and watching my friends in LA go to protests and exercise their First Amendment right. And it's been met with violence and terror from the LA Police Department. It's very upsetting. I grew up thinking that the police were people I was supposed to depend on and feel safe relying on, but I don't now. And I really hope that these testaments resonate with you guys tonight when you go home or when you're with your family.
Thank you. Francis Macrillo, followed by Josh Hambrook. Francis? Hi, Francis, you're on.
Hi. Oh my God. Okay, I'm ready to talk. I didn't even know that I was on. Okay. Police chief, you need to fucking go. You need to be fired. This is the #1 message. Defund the police. It's the people's budget. Defund the fucking police. You guys are militarized. There's no reason for you to be militarized. There's no reason for you to be armed. There's no reason for you to be killing Black people. You guys need to stop and embrace community leadership, period. Done.
Thank you. Josh Hambrook, followed by Fati Blisson. Josh?
Hello? Says
Hi.
you muted. Hi, can you hear me? Okay, great. I just want to say congratulations. You're all getting famous for being faces of corruption and evil. You cowards are using chemical weapons on peaceful protesters during a pandemic. You make me fucking sick. Especially you, Steve and Eileen, you repugnant little babies. I'm so sick of seeing you two messing with your phones and squirming this entire time. You are doubly disgusting. You work for us. Don't you fucking forget it ever again. And Mike Moore, you need to be fired immediately. But hey, little guy, you can always learn how to code. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. We have Fati Blisson, followed by Rachel LaBelle. Fati? Hi, you're on, Fati?
Madam Secretary, that's indiscernible. Move to the next speaker.
Okay, Rachel LaBelle, followed by Andy.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi.
I am speaking to call for the firing of Chief Moore, the arrest and prosecution of all violent LAPD officers, as well as the complete overhaul, reform, and defunding of the LAPD. The LAPD has proven that they will not hold themselves accountable. Our current DA, Jackie Lacey, has proven she will not hold the LAPD accountable. To everyone on this call this November, let's elect a DA who will. The LAPD do not want you to. Vote for George Kushkone this November. I yield the rest of my.
Thank you. We have Andy, followed by Stacy M. Andy, you're on. Andy? Last call for Andy, you're on. Okay, we'll move on to Stacy M. And then callers 6010. Stacy M. Please unmute on your end. Okay, we'll move on. Caller ending in 6010.
My freedom of speech hear me?
Hi, yes.
Can you guys who are trying to suppress my freedom of speech hear me? Because 30 seconds, really? And all the fucking bootlickers who are fucking in here, you are all cowards. My name is Nasser. I'm a Latino United States Marine Corps veteran who stands in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. I'm appalled by the actions that the LAPD has taken towards the citizens of the United States. We all swore an oath to protect our citizens, not the companies. We are supposed to protect our people from domestic and foreign terrorists. I would equate the LAPD as legalized terrorists. You terrorize our community.
Thank you, Jen Spazmaster, followed by caller ending in 5838.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Yes. You failed Black protesters by not offering protection and aid. The commission, cops, and Mayor Garcetti should see criminal charges for the violence they created. Please look up Fred Hampton. These people will not bring you peace. Our educated and unified mobilization will bring us peace. Organize, start planning, rise up, learn from Fred Hampton's lessons, who was murdered by Chicago PD. Lessons we need to learn now and organize. Don't let them kill our brothers and sisters. Don't let them kill.
Thank you. Caller ending in 5838, and then followed by Lindsay Montgomery. $5838, you're on.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
I want to address the chief of police. My name is Craig Whitfield, and there was a point in my life last year where I wanted nothing more than be a part of your police academy. I looked up to that badge. I went to CAPS training. I studied the law, and I looked up to you and other LAPD officers. But right now, what do I have to look up to? The people fear you. The people distrust you. Your response to peaceful protesting was to gas and shoot people. Do you know what you stand for anymore?
Okay, we have our last caller, Lindsay Montgomery. Hi, Lindsay, you're on.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
Sorry, give me 1 second, please. I'm an 18-year-old Black resident. The LAPD and the National Guard being positioned in Los Angeles promotes violence and is extremely counterproductive to the Black Lives Matter movement. This is all a way to pathetically silence the voices of the oppressed. I'm asking you to truly understand the reason behind the protests and that the people are simply asking for the safety of their lives. Please stop embarrassing the city of Los Angeles. The utter lack of empathy that you guys have shown throughout the stream speaks volumes. The LAPD doesn't make us feel safe, and I've shown us over and over again that they're not here to protect its citizens.
Thank you, and that was our final speaker, Madam President.
Very well, thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you to all the commission staff who I know stayed late so that we could attempt to accommodate all the speakers. And I thank all of the speakers for coming today and for expressing their views. I realize some were not from Los Angeles, but we did feel it very important to allow people to speak during this very difficult time in our community and in our country. So thank you very much for taking the time. We did listen. I know you think some of us were looking down, some of us were taking notes, some of us have our computers at an angle, but we were very much listening to all of the comments. Thank you all for coming today. We originally did have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow as well. Unfortunately, we won't have a quorum, so we cannot proceed. The next notification will go out to about our next meeting shortly. Thank you all very much. At this point, I need a motion. Commissioners, if you could take your microphones off mute, because I will need a motion to adjourn, and it will have to be seconded and voted on by all commissioners.
So moved.
Connor? Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Soboroff, did you make a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Is it seconded?
I'll second it.
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned until our next meeting. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.